because of the samples. He basically saying it, and y'all trying to make him run some futile exercise, and he gave you
some other shit. Whole other shit, bro.
No. Well, I'll come back down and do a second run.
Okay, so Aston, I have a DNA Tribes digest from 2012. Is that the one?
Is that the Amana one?
It says last of the Amana Pharaohs, King Tut and his relatives.
That's one. That's the one. I'm going in the elevator. I'll be in front of a computer in like,
I'll post it in
a couple 2 minutes. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, I got the whole digest.
On the elevator, 3 floors away from his job and shit to prove something to Haskell. It's wild as hell.
On Discord.
Sometimes you gotta shut people up.
Boy, y'all know
he
y'all
he wanna jerk y'all chain that bad. That
he gonna make this man go up 3-4 floors away from his job and shit, bro.
Yeah, I know. Asking somebody to demonstrate their claim, that's some wild nigga shit. I guess I'm just a wild dude.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. He was demonstrating a whole different claim, though. Now you done ran off on some other shit, though.
One of them was still setting up, so I'll make another run in about a half hour.
Yeah, this is how it works, Corey. Y'all taught me this, right? Demonstration beats conversation. I learned that from y'all. So I'm supposed to just listen to it.
The point, no, you ain't got to just listen to nobody. But the point is, all you saying, he running down shit to you. All you saying is, oh yeah, I don't believe it. You ain't read a motherfucking thing. Matter of fact, the shit that you disputing, you done already misinterpreted it. So whether he bring you some real shit or not, you never know, regardless.
And now you want him to demonstrate the misinterpretation for you. That's the crazy part.
He made a claim, said, not me.
No, but the one you specifically asked him to demonstrate, he was using that as an example on why that was affiliated to produce those results.
That's not the only claim that he made. 2 weeks ago, he made it.
But you're holding his feet to the fire on 4 different things.
Hold on. This is what I'm
put it in the chat.
Every time he say something you ain't never heard of.
Hey, so hold on. Hey, so Aston, what is the claim being made in this digest before I post it?
I personally made the claim that the profile is extinct because the MLI scores are so low. And I made this claim after seeing the low MLI scores like 8, 10, 50, 2,000, and then seeing my MLI scores with Nigeria and West Africa at like 20 million.
The profile is extinct? What do you mean by that?
I'm going to post it. I see the MLI chart.
I'll explain the profile being extinct. What this means is, let's take myself. I'm Black American. The specific genetic events that sent slaves to America from a mixture
or any of that. That's not what this is.
If I can finish, I can explain it. If I can finish, the specific demographic events that created African Americans. Slaves coming over from a specific region in Africa and then mixing upon themselves and then mixing with Europeans and then mixing with Native Americans. And that small window is a unique event that created a unique profile, right? Now, if you fast forward 2,000 years and you sample us or anybody else around the world, it'll be different because the exact circumstances that created that snapshot no longer exist. It's like a snapshot in history.
No,
that's what STR fingerprints are. STR fingerprints.
Fucking this up. When you send your profile into 23andMe, right? If
that's not 23andMe, those are SNPs.
It's an example, man.
Yes.
You know the difference between SNPs and STRs.
Listen, when you send your profile in, they're using STR, not SNPs. They're not using
23andMe.
They're not using. You can get a SNP test, but
23andMe uses SNPs.
Listen. When you get results from a DNA company saying you're 80% this or 80%, 20% this and 20% that, you're using STR.
No, you're not.
I read 23andMe's.
23andMe uses SNPs.
Yeah, I'm on the website. And they say that they use SNPs. They use single nucleotide polymorphism.
I got 23andMe. I got mine
They
as
use
23
steps.
me.
See,
And I
this
thought
is this is
like
like
the punishment they
basic.
they
said.
don't go.
He ain't
This is
even got.
Or
He
where they
basic
don't
had
stuff
even
you don't
believe
know.
in. He don't
is this the
even
one where they
believe
had
in
the
that.
eight
Like,
out of
why?
the 13 pairs? Is this that same study, if I'm not mistaken? Where they only had like 8 out of the 13 STRs or something they tested. Then they changed the requirements for that or some shit. I remember we had a convo about
Well,
that.
the FBI has like 21 STRs now, right?
Yeah, but that's
At
the
the
same study
time,
that we talked about with those eight
it's the
pairs,
same.
right? All right, I just want to make sure I'm following. All right, go ahead, y'all continue.
It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. But I just want Aston to back up what he's saying. If he can't do it
I'm
today,
gonna
fine.
find it.
Remember,
I'm gonna
You
find it.
already
I'm gonna
I asked him
find
to
it.
wrong
do
on
this.
everything
Let me
you say.
find it.
I asked him to
Let me
do this
find
2
it.
weeks ago,
Hey,
right?
so I got the digest. So what are we looking for? If you're looking
Yeah,
for
I'm
the
looking
chart, I put the
for.
chart in that.
We want to see where the Eskimos come
yeah. Where are the
I'm gonna tell
Eskimos?
you. There's a list. There's a
Where are the
list. Hold
Eskimos?
on. Hold on. Hold on.
They're shuffling,
In
man.
Mediterranean, North African,
Because
Mesopotamian.
the Eskimo was just his example and what would happen if you never mind. Y'all
No,
figure
he
it
said
out.
it's in
Right.
the
It
paper.
was an example,
He
but
said it's in the paper.
ran off with
He said
it.
it's in the paper that this MLI could link with Eskimos just as much. He said it's in the paper.
I said it.
No.
Okay.
He
Okay. Hold on. I gotta clarify something. I'm looking at the Ramses one.
Nigga doing the Gregory Hines shuffle, man. Go ahead.
I'm gonna find it because I've seen it
You're
before.
a hell of a tap dancer. I give it to you.
Yeah. Okay. It 14.
If you want, I can try to see if there's another,
maybe it's the Ramses 3 one.
Ramses 3. Okay, let me go back.
You got that one?
Yeah, hold on. Let me find out.
But even in this one, right? Look at this one.
We're talking about
Look at this one.
mummies.
Look at this one. The people that have this one, you can look.
The Amarna mummy. The Ramesside was in there also, but we're talking about DNA tribes match level index for the Amarna mummies and a couple Ramessides. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we were talking about.
Okay, listen.
Else.
In this article right here, the Amarna one. Look at this one. This one right here, the Amarna one.
With all that Captain Corey doing,
He trying to explain it. Let him. I want to hear what he's saying. Why don't brought us this far?
I ain't doing no cap. I just know you can already prove that you done misinterpreted half the shit.
Is it Ramses the third?
Yep. Post that one.
Yeah, I got the studies from the BMJ. Hold on.
Thank you.
Yep. Let's see if I can just download this. See if I can have it. Yeah,
all this for somebody who ain't gonna interpret what y'all saying. No.
I'm gonna download this one. This is
because
awesome.
it's the same thing exists in this one. You can look at the numbers. So in the King Tut one, you can look at his number. Let's say you look at the average of Horn of Africa at a 14, right? Horn of Africa. So this mummy is 14 times more likely to exist in the Horn of Africa than anywhere in the world. But then you could look at other mummies, like let's say King Tut's dad, and he's 21 times more likely to exist in Arabia, or he's also 15 times more likely to exist in Northwestern Europe. So it's saying KV35YL is 15 times more likely to exist in Northwestern Europe, and then King Tut is 14 more times more likely to exist in the Horn of Africa. How does that make sense?
What do you mean? For one, hold on, I'm gonna answer your question. For one, they are admixed. So you can have affinities with various populations in and around that area. So you can it's just like if you were to take a DNA test today and it says that you're 80% sub-Saharan and 20% Northwestern Europe. That doesn't make sense to you, that it doesn't mean that you're in two different places. It means that you have more affinity to one region than the other. That's all that means. What are you talking about?
If that's the case, you can't then quote another study saying they 99% African and 96% sub-Saharan African. You understand how those two things conflict?
Why not?
If I'm a person that's 96 or 97% African, how can my profile be 15 times more likely to be found in Europeans than anywhere else on the world? That's what that
Okay,
MLI score
first of
means.
all, yes, I know what it means. King Tut's
No,
is
you don't.
1,500. King Tut is 1,519 times more likely to be found in, I believe it's either Great Lakes or Southern Africa. I'm not looking at it right now, than anywhere else in the world, right? So your question is, how can it say 1,500 for the Great Lakes, but also say 14 for Arabia or something? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're asking? Did he drop off? And y'all sitting up here co-signing this capping bullshit. This nigga said in the paper that some of the SCR analysis was close to the Eskimos, and y'all sitting there co-signing that bullshit. He ain't demonstrated nothing yet. None of his claims that he made, he has yet to demonstrate.
Wait, what? You saying he didn't demonstrate what now?
He hasn't demonstrated that. All right, here's the first claim he made. Said 2 weeks ago, as a matter of fact, he
I
said
can't
this,
hear
right?
anything. I ain't hear nothing that you
We can
said
hear
a
you.
minute ago.
We can hear you.
No, but I
Go
didn't hear
ahead.
anything.
Restate what you
Yeah,
said, ask him so they
so
can
said,
possibly answer you.
so said 2 weeks ago, the man said in a Discord chat that he took them same SCR results from DNA tribes, right? And he claimed that 7 or 8 years ago or whenever he
I took
ran
them
it
from
through another.
Hawass, not DNA tribes.
Well, yeah, they did. Obviously, they collected the data. You see how niggas quibble over. That's when niggas know they losing, when they try to focus on little semantical bullshit, right? Nigga know what I'm talking about, but he trying to rabbit punch,
All right. Yeah, I
right?
got the
So
article. Hold on.
he made a claim. He made a claim that he done ran them same SCRs through another calculator years ago, and it came back with very little sub-Saharan affiliation, right? So I asked him to show and prove. The man put some shit in the chat, small as fuck. I had to expand it, right? With some analysis on Napoleon and some shit in Spain. The shit in Spain was in North Africa like 95%, right? So he wanted me to look at that, see 95% North African, and be like, oh damn, I see what you're saying, but he don't know I'm a sharp nigga. So I clicked it, found the study, right? And found out that it was from a motherfucker in a cave in Spain. So the nigga tried to pull a fast one, and I caught him, right?
All
So
right. So
to this day, I'm asked, cause look here, check this out, Mel. There exist in online calculators today. And Aston B is not the only one claiming that if you were to take those same values and put it in another calculator, it'll give you different results. Okay, boom. All the people that hate the Egyptians are black shit, the modern Egyptians, the Europeans that hate that shit. You think the motherfuckers wouldn't have ran them shits through another calculator and showed and proved what Aston is claiming? What's stopping them from running it through a calculator today? Run it through another calculator that got more North African samples and all of that shit, and show that it more aligns with those populations than the populations in sub-Saharan Africa. Let's do it. What's stopping anybody from doing it?
No, I was there for what you're referring to 2 weeks ago.
Nah, but I'm saying the STRs are not changing. You could take them, go to any online calculator you want, run it through, and get the results back. He's saying there are calculators out there that will put them more in North Africa and the Levant than in sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, cool. Run it through a calculator. Because Ngozi says the same thing, by the way. So I asked him to do the same. He's yet to show and prove. Run it through a calculator, one of those calculators that has more North African and Levant shit, and demonstrate that. Am I tripping?
The calculators no longer exist, but I found what I'm looking for.
all right. So what is it? Because I did put that
So
The
you can
Ramses
go,
3
you
article
can
in
go
the
into the
back.
Ramses, and you can go to page 5, and you can go to page 7. Skip ad. You can also go to page 8. And so they have the matches individually for each of the 2 guys. And these are the maximum likelihood scores.
This is autosomal analysis for Ramesses, by the way.
This is DNA Tribes. And DNA Tribes ran this because I sent this information to the founder of DNA Tribes, and he ran the digest. He ran it and did the digest.
You didn't answer my question. In regards to the Ramesses 3 analysis, is it uniparental markers or is it an autosomal analysis?
No. It's DNA Tribes autosomal analysis.
Okay.
Oh shit! I can't download this shit.
What you looking to download? I could probably get it.
No, I got it. Just keep making me look at pop-ups and shit.
All right. I'm looking at what page is this? I'm looking at page 2 in the article that Mel posted. And
Go down to
it's
page
saying,
5.
I'm on table 1. It says genetic kinship analysis, and it says Y chromosomal data.
That's not it. That's
Okay.
the Hawass paper. I'm talking about. Okay, so
That's not the
Hawass
Hawass
published a
paper I'm
paper.
looking at.
Hawass published a paper on Amarna. DNA Tribes took the STR figures from the Amarna paper and ran it through their proprietary algorithm, and they published their digest. Right. Then Hawass published the data on Ramses 3, the E1B1A. And I sent that to DNA Tribes. They pulled the STR data and ran that through their proprietary algorithm and produced something on that. And so both things produced by DNA Tribes are pretty similar. They both run them through their thing, but the second one is a bit more extensive, and it has more populations. And in this one, you can see some of the populations of Central Europe have a higher maximum likelihood with some of these mummies than some of the Amarna ones have in Africa. So you have to ask yourself, how can Ramses 3 be more likely to be found in Central Europe or the Americas than, let's say, King Tut or Puya or Yuya can be found in Africa?
All right, that's an easily answered question, right? But I would like to make sure first that I'm following along. So, Mel, what he's referring to, you've put in the chat, right? I see 2 things that you've put in the chat here. 3 things.
Yeah, I put 3 things. Yeah.
All
First
right,
I put was the DNA Tribes article from 2012, the digest, and then after that, I put in the chart from that one, and then I did the 23andMe, and then I did the Zahi Hawass paper, and then I threw in another paper as well.
Hold on, I see 3. So I see revisiting the harem conspiracy and death of
Zahi Hawass, yeah.
Right. Then I see ancient Egyptian genomes from northern Egypt. Further discussion, right? So what I'd like to ask Aston B, which of those articles are you referring to in regards to which one?
Neither one. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Oh my God.
What is it called?
Because we're talking about the DNA.
I have another DNA Tribes on Ramses III. Yeah, I got it. Hold on.
That's the one.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
I got it. Hold on. It's in my library. 1 second. I'm just gonna move it.
And to answer your question about how can one sample show much more affinity to an area outside of Africa compared to another one, it's because they were mixed. It was a mixed population. Everybody knows that. Like
mixed with Native Americans.
Well, you got to demonstrate
mixed with
that.
Native Americans.
You made that up. You're making shit up. I
All
don't
I
know
have
about
to
no
do to
Native American.
think about this though. All I have to do to demonstrate
don't-
that is find an MLI score that's higher in Native America than another mummy is in Africa. That's all I got to do to demonstrate it.
Go ahead, do it. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, so I put the 2013
I'm looking
DNA
forward to it.
tribes with Ramses III. Do you see that?
But
Yep. Go to
to
page
answer the
5.
question, right, real
And
quick.
then on page 5, do you see the MLI chart? The
All right,
Ramses and the
I'm right.
unknown man Pentaware.
Hold on, I'm about to open it right now. Hold on.
If you would, I can post the chart. It's on page
Yeah, it's
5.
fine. So if you look at this chart, page 5.
All right, hold on,
This would mean that
hold on. I'm asking. So I'm looking at the chart right now. It says it's still showing that the greatest affinity for Ramses III is 335 in African Great Lakes, 266 in Southern Africa, 241 in tropical West Africa. So where is this Ramses III being in Native America, wherever the fuck you was talking about? Where is that?
Look at Pentawar and look at the 10 for Mestizo.
All right, for Mestizo it's saying 10. For Southern Africa it's saying
So hold on.
134.6.
So this means let's say, okay, so Pentawar is a 10 Mestizo.
This is incredibly
right?
stupid. This is
It's not
incredibly
stupid. Now it's not stupid. If you're looking at the 18th dynasty mummies, Pentawar is a 10. That means he's 10 times more likely to be found in Mestizos, his profile, than anywhere in the world. So if we come back to here, KV 35, that's Akhenaten. He is 5 times more likely to be found in the Horn of Africa.
And
so how is Akhenaten
Austin, make sure
5
that you
times more
clarify that
likely to be found?
Pentaware is his son.
Yes,
Pentaware is his son, right? And
Make sure you clarify that.
even looking at this,
Remember, he has a mother
look
also.
at this.
And
Absolutely.
this is autosomal analysis.
Mother is not
right?
Native American.
That doesn't mean
How
because he
is
has a
Pentaware?
This nigga's simple, man.
Pentaware.
So
Look,
you want to hold on.
Pentaware.
Oh,
Man,
This
you
is
keep cutting me
incredibly
off. You see it, right? No, look at
this is
this.
stupid,
Pentaware.
man.
It's
I'm
not
looking at
stupid.
Pentaware.
Pentaware. His MLI score. His MLI score
I'm
is
glad you showed me this
1.1.
information because I didn't even know about this.
Everything.
Over,
Man, you're gonna keep on talking.
yes, I'm gonna keep on talking because you're
if I can make a point.
Pentaware overwhelmingly dovetails with the same regions that the Amarna mummies did. African Great Lakes at 104, Southern African at 134, and tropical West African at 42. But you want us to overlook all that shit to go down to where it says 10 for Mestizo to make what point? I don't know.
To make a point that you have to ask yourself.
You said that if you could show more affinity, you said if you could show more affinity to Native Americans than Africans that you would have me. This chart doesn't show that. It shows 10 times less affinity than in Africa in that Native American shit. Come on, man. You done, man. I'm good, man. I'm done.
Because if
I'm done. This nigga full of shit.
I'm in Hotep. Look at Amenhotep stores. Amenhotep scores. Okay, you don't want to go through the data, but if you look at Amenhotep scores or Akhenaten scores, his score with Tropical West African is 6.9. How can his score be 6.9, but this mummy over here is 12 with Central Asians? And you have to put this to the fact that my score is 20 million. So 3,000 or 300 is minuscule when my score is 20 million. All these numbers are extremely low. That makes sense to me.
So did you not follow none of that, Haskell? Like that wasn't sufficient for you? Basically what you're saying.
Say what happened. What's quiet?
I'm good, man. Let's talk about Freddie Gibbs or something. I'm good.
My main point was this. You can look at the scores of some mummies, and some mummies will have higher scores with Europe, Asia, Amerindians, Ojibwe than other mummies will have to other parts in Africa. And so to think that this is like all cut and dry, it's not so cut and dry. When Yuya has a score with the Horn of Africa of less than 1, but another mummy has a score with Ojibwe that's greater than 1. How? How is that possible? When when my score is 20 million.
Yeah, I think he's asking you, Haskell. I mean, I don't know if you want to answer, but you asked him questions.
It's not any affinity. There's no affinity. There's no affinity
I'm done.
I know
we can
you're
talk about
done.
something else.
Because
I'm done.
yeah,
I mean, you
there's
asked
no
the man to
affinity.
demonstrate. Now you don't want to hear the man. I mean, it's kind of, we came this far for nothing.
And when you get to all you got to do is look at this list of populations
the
and
man
Google them.
said if he could show in this article that there's more affinity with Ramses III, right, with Native Americans than with Africans, that I would be dead. And I said,
that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't think he said more than Africans. He's saying he's find certain ones that are higher percentage.
No. I'll repeat what I said. I said some mummies show greater relation to some parts of Native Americans, other places around the world, than other mummies show at places in Africa. Those are two different things. What that means is one mummy can be closer to somebody in Europe than another mummy is closer to somebody in the Horn of Africa. And when you run in SNP data, it doesn't do this. It doesn't do this at all.
So
like I'm arguing with a person that don't know the difference between STRs and SNPs. And you see that. You can look at Maya. You can look at Ojibwe. They 1.1. But it's other mummies here that are less than 1. How is that possible?
Responding to you or nothing like that. What's good, social stupies? What up, Tony Apsu? I ain't heard from. I don't know if one of y'all want to get something in here.
Reading comprehension.
Tony communicate through text.
He said what?
Yeah. I said Tony communicate through text. I don't know. I'm lost. I came late. I don't know what the fuck going on.
Yeah.
Still the damn Amarna
trying to demonstrate something from Haskell. I mean, like I said, conversation died out clearly. What's good with y'all?
Haskell quit talking. I ain't
Niggas don't like accountability. It's all about accountability.
Sometimes all you gotta do is get the shit, Sometimes you just gotta get the shit.
I ain't never said Haskell to say, you know what? I don't want to talk to you no more. Just stop talking. Yeah. I ain't never seen that shit.
I have.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like,
the dude is implying that the Native Americans have more affinity to Egyptian mummy based on some article he's reading. And he's comparing the numbers to other numbers, what was 300, and he's saying 10, and so it has some. Listen, this is great. Reading comprehension is beautiful. And it's by comparison, all of these word standards that people do. Stop word standards. Stop.
Breaking up,
stupid. In the Matrix. Driving an AI, Aston. Driving an AI, Aston.
Dropping the AI?
Yeah, they don't believe. Driving the AI, just ask questions to AI.
Yeah, man. You know what? A group of us looked at this stuff a long time ago.
Hold on, Aston.
That's the thing.
So who's right? Who's right and who's wrong? I mean, this is a lot of ambiguity to me. Is Aston right? Is Aston wrong? Like, where we at?
So yeah, Aston's correct. Me and the guys, and Gozy and some of the guys from the team, we've been looked up this information. DNA is not necessarily reliable, though.
That's
okay. So is Haskell wrong? Like,
I mean,
the
text says what it says. I mean, you can't just
So
You
it's the
erase
data,
the
but I'm saying
mestizo.
is the data. I guess this is to Mel and Aston. Is the data you're presenting? Does it have a low level of fallibility and Haskell just ain't accepting it, or what's going on? Because remember, there's people watching this. I'm trying to get some clarity on, what happened.
Keep in mind, this is back in like 2012, 2013.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the time, that's what the study said. That's the analysis they got. If they were to run those same studies today with a much, more diverse
data,
right, with more, because they have more
robust data,
and more data, then the results would definitely be different. It's expected to be different.
Robust.
So that's why I say they're not reliable. But
And what's stopping anybody from doing it? The STR values aren't.
So they don't have a calculator.
It's not a
calculator for it now.
It's not that we can't do it. It's just we have to acknowledge that what was that mestizo at 10.1, I think it was. Like we just can't ignore that shit.
Listen, I'm ignoring it because it's bullshit. What I want from you, Mel, you just made a claim.
Hey, you said it's bullshit, but it's there.
Y'all got Haskell on 10.
You made it. That shit is at 10, and the African shit is like at 300 cumulative.
I don't mean 10.
That's the sun.
If I can say one thing.
Yeah, that's the one he was talking about.
The baseline.
Hold on. Asking, I've been on mute, bro. Let me talk.
Okay.
Brad, check me out, dog. Because this shit can get convoluted, right? So I get it. It's hard for anybody to kind of suss out what the fuck going on, right? So the paper that they posted with Ramesses and shit that they claim was gonna shut me down.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the African shit, the African shit scores out at 300 cumulatively. If you add up West Africa, hold on, I'm talking, bro. If you add up West Africa, Southern regions, and Great Lakes regions, right? Mm-hmm. All of that shit is sub-Saharan. If you add that shit up, it's 300. They want you to focus on some mestizo shit that's 10. Is 300 more than 10, Brass? Can everybody follow that?
Yeah,
how much more than 10? How many times?
That in comparison to other mummies.
That's not the point. You just can't. You're not just going to ignore the 10, though.
That is the point.
You don't need animosity, bro. We can discuss this.
Brad, I could get on nerd level and I could get on barbershop level. So right now I'm gonna get on barbershop level. I'm asking Brad if they doing a DNA test, right? The higher the score reflects, the more likelihood that you match up with this population than this population. The subject is 300. The mestizo Native American shit is 10. What that mean to you, Brass? I want to hear from Brass, layman.
I get it. No, I get it. It's you're trying. The 300 is the 300 to be much more of a match than the 10. I get what you mean. I get the theory behind what you're saying.
And Mel was a lying ass nigga too.
But wait.
How am I a lying ass nigga when I presented the data, nigga?
This nigga said a lying ass nigga.
I'm a lying ass nigga when I presented the data for you. Hold on. I'm a lying ass nigga, but you ain't have the data. I did.
300. Hold on.
Wow.
Hey, you know
what
the
theme of
the past you know the theme
Let
of the
me get a
past
word
couple
in.
days has been
Okay.
data and
300
accountability.
is more than 10.
Sure.
But you have to
and
ask
we don't
yourself,
like neither one. It look like
300.
When you finish,
If I get my word in.
I think it's I'm going to shoot it out because you are so disingenuous. These people pull up data from a company with a sample size of 1,200. That's the company Tribe's sample size. And then
I hope what you got out of the last 3 days, Bryce, is that niggas on YouTube and Discord shouldn't be trying to interpret scientific data. Like, it's just wild to me.
I'm with you on that.
I hope that's what you got, Bryce. Somebody is cussing at the top of their goddamn.
Well, can I say one last thing for the people watching?
Samples.
Hey, you muffled though. SNPs, we can't hear you. You muffled.
It's 2 P's. It's when you. It's 2 P's. 2 P's. 2 P's. It's not that we're ignoring you. We can't hear your shit is your connection is crazy, so we can't make out.
Yeah,
It just sound like
if you're on
interrupting.
Stoopies, if you're on speaker, Stoopies, get off speaker.
I can't be on here all day.
Real quick.
Yeah. That's right. Get off speaker.
If you're on speaker, if you're on, hold on.
All right, that's better.
Stoopies, if you're on speaker, get on.
Yeah, that's better, Stoopies. Say your piece.
All right.
Say your
I'm
piece.
better now. The company tribes have a sample size of 1,200. They describe it as more than 1,200 samples. And this company, based on such a small sample size to compare people, is making all of this distinction 300 times more, 10 times likely of a sample size of 1,200. Nobody in here never do research yet. I realize that's something wrong with that. Something wrong with, and they come on this now with your chest high. Say, if I can find people outside of Africa, and I'm going to use this pseudoscience that made pseudo assumption based on low sample size and say it with conviction, you're disingenuous. Anytime anybody start look behind you and realize where you're coming from, that is so stupid to use that company. You can't use that company. You can't say it with your chest high. Go ahead.
Okay. People thought the company was great when it said they were sub-Saharan African. I'll leave that there. Number one. Number two, 300 is more than 10, but you have to ask yourself, what about all the other mummies that are less than 10, right? How can one mummy have a closer sharing with South Asia or Native Americans or Western Europeans or Central Europeans than another mummy has with the Horn of Africa or, West Africa?
The samples that thieves have were mummy samples?
That's the question. And that's what the numbers are.
Yeah, that was the question.
For. Hold on.
They have 1,200 mummy samples.
Hold on.
This company was getting its data from 23andMe and
point.
Hold on, Soupy.
300 is not the baseline. When I send in my information, please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt.
Who's interrupting?
The baseline is not 300. Understand, all the scores are small because when I send in my information to them and they look at me, a modern person, my sharing numbers are like 20 million. So the baseline with modern people, and you can go in and you used to African Americans and Canadian Americans and Europeans and see their sharing, and it was in the millions. And so going back to when I said the profile is extinct, I gave circumstances and time frame that's during the wet phase, hunter-gatherer, from the Sahara, and then the desiccation of the Sahara, and like a snapshot in time. And the people that descend from that change slowly on the time. They change over time, and there's something different. And since this is ancient DNA, you're putting that in the computer, and it's going back to look at a snapshot that no longer exists. And that is why the numbers are so low. The maximum likelihood numbers are so low at 3,000 or 30 or less than 1. And then my number is 20 million.
Look at anything. It's comparing it with modern populations. It's not going back to anything. You're either being intellectually dishonest or you don't know what you're talking about. It's being compared to modern population. No. There is no going back.
The DNA is ancient. So you're going back and looking at ancient DNA. You're not looking at modern people. And people that understand what STR is, STRs, short tandem repeats, are fast changing. So if you're looking at ancient DNA from something that is fast changing, 2,000 years later, it no longer exists. Do you understand that? This is the difference between STR and SNPs, right? You can have
I get what you're saying.
Look,
I ain't understand
on your Y chromosome,
but I understood that. I understand
it's a snapshot in time.
that is a snapshot.
There you go.
Any population that you're looking at,
And
you're looking at how they exist at that moment. You dig what I'm saying? But it changes over time.
And
right. I get it. I get it.
Short tandem repeats. When y'all looking at the STRs and it says FSCO 8 and 6 and 7, that means 7 repeats. Over time, that 7 don't exist no more. It's now a 12 or a 9 because
you did a good job, I think, earlier when you explained African Americans coming to America.
Hey,
in a 300-year period.
You, Chef, you letting yourself get. I don't know if he's right. I'm saying you're getting. I can't let him do this to you, because you my Doug. I can't let him do this to you. You're getting finessed, right?
No, I'm saying from what he explained.
No, hold on, hear me out. No. He didn't explain shit. He's running game. If you, Chef friend, if you were to take a STR autosomal profile of yourself, which is what they do if you were to do a paternity test, right? Just so you know, that's what they use. The STR markers that they have for you for that paternity test, those are the STR markers. Let's say you die, Chef. 1,000 years passes. A motherfucker digs up your bones. Your STRs are not going to change. He's being slick. They use STRs because
STRs are not going to change.
Right. So
STRs are not going to change.
The modern population that's going to be looking at my STRs from 2025. The modern population,
theirs are going to be changed. Theirs are going to be changed.
Hold on, Ashton.
Theirs are going to be changed. That's the point.
Hold on, Ashton. I'm talking to Chef real quick. So, to that point, I would say, anyone who would take those 4 mummies or 5 mummies and extrapolate that to say this reflects the average or the overall composition of Egyptian DNA at that time, that's when that critique would be relevant. The only thing I'm saying, and the data is saying, that based on the STRs of those 4 or 5 mummies, if they were to take a DNA test today using the same STR type of technique, these are the modern populations that these 4 or 5 people would most closely fit into. It's not saying that that's the overall Egypt. No, it's for them 4 to 5 mummies. That's it. He calls it confusion.
On the screen, though. That goes without saying.
He's convoluting the conversation to cause confusion. Don't fall for this shit.
No, because the example that you made with the modern population, that's why the number is so low. That's why the number is 300 and not 30 million. That's the point that people have to recognize, that the connection that you see is extremely remote. It's not a strong connection. If it was strong, the connection would be in the millions. We talking about 2,000 years later. So guess what? That snapshot doesn't exist. And the number that you get is really, really small. The number is so small that it could be bigger in a place outside of Africa, like the Americas, than it is in the Horn of Africa or West Africa. And so you have to reconcile, how can that be? And, what does that mean? How can Akhenaten be closer to a mestizo an Ojibwe in America than?
So you mean to tell me we went back in a whole circle to make, so that you can make the point that you had already made already?
Yeah.
This was the first point he was making in the first place.
Yep.
And we done did a whole circle to get right back to what he said in the first place, bro.
Yeah, the first place was, don't take it literal. This is not a literal interpretation of this data.
He's standing right there. He stood right there, just how y'all asked him. So,
this is fucking stupid. Again, if Chef were to take a STR-based analysis, and I were to take a STR analysis right along with him, and they were to run it in their database, hold on. What do you mean? Mummies are just fucking people. The fuck are you talking about? They have the same
years old.
What the fuck that got to do with anything? The human DNA is 99.9% the same. So you telling me if Chef died today, 1,000 years from now, his DNA composition gonna change? Like, just let me talk, man. Because you're using word salad trying to trick these niggas, dog. If you were to take Chef's DNA profile,
it could be more refined.
hold on, Corey. If you were to take Chef's DNA profile, right, using STR analysis, right, and you take my STR profile, right, we are both, well, we're not both African Americans. Let's use another example. Let's say he take you, Chef, and Corey, right, and Chef, and when they do the analysis, right, it shows for Chef that he got 10 million West African, right? Corey got like 1 trillion West African, right? All right. You go down to the mestizo category. It shows that Chef is 100,000 mestizo. It shows that Corey is 0 mestizo. Would anybody looking at it say, well, how can the person from the same place have 0 and this guy has 100,000? Because everybody has their own different autosomal, everybody's autosome is different. And we know that shit was mixed. So one mummy could have 10 in mestizo and another one only have 2. That don't mean shit. This nigga's
what it means is you can't say, look at this Kita article, they're 99 or 96% sub-Saharan African.
That one that said 10,000 to 10, right? But then you don't look at the one that says 300 to 3 million or 20 million.
That's the point I'm making, Corey. If you take an STR analysis and run it through DNA tribe shit, if it still existed, and it come back 20 million West African, and you why
you discussing if it don't exist though? Like the shit don't exist no more. Why are you even arguing about the shit?
Well, choose another company. Let's say company X. Conversations are so hard with y'all. Company X, okay? If we were to put Corey in company X, and that this company has, right? And the profile was to say for Corey, 10 million West African, right? But then you go down to mestizo, it says 5 mestizo. Would that 5 mestizo mean anything? Doesn't mean anything.
Yes. Pause. The 5 mestizo would mean something if there were mummies under 5 with their connection to Africa. You get it now? That's the point.
Hey, what was the thing?
You got an answer for
you were saying 300. What was the original test that he was talking about with the? What was that measurement? It was like
the maximum
300
likelihood score.
Right. What was the maximum likelihood score to the mummy that he was talking about?
In this study, the highest numbers were in the 300s. In the Amarna study, the highest number was 1900. But modern people, when they sieve it in their DNA, it's in the tens of millions. And I said that to show how rare the profile is anywhere on Earth, right? If 20 million or something is the baseline, we're harping on 2,000 or 300 or 50.
Small fraction.
So it was 2,000. I remember. Yeah,
extremely rare.
I remember.
Yeah, so very small.
Right.
Now,
so that was the point.
Small,
that's to get the spray paint back
those
where you was at, bro. Go ahead. Now,
which has been his point the whole time. I thought we was following
so that folks can understand that part, because he didn't got you off on, he didn't took you down a rabbit hole. You got to stay where you at with the point. You see what I mean?
This is the most salient argument that he's forwarded thus far. And my advice to him
that he was making anyway. The other thing was a sidebar, bro.
No, it was not. He went all over the place. He went to some mestizo and all that shit. Right?
The number was higher. He was trying to make an example to you. He was trying to give an example, and you ran off like that was the end all be all, bro. That wasn't what he was doing.
And he shouldn't have did that, right? So let me give you Let me give you an analogous situation, right? The more STRs that you have, right, is the more points of contact that you're gonna have. So the more you have is like the exponentially or factorially, you can show the affinity. So for example, Corey, this is where the 8 STR argument might have some validity, right? So for instance, if they were to take those same STRs for you, Corey, right? Right now they use 23.
I wouldn't know none of this shit. Like you explain this shit to me, bro. Like I don't.
Just look at it like this,
Chinese
right?
to me.
All right, let's look at it. Look at it like this, right? Let's say the STRs represent like a feature of your personality or clothing that you wear, right? So let's say you got 8 STR, right? Let's say one of the STRs is the particular car that you drive. Another one is a baseball cap that you always wear, right? Things that are unique to let's say unique to you, right?
Well, somebody see it, they gonna know it's me, right?
Right.
Whatever it is, my shorts, my shoes, whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
That's it. Boom. Let's say you got 8 such things that are unique to you, right? And they run all of that stuff through an index of different items and stuff that other people got that are unique to them, right? To kind of draw a profile to see, okay, which group you fall in. So if they find a group that got,
you need to control.
Let's say that group got overalls and yarmulkes and they drive Priuses and shit, some shit that niggas don't do. They could say, okay, 80% of the type of clothes and car and shit that he drive fit over here with the niggas, right? But he got some anime. He got some anime shit too. So 2 of that shit fit with the motherfuckers in Korea or some shit. So he got, you know what I'm talking about? Right. Boom. If you get 23 things, right, instead of 8, the more you're gonna be able to match on more levels, right? So instead of your score being 300 at 8 STRs, if you had 23, that's when you could get up into the millions. So if his argument is right that it is simply too few points of contact for any of the information to mean anything, okay, cool. That's a salient argument. I can roll with that. But here would be my counter to that argument. If you were to take 8 STRs,
counter it, all right.
No, but I got a counter to that. That said, if you were to take only 8 STRs from Corey and run it in a database, it's not going to come back in the millions. But you know what it is going to do? Whether the score is 300, 500, 1,500, 20 million, 30 trillion, whatever it is, that motherfucker going to put his ass right back in the bite of motherfucking Biafra. Period.
How you know it's not going to come up in the millions? How do you know that?
Didn't I just explain? All right, I'm good.
No, how do you know that? Have you sent your data in? Have you seen results of 8 STRs? You're forgetting the concept of it being a snapshot versus a modern person sending it in and connecting with modern people. An ancient person, what you talk about, the hat and the car and the clothes, that shit don't exist anymore. They don't wear those clothes anymore. They don't wear that hat anymore. They don't drive that car anymore. You try to match it to a car. They had a donkey way back then. That is why the profile is basically extinct. It's an ancient profile and using STR fingerprinting to try to match something up. That's why the numbers are so low.
I love that, man. Hey, that was a
They don't wear that shit no more.
The way you broke that down right there, I like Haskell's breakdown. But the way you use his breakdown, bro, that was fucking genius right there, bro.
You know what?
That was fucking genius.
That's pretty good.
I've been around for a long time.
The niggas don't even
have a response to that.
Like they don't
know
who I am.
Hey, you know what, Cedric and Kenny, y'all some paid off. Niggas got slipped a couple hundred under the table, dog. Y'all niggas is
Had to.
You niggas is corrupt.
He's telling you if you pull those 8 ST, bro. Never mind. It's if we can't grasp that simple stuff, then we just all
that was
lost.
broke down perfectly. Listen, if you motherfuckers shouldn't have to comment on that no more. Like if you didn't get that one right there, bro.
Yeah, it's like
You shouldn't have to comment on that no more, bro.
I voted for Tank in that fight when that nigga clearly lost. That's y'all.
so what? I don't even. I know because Haskell, you good at finding the angle, so I really don't even want to ask you what you found in that. But I mean, if we ain't gonna get it at this point, then I think we done kicked the dead horse.
Man, we done went.
Let me kick it again. Let me kick it again.
He ain't done. He ready.
I just want to say. I want to say one thing.
Hey,
hold on. Myself. I had a retort. Hold on. Said asked me if I have a retort for
what he just said.
Right. So his claim is that the clothes don't exist no more. That's false, right? Because the thing about analogies, they're not one-to-one. I created an analogy to kind of make the understanding of the thing simpler. There is no new DNA in human beings.
Yes, there is.
Nowhere is not.
Yes, there is.
What's the mutation?
No.
It's the same DNA. A mutation is just the same DNA being recombined and represented in a different way. That's what a mutation.
Not. Those are repeats.
Okay, so does new DNA get created? Answer that. Does new DNA get created?
Yes.
The nigga that said yes.
Hey, high school though, right? You at least gotta go to the corner. You at least gotta go to the corner and get some water, bro. Like God,
people have mutations every single day. People have private mutations on their Y chromosome.
Own marker before they come back. Don't they create a whole new thing before they come back? Like it happened back then. Ain't that what you talking about?
Yeah, they came back in with new genetics.
There is no such thing as new DNA. If you right, 50 generations of your family tree, that would be 1,000 years roughly, right? Mm-hmm. They don't have DNA different from you. It's in a different
Yes, they do.
Hold on. It's combined differently. It's in a different combination. When your parents listen, I'm talking. When Logic and a woman has a child, right? That child does not have the same DNA as Logic, but it's still the same DNA. It's just recombined. Are y'all following that? I can't believe, is this for real?
We got recombination, but
it's for real. If at one point
you're talking about mutation,
there's a thing called recombination. There is a thing called recombination.
He said mutation.
At one point, all humans had dark skin.
Yeah, you said
and
mutation.
A new genetic variant was created. A new genetic variant to create light skin or curly hair or to process milk or sickle cell. Those are new.
That's a grouping of alleles that leads to a mutation. It's still the same building blocks. It's still the same cytosine.
Man, ain't nobody said the building blocks of life was different, bro. Come on, man. Get that shit out.
Yeah, we know everybody got the same 3 billion base pairs or whatever. That's not what we're talking about. You understand what we're talking about.
Right,
those clones don't exist.
Went back to amino acid. He done went back to the amino acids. Shit, man. Cut that out, man.
I gotta get ready to go, but I'll conclude.
I appreciate you asking, and they done took you
no
around
problem.
the world and back.
A lot of us has been around for a while, and people are like just hopping onto this information. But some of us was like running this stuff 10 and 15 years ago. And this is why you asking me for stuff that no longer exists on the internet, because message boards are gone and Facebook groups are gone and Yahoo groups are gone and the data is old. And some of us scoured through it for months, if not years, manually looking at individual STR values and seeing where individual values peak throughout the world. And if you did that as a package, it may show sub-Saharan Africa or this or that. But if you look at like a singular one, some of them were actually pretty high in Egyptians, Copts, you know, other Afro-Asiatic speakers as individual alleles. And so like a deeper investigation, it just gives you a deeper impression of what you're looking at. And, you know, when Popular Affiliator 2 came out, where you had a North African category, okay, boom, it kind of put it out there. And here we are in 2025 getting SNP data. And what does it tell you?
You still ain't showed that. I'm going to say you're making that up. I don't believe you.
Okay. All right. Well, you can believe whatever you want to believe. You know, that's it. Maybe I'll find a screenshot and I'll show you the screenshot and then you'll say the screenshot is fake.
Showed me a screenshot.
I will say this, Haskell, though, like, you know, like you're talking to Ashton, right? And if it did agree,
Spanish cave, thinking that I wouldn't look into it. He tried.
Listen.
No, that's not what I said.
Let me say this.
I gave you the one on the Spanish cave.
He went to the corner and got splashed with no water yet. Like, come on.
Let me say this, though, Haskell, like, like Ashton, right? Like, if it agreed to that result, right? Like, he wouldn't run from that. Like, you're not talking like he's not Rams. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to try to run away from sub-Saharan Africa. He doesn't have an aversion to sub-Saharan African. You feel? So even if y'all disagree, he's not trying to be disingenuous. He's not trying to be sneaky. Y'all just
it was all about the interpretation from the beginning.
Y'all just misfiring on shit.
Let me say one thing about the Spanish cave. I gave the example of the Spanish cave.
Hold on, you brought the Spanish cave, Haskell. Let him answer.
Mm-hmm.
I gave the example of the Spanish cave to show you a screenshot of our group that had dates from over 10 years ago and 9 years ago as proof that we were finding this stuff online and running it through these databases on our own. We wasn't sitting down waiting for the stuff to sort of trickle to ourselves. We was doing the work. I didn't have any screenshots of Affiliator 1, but I had, excuse me, 2, but I had some of 1. And you saw that with that mummy, or you saw, you know, a post saying, here, guys, I found this mummy with the STRs. Who's going to run it? So that was an example of us doing the work.
We're having a back and forth in the Discord about the Amarna mummies. He claimed that he claimed that 7 years ago, he took the same values, the same STR values.
Way more than 7.
Whatever it was. Put him in Pop Affiliator 2. He put him in an affiliator that had more North African representation, right? Mm-hmm. And he said it came back more North African than the Sub-Saharan. And I asked the man, can you demonstrate that?
They live in North That though. Why would they?
Thank you. That ain't got nothing to do with that. And Steve Nash.
I'm tired of these niggas, man.
Steve Nash and Elon Musk used to live in South Africa. That don't mean shit, right? Ask the man. Show me.
I didn't know the crux of the argument. Now that I know the crux of the argument, this shit is wild. I can't believe you went on this much, Aston. This is what I'm talking about. That's the bad part. Because I thought he had some type of grounding, bro. Aston, that's dangerous what you're doing, Aston. You can't do this what you was doing. Because I thought maybe he had some type of piece of argument that he was just misinterpreting. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, Elijah. You break it up a little bit. Go ahead.
Hold on, I was talking though. You cut me off. Before
the nigga said that he mad the North African. No, I was trying to see if you heard what I heard. Yeah, I mean, I'm be quick. I mean, it's not like we got to the end and you mad that the North Africans got North African DNA. Like, you want them to be 100%.
That's what he mad about, Elijah. That's what.
Did I just I heard that right? Like I ain't tripping. Huh? That's what they got North African DNA. Well, damn, the nigga in North Africa. That shit crazy.
Hey, Ashton, you can't do this shit, man. This your fault.
Yeah.
I'm blaming you. The wrong one in this situation, Ashton. Like you really
No, but
argue with this
no.
nigga, bro.
People watch because people are watching. People are watching,
Can I
and we've done it
finish
long
what I was
enough.
saying before I was so rudely interrupted?
Bro,
Can I say what I was saying
y'all had the
before?
floor for
Boy,
an hour and
y'all
a half.
kill
Before I was
me,
so
man. Y'all
rudely
kill me
interrupted by
every
the
day,
mighty
boy. I
God
swear.
Man.
I swear,
Yeah,
y'all
yeah.
Can I finish saying what I was saying, please? Okay. But forget about where y'all think the
Go
Egyptians should
ahead,
be in and
man.
it's in North Africa and all of that other shit.
Lord,
I'm talking about the
Lord
integrity
have
of
mercy
discussion,
on me.
right? I'm talking about the integrity of discussion. The man made a claim. The man claimed that this mummy, he claimed that he had information that this mummy more would show up in North Africa in a calculator. I said, okay, boom. If it does, I'm not gonna fight on that. The information is what it is. I said, brother, can you show that to me? The man showed me some shit, boom, that says 95% North African. I said, okay. At first I was like, damn, okay. Let me click on this shit. He didn't explain nothing. He didn't say, hey, by the way, this is a
That's
Spanish
a
cave,
lie.
and hold on, no, let me
That's
talk.
a
Don't cut me
lie.
off. Don't cut me off. It's in the Discord. When you put up that information, you didn't put any disclaimer. You didn't say, hey, by the way, this is from a Spanish cave, and I'm not posting this to answer your question. I'm just giving you an example to show you that we were having these discussions and we did have calculators. You didn't put none of that. You put some motherfucker from a Spanish cave, and that shit said 95% North African. So that's clear where you was trying to get me to go. You wanted me to look
No,
at 95% North African and be like, oh damn, he right.
You just
But you
explain why
didn't
you showed
know.
no,
it.
You didn't
no.
know that I'm
I'll
not a slow nigga like certain niggas. I'ma
Why would you
look
think he was trying to
into it.
stump
Oh,
you
you
though?
slow. You
I looked
slow.
into it and I realized why it said 95%
But he
North
wasn't trying to
African.
stump you though,
Because the
Haskell.
man was in Spain, and Spain is
Okay.
right there. So you try to pull a fast one. If
I
you
didn't
got
try to
the
pull a fast
information
one.
that you're claiming, demonstrate it. I don't care what these bias ass niggas, because they
Man,
want
that
us to
man done
go to
did
West
everything you
Africa.
asked him.
They want us to go to the Bight of Benin and stay
For
there.
real.
So that's their whole agenda,
Everything you
right?
asked him,
They're not
man.
trying to have a scientific discussion. They just want niggas to
Hmm.
leave that Egypt shit alone and go to West Africa. That's their whole agenda in this shit. But
Okay.
for niggas who got sense and are having a scientific discussion, show and prove.
The
You
niggas who
claim,
got
you
sense
made
don't
a
know
Please
the
stop
claim,
talking.
back up the claim.
Okay. Let me respond. Here's my response. For the people that are in this Discord, they can scroll up and see. We were talking about the information, and I explained how the sites no longer exist. And on do multiple posts, I said, you know what? I'm going to see if I could find it. And I was talking about how I can't find it, but here, look at this. This is from 10 years ago. Here,
Hey,
look at this.
just
This is from
reverse,
12
just
years ago.
reverse the
You can see us.
situation.
You can see us. You can no,
If a study
you can
if a
see us
study
doing the
came
work.
out showing 90% North African, and I
It
came on a
just
Discord
did,
Oh my
saying,
man. It
yo,
God.
just did.
hold on.
It
If
just
I
did.
to show how biased niggas is, right? If I were if a study came out, let's say the same DNA tribe shit, and it showed 90% North African and Levantine, right? And I was to come on the Discord and say, well, actually, you know what? This is Haskell 45. And 12 years ago, I had another calculator that shows that what says 90% North African is actually 90% Beta Biafra, right? And niggas said to
Mm-hmm.
me, okay, Haskell, show us that. Well, you know, I can't find. Niggas will kill me. Y'all niggas is biased as fuck. Said no sense to none of y'all shit.
That's what this is
Y'all are
about.
full of shit.
You think
Okay. I think that's a good example, but guess what though? A study did just
they
come
got
out
a
that
vendetta
said
against you
it was
that
90% that. A study just came out asking you for what you're looking for. So, you know, what is it? Nuriat.
You're right. Somebody, Brass was right, bro. Somebody
I
ought
got
to
a
pay for
question.
this good comedy. You can't pay for good comedy like this.
Well, you know what it is? One day I'm gonna go through the archives and I'm gonna find a screenshot and it's gonna have the
all I know
information
is in 2
and
days this man
it's
done
gonna be
brought
wicked.
more sources than y'all could ever ask for, and he gotta just keep.
Hey,
I'm
Corey,
just
watch
saying,
this,
like, the
right?
DNA
Watch
drive
this.
just should be thrown out
Watch,
at this
watch,
point.
watch,
Like,
watch
nobody
this.
uses it.
Watch
Like,
this,
Yeah, that's
Watch,
one thing
watch
we thought
this.
we
Watch
covered
this,
it
Joseph.
before. That's why I
It's
asked
elite
that
now.
same shit with those 8 STRs. And y'all said,
Yeah,
and we
from
still went
Mongolia,
on.
them,
We still kept
yeah.
fucking going. I said this shit an hour
Hey,
ago.
Haskell, you at least got to go to the corner though, man.
I literally said, is this a study with
Like, and get some
here we are,
water,
hour and a
get some
half later.
ice, get some ice on you a little bit in the corner.
What you said, right? You said that. Well, actually, Aston said that the Neurot came out, and us blackologists make the claim that if you were to take the same info and put some more African shit, it's gonna cluster with the African shit. I'm making the claim right now that we have such information, just like how he's making the same claim, right? So put me on the record. I'm gonna get that information and demonstrate that. You see the difference?
Right.
You see the
Right.
difference? Okay.
But the information that you
You
have
can run
is
it yourself. He been
not-
told you that.
and you know what you're not gonna hear said when I come back with the information? You're not, oh well, you know, man, I thought I had it, man, but you know my phone had died, man, and you know
What's the
I can't
information?
shit. You're
What's
not
the
gonna hear
information?
none of that.
Corey, no, Corey.
I don't got a dog in the race.
I want to know.
I just know
you
the
don't
man
want to know,
demonstrated
Corey. You don't want
everything
to
y'all
know.
asked the nigga to do.
You don't care, man. Let that shit go. Shit.
Hey, can I ask a quick question right quick to be brought up to speed?
Go ahead, fam.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Might as
so
well.
I'm trying to figure out. I'm sorry.
We all
can you
are.
guys-
Oh no, you trying to go back and figure this one out? No.
Yeah, I'm trying
It's
to
the
figure
whole
out
debate
like.
from the
Y'all
ASTR, 8
trying to figure it.
STRs from Ngozi's show from
I
Carnivorous
said,
Podcast.
hey,
So can I ask a question right quick?
Listen, this the same show.
Y'all let my man.
Hold on, due
man
diligence.
sound like
This
a
the
nice
same
gentleman.
due diligence. They having the same argument they did from the Carnivorous Podcast show when Ngozi was on there doing the 8 out of 23 STRs with Smash. Remember that big shit? That's the same shit. They do the same shit they did about a year ago or however long it's been. This is the same shit. We ain't got nowhere. We still the same shit.
Me every time with that due diligence. You the most polite guy on. I do have to give you that credit.
We in the same motherfucking spot.
So let me ask this question:
but-
what is the discrepancy
the most
between
gentleman
the
guy I
North
ever heard on
African?
the internet? Go ahead.
At least Aston got more questions than I've seen, though, because he let y'all take that nigga around the world.
Okay, what do you say? What do you say? What you
So
saying, bro?
what is the discrepancy between the North African DNA and like the Sub-Saharan or the South DNA? Like, why are people mad about this? That the new study came out that the North Africans or the Egyptians have a lot of North African and Levant DNA compared to, you know, South and Ethiopian. Like, what is the discrepancy? What are people actually mad about? I don't get it.
They mad that they not kings. They thought they was kings.
You already know the answer to that.
We was kings, nigga. We was
kings.
They ethnocentric. They don't want to see those people as
would net
keepers of their own stuff.
No, what's the argument though?
We would have net super teased.
Hey, let me try to answer the brother's question. If I can cut through the class clowns, let me see if I can answer the brother's question. What's your name, brother? I can't see it on the thing. What's your name?
My name is
Diligence, Haskell. You know diligence.
Hold on, so let me wrap up, buddy, right quick. What's your name, brother?
Dude.
All right. So you asked if people are mad.
What's the discrepancy? What's the discrepancy?
Well, the discrepancy is those in the Blackology contingent, which I'm a proud member of, Final Boss, right? We claim that the way how what am I looking for? The mathematical because they did it based on like computers and mathematics and shit. We're claiming bias in sampling, right? The sample populations that they compare to, and the mathematical methodologies that they use. And we're claiming that if you were to include more African samples, it's going to cluster more to the African groups. So that's the discrepancy. On the other hand, right, there was a similar study using the different methods that was done 12 years ago or so that analyzed some mummies and it put them in sub-Saharan Africa. The brother Aston B, he has a discrepancy with that, but on the opposite side, he's making claims that there was some interpretation errors made on, I guess, our part and the Blackology contingent part in how those results were interpreted. So we're kind of on the same. You get it?
Yeah, I get it. I get it. So let me ask you this then. Could you look at it like this? Because you do. So we have to deal with the evidence that we have, right? And then you are right, and he is right. Interpretation issues are often the issue, right? Because you have the evidence, and then you have to. You're right. You have to interpret it and try to put it into, historical form. Have to put it in story form, right? We got to see what this information is saying. So the way that I look at it, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, right? This is the way that I like to look at it, right? Whenever you look at, we have at I believe it's like 50,000 years ago, you start having these regional genetic differences in Africa, right? But the issue is the interpretation, right? Whenever we look at these regional genetic differences, we often associate that with substantially different people, right?
Oh no, come on,
So
dude.
just
Come
let me
on, dude.
so I said you can correct me, but just allow me to finish, right? So you have these regional genetic differences, right? Which is, you have the Ethiopian sub-Saharan type DNA, and then you have this northern, which is more similar to the people in the Levant and stuff like that, right? So this is the way I like to look at it. Whenever you have something like allopathic speciation, right? That means that you have this foundational group, and let's say that it's sub-Saharan, right? And then they branch off and go to the north, right? And now this population in the north is there for a substantial amount of time, let's say 10,000 years. Now this northern DNA
They form
is
their own
different.
clade. They form their own unique thing. We got it. We're following. Go ahead.
So here's the point. I still look at these people as relatives, right? But whenever you look at distinct DNA, people look at it and be like, these people have no relation because they have their own distinct genetic variation. I don't like to look at it like that because it's called a human continuum, right? It's just human evolution. So I think it's a semantic.
Sorry to cut you off, but go ahead.
1 second. So we have to deal with semantics and how people is looking at it and through what lens too, right? Because it is a continuum. We know that people come from the south and the east and the west and merge up north and then evolve and have different genetic variations. But the question always to me is how substantial are these differences, right? Because you can look at it strictly through a genetic lens and say, look, these people are different. But me, I will say that those people come from another people, even if you see a genetic distinction. And I think it's fair to look at it that way also and still be right on both sides.
We get everything that you're saying, but what you're talking about isn't really relevant to the discussion being had right now.
I really need to add something that it'll put a lot of this in context. When I was talking about pop affiliator and the 5 categories and being North African, when you take North African STR samples, be they from Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, Copts, Somali, well, not Somali, but North Africans, Libyans, any North African STR sample that exists, and you run that through pop affiliator the way Keita did, guess what? They come up 96, 97% sub-Saharan African. Why is that?
You're saying that pop affiliator,
you don't have a problem when it's that.
They don't have enough samples, so I'm leaving the pop affiliator alone. I was limited.
No,
hold on.
Yeah,
I restricted the discussion to DNA tribes' analysis, which has way more categories where North Africa is represented.
Okay.
So get the pop affiliator out of there. Act like it doesn't exist. I'm talking about DNA tribes.
DNA tribes, unfortunately, uses a proprietary algorithm, and we don't know what they do.
They all
there's
do.
No, they don't. There's published papers on pop affiliator that you could read by the creator that tells you exactly what it does, right? So I'll just leave that out there. But in doing the investigation, one of the things that we did was ran the available North African sources through pop affiliator and noticed that they all came up as sub-Saharan African, predominantly, just like the Amaros.
But demonstrate that. demonstrate
Man,
that.
the site does
Damn.
not exist anymore. I don't know how many
You know what I'm
times I
saying?
have to say the site doesn't exist anymore.
So I'm
So
saying,
you
so
can't
nigga
run
can just
anything.
say anything. Again,
Right.
imagine if
Right.
I were,
Oh
imagine if
man,
I
we're
were
not about to
making
do
these
this
claims.
again.
If
We
I
right
I
know
back
were
you.
where we
making these,
started.
he's making
Nah,
extraordinary claims. If
Haskell,
I
Okay.
were
Haskell was making a
if
point.
I were making these claims on the blackology side, y'all niggas would be killing me. If I were to say, well, you know, it's old and I lost, y'all niggas would be killing me.
Yeah, to make a claim and then you say you can't substantiate it
If
because
you
it doesn't
showed
exist anymore, then you're really
Right.
not
if you
saying nothing.
showed
But
complete
You're not
Haskell, you
saying
said,
nothing.
but
You're not
Haskell, try
saying
to.
shit.
Okay, let's leave him out of because you were supposed to respond to what I said.
Man,
Why
let's
was
just move
what I
away from some
said is
shit that
not
we ain't gonna
relevant?
We not
Why
figure
gonna
out no
was
move
it?
on
answer
this
to right
all
now,
right, y'all gotta
because
go.
pseudo in
Peace
here.
out, everyone.
like why stay here in the damn grave
Because we the cotton
graves and just argue
community.
about the gray shit?
But
Like we ain't
we
getting
don't have to
nowhere.
stay. We don't
Haskell,
have to stay in the
why what
gray
I said
area.
is not relevant? Why was what I said not relevant to the conversation,
Right,
Haskell?
because you are basically saying in general that all human beings are related. Everybody, you know,
Yeah,
different groups
blah
get
blah
different
blah.
things at different times, so we can't rely solely on genetics. You got to incorporate other disciplines, material culture, anthropology, blah 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 blah. That's where you were going. We got it.
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
what he said
I was
yesterday.
saying. I was
So,
saying that it's irrelevant because this particular discourse that we're having is
mhm.
strictly relegated to genetics.
Genetics.
If you don't want to have that discussion, fine. But
No,
we're not
but
talking
I
about the
got
other
you.
stuff right now.
Okay, I got you. So make me understand the issue relevant to genetics specifically, because what I see is what I'm hearing is, and maybe I'm wrong, is that some people are upset because, like you said, the what I started off with, you can only use what you have, right? In terms of genetics, and you are right to make the argument that the sample sizes are small, and it's going to make the interpretation of the data go in a specific direction. But you cannot have your standard as to so high and then complain about something that we don't even have, right? So I said that to say we have to use what we have in the story. What we have so far is the story, regardless. You know what I'm
All right.
saying?
So
Like,
Duke.
That's what he's
So Duke,
saying. That's what he's saying.
kind of,
Fine, but to
yeah,
this
you kind of got
conversation, that's not.
you.
It's not.
Hold on. You right. You kind of got my point, Duke, but you missed a little bit, right? So
all right.
if you were to take your DNA right now, right? And they
Mm-hmm.
were to do principal component analysis to see which modern populations that you most closely cluster with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they only included samples from the Far East, um, let's say the Far East, let's say um, mestizos like Native Americans, Tainos, whatever you want to call it, right? Boom. And another population group, let's say Eastern Europeans, right? Those three groups, right? And
Okay.
you put it in a calculator into a computer program and says, hey, computer program, out of these three groups, where does this guy most closely cluster? It's going to cluster you in one of those three groups because it has to put you somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're saying. You could take a sample and just limit it to where you want, have it cluster with that area, and then say, boom, that's where they are. They're
So let me
leaving
ask you
out,
this.
they're
So
purposely leaving out. So now, if you were to put in some African DNA, some
Haskell, I got you. So let me ask you this.
right.
I got you. That's a great point. So what do you think that the study could have done better with adding the different samples? What do you think they could have drew from that would make the sample more fair? That would make the study the the genetics more fair.
Well,
What do you think they could?
I'm gonna demonstrate that because I made an absolute claim 5 minutes ago that
Mhm.
there are computer probability models with those added samples that cluster them more in Africa than with MENA, right? And unlike the lying ass nigga that I think has gotten off, I'm gonna actually demonstrate and show and prove, and I'm not gonna come on here and claim, oh well, I had it 12 years ago, and I can't find it now. And so I'm gonna demonstrate what you're looking for.
No, that is great because
So let's.
from my understanding, let me say one thing. Because from my understanding, they sequence it with the stuff that they had. There is nothing else to sequence it to make it either more biased or more fair to what you know what I'm saying. from the study that I read, they sequenced to what was around it. You know what I mean? They said that it didn't have nothing from the Ethiopian people, like the southern people, the western people, and then they said they was more closely to the the Levant people. So, and I'm not great at this stuff, right? But if you say that there are samples that they leaving out that they could have compared it to, which could have swayed the the interpretation of the data, I'm open to listen to it. But
what the counter to that would be from people like Ngozi. What they'll tell you is there's no point in including the Horn and Nubia and the Great Lakes and all that. They'll tell you that we already know that they didn't have the closest affiliation with those groups, so why include them? That's what they're gonna say. So in other words, they're saying it's the we already know the answer. So they're starting with the conclusion and then organizing the facts to fit the conclusion. You know what they need to start doing in these DNA affinity studies? They need to take a page out of how they do it in clinical studies. When they do it with virology or whatever, the shit needs to be blinded. It needs to be. They need to find a way to make the shit blind.
You want to reinvent
Haskell, y'all, hold on. Let me say this though. Haskell, y'all are actually having a conversation about what scientists could do to become better at science. It's crazy.
No.
This discourse, bro.
I told you.
I'm making
boundaries, bro.
No,
you're running a dangerous line when we start saying that what the scientists should do in their
So Brad,
like they didn't.
Why do you think? Why do you think
they didn't factor in what you niggas?
Why do you think they double blind? Why do you think?
So let me say this.
This whole community is based on
why do you think they double blind? Why do you think they double blind these clinical studies, Brass? It's because scientists. Hold on. It's because scientists are no different from any other human beings. The organizations that fund these scientists are no different from any other beings. I'm not saying they're bad at science.
Yeah, but the reason they're doing
hold on. I'm saying why the reason it needs to be blinded is to remove the inherent bias and the political shit that would remove that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that comes in the other shit, bro. Double blind and triple blind. That comes in the reason they're doing double blind and triple blind is to rule out goddamn
bias.
What the fuck? You're not just bias like fucking goddamn shit slipped my mind right now. Goddamn
outcomes. So
placebo. Yeah, the placebo effect. And nocebo effect. Yeah, so if people come up and see a doctor's outfit on, that could trigger shit. Yeah, that's why they're doing double one, single one, triple.
Listen, hold on. Hey, Haskell. The reason why they because I understand what that means. That's not Egypt. This is English. But Sosa's correct. A person knowing that they're taking the real drug versus a placebo can influence outcomes. Doctors knowing what someone's getting can also influence how they record or interpret facts. So they do double-blind, placebo-controlled trials to eliminate expectation. But you don't want to do that in genetics because racial bias is interpreting ancestry or crime scene DNA. So DNA science doesn't rely on double-blind testing like clinical trials do because the type of bias is different. In certain areas like forensics or social behavioral genetics, blind testing should be used and sometimes is, but not every test needs to be blind, but every science
not everyone. I'm saying politically, political and the ancestral.
It would be more accurate to say, Haskell, to not let it be blind, but to use bigger sample sizes. That's how you saying use all of the sample sizes.
That's not what he's saying. More than that.
But there's another challenge. We shouldn't be telling scientists. We shouldn't be telling scientists what to do, bro. We shouldn't do that.
Listen to what I'm saying, Brad.
What to do?
Listen, we're not telling scientists. We're not. And you know what? Laymen do inform scientists all the time. It happens.
Rarely.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. There are suggestions that are made by laymen all the time that scientists do incorporate into their studies. Tell me I'm making that
what?
No, I'm
Rarely.
not telling you you're making that
Rarely.
up, but I'm saying from the Discord chat, because
Rarely.
we don't agree with something, we shouldn't just be saying they should double blind test. There's a reason why they don't.
We should just let the layman do everything.
Haskell, before you jump in there, all I'm saying is I'm sure whatever we have come up with in this Discord chat or on these YouTube
I'm not
channels,
criticizing their science.
I'm
though,
not.
Brad.
Hold on. I'm
That's
not.
the
I didn't
thing.
say you're criticizing their science. I'm not saying that. Just follow me for 2 seconds. I'll be done, and I'm gonna go back on mute. So I'm just trying to moderate the show. I would assume that they've had these conversations at high levels, and they must know there's a reason why they can't do it, i.e., the biases, the placebo effect, and all of that. So even us telling them to do it, you're not going to get the desired effect that you're looking for, because then it'll just be a different issue. Then it'll be sample size. Then it'll be this.
Let me tell
but
you,
let's leave
it's-
that to them, is what I'm saying.
It's
Let's just leave that part to them.
Well, we just having discourse, right? And it's an idea.
I agree.
That just,
I agree.
Hold on, yeah, it's an idea that just popped into my mind, right? And I vocalized it. So that's not me saying, oh, the scientists should do this, do. What I'm saying is we can all agree that when it comes to population genetics, specifically in relation to Egypt, the shit is highly racially charged and politically charged. I think everybody on both sides can agree to that.
I don't agree to that.
Are you serious?
I disagree.
For example, well, hold on. For example, remember there was the study that was. Hold on, Haskell, I got you. You guys remember the study, right? And I forget it. I'm not as good as you guys with this, but there was a study, and they tried to dig up those mummies and generalize the population. And that dude came out was like, "Listen, this interpretation is flawed because they trying to generate." Right.
Yeah,
so we know that things can be biased and that's all that Haskell was saying.
That's not. We understand what Haskell said, but that's not necessarily a racial bias. Like that's just a.
That's
absolutely.
so
all they did.
bias.
So all they do is critique it, like scientists do, and they say, "Yo, we need more range."
I was making before you even go, because the point that he was making is that these things
I know
can
the point that he's
biased.
making.
Okay, well let me finish saying what I'm saying, and then you can say what you're saying. Is that fine?
I'm saying, like, you're trying to explain to me what he's saying. I get it. Like, you don't have to
I'm not
explain
trying
what
to.
he's saying. I
I'm not
understand.
trying to explain to you what he's saying. I'm trying to explain what I'm saying, right? Because I think the point that he's making about science can be biased even in genetics. That example shows that, right? So, but here is what I want to get back to ask, right? As the point that I was making, right? As far as, because you want to keep it on strictly genetics, right? And my point was, whenever you have a foundational population that branches off and then becomes something else, like me, I don't have issues with that. But it seems like you want it to be more closely related to, the sub-Saharan. But even if it wasn't closely related, you can't just have an issue with it. You got to deal with what you have. But you said that you can come back and substantiate it and maybe sway the results with whatever type of evidence that you have. I'm open to that. Other people may not be, but I hear exactly what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's fair. It's all a part of science.
Hey, due diligence. Can I make a counterpoint to maybe like I know this is hilarious, Corey, but I don't think that it's more racially biased. Like some of these things y'all say, I know y'all be talking about for a while, but it's so crazy. But I think the DNA is technical. You can say maybe the funding or how it's interpreted or the use is maybe a little bit, skewed here and there. But you know what I really think why people say it's more biased? It's because I think y'all are a little bit too emotionally and culturally attached to this shit. And y'all just not having a regular conversation. If you don't, if you're emotionally attached to something or it's overly attached, I think that's the actual thing. Because the actual DNA is the DNA. I don't think you can get around that. But if you're trying to say how it's interpreted or something like that, that's on y'all. You know what I mean? But I think the emotional attachment is fucking it up.
Let me respond to what he said.
Hold on, bro. You just said something. But
no, that was
just to me.
That was just a statement. No, it wasn't. I was just making a statement. I was just saying.
I'm not saying that. Like, I agree that there's bias. I just don't agree like there's highly racial. No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, there's some bias because it's science, but people are human. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes there's to be bias in terms of what what the results they're looking for. So they may concentrate in a certain area because they're looking to know more about this and less about this. So that may make them dig in one area and the other. So I get that. That's some natural shit that can be worked out through science. I'm not tripping on that. But this whole highly racially charged, no, I don't.
No, I'm saying the Egyptian discussion overall, not just genetics. I'm saying in general, all around it is highly.
Yeah, it's the emotional. Because it's, remember, it's your identity. You guys are discussing. You think you're having a DNA discussion? Y'all having an identity,
we're not.
a power, a culture. Y'all having a whole
Not
separate
qualified to have a
conversation,
DNA
and you're not
discussion.
even qualified to really talk about these papers. 'Cause I sat here and listened to y'all for an hour on mute. Literally,
Ain't
go
no
back and
y'all.
forth. Well, no, y'all. We all.
I'm just joking.
No, I got you. But I'm listening, and I could kind of get that even on certain levels, I'm not sure who the hell knows what's going on with these papers that y'all discussing. Like, I think this whole shit is kind of, I don't know. I think maybe we should stay on the culture and the power and the identity and shit that we, shit you can learn in
ESP.
DNA and all that shit. Some of that shit, y'all, some of these interpretations y'all making, y'all sound like y'all,
No, I just like I don't.
Nintendo video game,
Brash. So at the end of the day, it all does boil down to politics, right? Whether we want to accept that or not, because people use these as power, right? So the reason why, modern Egyptians want to not, let go of their genetics to someone else because they want to closely identify it with themselves and make them, the face of Africa, right? You have a usurpation of what it means to be Egyptian.
I get
and now
that.
you know what.
Yeah.
Right. So so it does turn into politics.
Let me speak to what you're saying.
But hold on.
No, I know.
Hey, Chef wanted to say something. Y'all gotta let Chef talk.
I agree to what you say that the evidence says what it says, but we always have to look at, be mindful of people's interpretation of the evidence. And even science always interprets evidence with their own bias. They try not to, but sometimes people can't help it, and people are politically motivated. That's just the fact.
Hold on, let's Chef.
Why do I feel like hanging myself?
I ain't even know Chef.
Why do I feel like hanging myself? Like, what the fuck is happening right now? Suicidal.
I don't know. Chef's still on mute. Chef,
I'm suicidal, bro. This ain't right, bro.
I'm just glad none of you
suicidal,
niggas,
bro.
So you are hilarious.
I'm just glad none of you niggas go play with chemicals.
You know what's funny? I think y'all.
Hey, let me mix this together, man.
Data,
see what the experts doing.
I think the lack of qualification is not in reading the data. I don't think nobody in here is qualified to interpret this data. That's what I think.
I just don't go home mixing no chemicals,
listen,
y'all.
Some stuff is surface level. You can drop it in chat. You can read it, figure out, drop the whole shit in ChatGPT and figure out.
ChatGPT will give you a
PhD
like version of what motherfuckers you ask it.
Most of it
figure it out. Yeah, but you know what I mean. You ain't all of it ain't trigonometry,
but if you want it to come from a specific place, you'll read that data. You're coming in with confirmation bias, so when you're reading it, you automatically gonna.
Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it.
Man, listen, bro.
The problem is that they read it, see what they don't agree with, and then start trying to make their own little thing and like, nah, see, why the reason they got that right, because they ain't put the C5 with the A5. Nah, we ain't doing that.
Like I said, y'all, just don't go home playing with no chemicals, y'all.
Exactly.
Hold on. What you saying, Corey?
I said they get to telling the scientists where they went wrong.
They know it. I know that.
Hey, that's always
Hey, Corey,
ChatGPT has a tab called the consensus
Corey, you ever
app.
had a motherfucker back in
Just
the day?
use that. It
when
only draws
niggas had hoopies,
science.
motherfucker walk up to your car and be like, I can fix that for you, right? Hey, that sound you got going back there, that's the multi-collateral of the bilateral, this, that, and the other. You take it to a goddamn actual mechanic, he fixes shit in 30 seconds. Hey, it's just something hanging off the back of your car.
This is why they don't let a nigga come off the
every
street
time I'm doing
and
somebody's
start mixing
driveway,
chemicals in a fucking lab.
the neighbor come across the street and tell me how he used to do
That's
time
fact.
on this old wild
You know, Corey laughing and
Well,
everybody laughing.
Hell yeah, we laughing.
Yeah, but my problem is that it appears that this Discord is putting a dude who information come from DNA tribes and pop affiliation on a pedestal. Like this dude know what he says.
Nah, he don't use
No,
it.
that's
Nah, you
of
missed
course he uses it.
No, hey, stupid.
No, but
you missed the whole conversation, bro.
No. Hey, stupid. I tried yesterday. They said I was giving Aston way too much credit, right? So I stopped.
Yeah.
When I hear shit, don't judge how I do stuff versus how they do. I don't know a lot of these people, so when I hear shit, somebody from a different voice, if it sounded like I was putting them on a pedestal, I wasn't. It was just a new voice. I never heard that voice.
Okay, all right. My apologies for making that that claim. I apologize.
Yeah, that's just me.
But the dude, what he dropped in the back chat was pop affiliation when he was talking up to Aston, when he was talking to Askel, and then he brought up pop affiliation. It's not hating. You can't call me hating.
I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead.
No. I'm not a hater, but you can't call me. It don't bother me if you call me a hater. How much of a hater I'm not.
I thought I heard a little in your voice, but go ahead.
No.
There's no way you could have got what he was talking about. You came in so far into the conversation.
No.
There's no way possible.
The information he dropped to verify his claim was based on pop affiliation, and he mentioned it, and it was based on tribes, DNA tribes. So therefore, it's like, why would you use those two to validate your talking points when those two things?
He was actually saying why you shouldn't use it, but never mind. We ain't got to go there.
Yeah.
We got to stop it.
What happened is
we got to knock it off.
SNPs, he has something that the shit don't even exist no more. So he's trying to just explain some shit. But I think he should have never even done it. Just like fuck it. If they think let it be what it is. Like until scientists go back and pull it up, I don't care about that. I'm not gonna hear about that shit again. I don't want to hear about that 8 out of 20 shit no more, bro. No more.
But no, so you're making the point that Askel was making. Yeah, you wasn't making that point when you was on. You're making the point that Askel was making. No.
Why y'all going back? I said, why are we going back to the conversation we had a year ago on Carnivorous about where we're going to go? We had the same point 3 hours later, we right back. Like, fuck that shit, man.
No. I don't have no dog in the fight. Honestly, I don't have no dog in the fight. My short ass look like Marcus Garvey. So I know that I come from West Africa. When I look in the mirror, it's a West African looking at me, not an Egyptian. There's nothing skinny about me.
Well, according to DNA tribes, you might be in luck. You might have a shot.
According to DNA tribes, I might be Scandinavian. I might have come from the Caucasus Mountain, according to DNA tribes.
Exactly.
Right. So when somebody even bring up DNA tribes in any conversation, I have to look at them sideways. Because all of us in there,
he was saying don't use it, and then we even had Shamaka Cato on explaining like, yo, you can put the shit in and get different results. Like, he's not even harping. Like, if Kate ain't harping on it, why are we harping on it? He's the one.
But he's the one who dropped it. Yeah.
Hold on, let me read this comment from the chat. So this guy, Shakir, maybe y'all know.
Yeah, I know Shakir, man. What's up?
The problem is we've been telling the Hoteps what's going on, but they don't want to listen. We already have Pello and Neolithic DNA from North Africa, and it was clear what was happening. The Hoteps are fighting it. Is that a wrong statement or is that clear?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It's like forget about this new shit. Let's go back.
Let's keep going back. And that's what Aston came in and said from
last year.
We talking about shit from 20 plus years ago. That's why he was even talking today about something. He's like, it's old. That's what I'm saying. Y'all won't listen in, bro. I'm getting on the game. I'm done.
I'm already there. I just booted up a second ago. But by the way, I beat my son. I got my son. I whooped his ass yesterday. Got him back for
What
that.
game? What game you guys played?
NCAA. Hey,
college football.
brother Mathis has an issue with you, Sosa. He
Yeah,
said
he
you
does.
niggas have a divine connection to ancient Egypt. Don't let them white folks lie and tell y'all they got DNA from a mummy they put there just to tell y'all you niggas have no ties to Egypt.
They put it there, right?
Hey, shout to brother Mathis.
Shout out, brother Mathis, man.
Shout out, brother Mathis.
Keeping the same energy for years, being consistent
Y'all
with
think these
it.
niggas is sitting back on like, let's see what they on YouTube talking
Hey,
about.
tell
So
them
we
I
can
appreciate
we can
the
check them.
Do y'all see the forehead on Astro thumbnail? God damn! Wow.
That's Yakub. Yakub.
You still got a big ass forehead. I can't
Like I said, man, I know we think motherfuckers thinking they can emulate these experts.
Let's
Just
go
don't
on,
go home
Astro.
mixing no chemicals, thinking you can
Listen,
do what
just
these folks do and shit. All right, just a little warning to y'all. Don't
Don't
go
be fair.
mixing chemicals because you think you can fuck up.
just got to
Do what the
correct.
fuck they doing.
Hey, Brass, it's not showing the name of who's
You're not a
speaking on the
chemist,
screen.
Yeah, you can. The way I got
but
it,
you have to move the
name
mouse.
flashes. Like if you
Or
read it, when the name flashes, you can see who's talking. So it says chef need to step up and debate these hoteps versus biblical DNA. In Joshua of Genesis 49ers, they read the sources instead of these deceptive agenda hoteps. Unk included. Torah 60 says chef need to get in the game.
Damn.
Okay.
Then Chef, what's in the game with the Mediterranean argument? They might discuss that. Chef,
Jump in the
discuss
chat
that.
real quick.
Yeah, if y'all look to the left in the chat, if y'all look to the left, yes, you can see all the boxes of the names, but if you look to the left, once those names flash, that's who's speaking on the left. That's why I did it like that.
But I think you
So
can
see
move it
who's
to where
speaking.
it displays on the boxes too, though.
Nah, it don't stay. If I do that,
it
does
don't.
that, but watch, it'll leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it won't stay.
So
What is that brother trying to say? That West Africans are Egyptians?
I think if you just leave, it
No, if
don't
you
stay.
leave it, watch, I'll leave it, and then it's gonna go away.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Brother Mathis, I'm sure the Magi Archer.
What that brother trying to
Mathis
say?
is a Magi
The one who
Archer.
sent that
Shout out to
message.
Smash. What'd you say, Stu-P? What'd you say, Stu-P?
Boom, boom, boy.
He want to know if there's dudes saying the Egyptians are West Africans and shit like that.
Yeah, what is he saying when he sent that message?
Acting like Keita run shit, Sosa. They said they tired of you quoting Keita, bro. They tired of it.
Damn.
They said Keita don't run shit.
I'm about to
His opinion.
I'm tired of it
Opinion's more
myself.
valuable than niggas on YouTube.
I'm tired of it myself. Shout out.
I ain't never read a journal about none of you niggas before.
Oh man, these last couple days have been very enlightening as to the level of the intelligence of where people, where y'all think y'all are versus the people y'all talking about.
Today's hotel.
Hey, Haskell, you hold up your buddy Astro here?
Yeah. I just want to correct. I want to correct Haskell. I just want to explain something to Haskell.
We know you came here.
Of course. Yeah, he was talking.
We know you came
he was
here
talking about the PCA maps. The PCA maps go by the components of that mummy. So that the components, what it's made of, is what makes it clustered to the modern populations. Now he was saying that how come he didn't include sub-Saharan African populations is because them populations, they don't have them components. So the components could be the Ibermerusian, the Levant pre-Neolithic, the Iranian Neolithic. That's why it didn't have them clustering close. So the modern populations that do have them, that mummy would be clustering close to them. He didn't understand that.
Even if he did, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, so I don't know why he's saying that. How come they're not included in the study and stuff like that? But he doesn't understand the way it works. You know what I mean?
One time for me, man.
Yeah. Because he kept going on about it. He's saying they're biased and they don't include him. How can they include him if they don't have them components?
Haskell ain't fucking with y'all no more, bro. Y'all fucked up this morning.
No, I'm waiting for him.
He ain't fucking with y'all. Not no more. Not no more today.
Can I say something?
Get on these motherfuckers.
Nah, Haskell
Yeah,
done, bro.
yeah.
Y'all
Can I
niggas been
get
fucking
something?
with
Can
Haskell
I
all
just
day. Now y'all want to ask him a civilized question. Y'all niggas dirty.
Can I say something? I just get
Hey,
banned
I
for like.
always love them European movies and shit, right?
Are you just trying to get him to say Australian shit, Corey?
No, I'm trying to.
Come on, man.
Hey, they be like, yo, hey, it was 19. It was 19.
That's what he was trying to do, Brad. That's what he was trying
Come
to
on,
do.
Corey.
That's exactly what he was
Corey,
trying to do.
Corey,
Yeah, I know from
Yo,
Europe.
get
I'm
on
from
there, Corey,
Australia.
Corey, I peeked down that rabbit hole and I had to pull myself away. I peeked and I had to pull myself away. Don't get bad. Behave yourself. Behave yourself.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I just want him to say 19. Just say 1999 for me one time. And I'm
Shout out
done.
to Psycho Pathis in the chat. Psycho, you on the server. I don't know why you're not in here unless you don't care about the DNA conversation. And other than that, then you some.
I'm
then
glad
you
if
some
you
other
don't.
shit.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame you if you don't want no parts of that. I understand that.
You Psycho in the server?
Y'all niggas
Hey,
turned the name
Gina,
Gozy all of a sudden.
Gina said, "Hang on, let me put some simp on the Barbie." Why y'all talking with Astro?
Gozy was
Came
right,
here to
man.
be
He said
nice.
y'all niggas trying to be like him.
And Gozy said they was trying to be like him. I'm gonna get.
Oh,
You know,
nah,
hey,
I'm just fucking around.
He said, "You know how we gonna fuck them up though? One of the first things people I want to talk to, I want to get them Genesis and biblical DNA guys. That's who I want to talk to.
Yeah, they're not
they
the
don't,
same.
you know. Yeah, but they don't. You know, they don't beef. They all agree.
No.
Astro, biblical DNA,
No, but I want to
Astro.
speak to them because with their content.
Put them on a
because,
panel and see if they agree.
Right, because it's similar to how it's so similar to what Shakir said. They've had all this DNA this entire time. Y'all been having a race and cultural conversation while ignoring mainly the DNA conversation. So I want to talk to them. I want different voices. I don't want to talk to the same people. That's why I like Aston. Never really heard them too much. So if y'all looking for all the same old people and all of a sudden I ain't interested.
Peas don't like that shit. He don't like that shit.
Because I mean, I know they call them host.
Peas don't like that shit.
It's not. I know it's an ad-hom, but
they don't want to move.
It seemed like it's a sect where, like said, it seemed like at least if we can have this conversation, then we can move forward. But if we just stay in on race and culture and this, that, and the other, then it's just gonna stay where it's
in the
at.
1960s.
Then we back talking about Diop and all these other people.
Man, what?
Like if the DNA that Neurorox whatever study,
no, if they're gonna
it seemed
fuck
like
with
that moved the
DNA, but
conversation a little
if
further.
it get your ass out of a fucking crazy ass court case, you gonna like it.
It just came back, but shit, we done talked about that shit ad nauseum. Neurorock study.
It exonerate your dog ass.
Yeah, but I mean, but I'm saying it seemed like Genesis is having a different conversation. It seemed like that group and Gozy and Aston and them are having a different conversation than just Egyptians
and
black.
I bet you
and
they
skin
would have
color
differences.
that shit,
Yeah, they're having
a
more genetic nuanced conversation. You're right about that, though.
Yeah, the Black Egypt conversation is kind of corny. Like they're not black.
It's corny as hell.
Black. It's dumb now. Now it's like, why y'all so concerned about the skin color at this point?
I'm saying like
they so black that the new
I'm
study
trying to
called
tell
them
you
dark
why.
black.
I'm
So
telling
you don't
you
even
why,
see them plaster in that shit.
That shit be all over. We've already moved past that they just black. That's why niggas try to say they did this.
Move past it. Stop saying we. You
I'm
move
saying
past
we. I'm talking about me and the people that I rock with. I'm not saying we as in
some of the people you rock with are still having a black conversation. I don't know why you
talking about, Brad.
Even if they ain't,
put a name on it. Put a name on it, Brad.
It's in the undertone of when they talk about it.
Who you talking about, Brad?
Undertone of Black Egypt is there.
Social groups still talking about.
I can hear a Black
Put a name
Egypt
on it,
undertone
Brad.
from a mile away.
Put a name on it.
We don't know. We don't know. Listen, he don't know what we talk about in the PK Discord. We banging like when we over there arguing.
Oh yeah, we ain't talking about that.
Hold on. See, now y'all
those are different though. So that's between us. Like
I
that's us.
I already said when I say we, I'm saying who am I talking about when I say we?
Core group, yeah.
Oh yeah. No. I'm not saying. No,
of course, yeah. We bang all day.
I argue with Smash.
Hold on, let me just get this out the way. I love the
I'll let
pseudo killers. We have no issue with the pseudo killers. We don't want no war with the pseudo killers.
What are we doing?
I'm not even interested.
Yeah.
Listen,
I'm saying
all
I'm
I'm saying is that
it might be that.
I'll put a name to it.
Don't do it.
You know,
if they would have heard our
Trump
conversations
is
2-3 weeks ago.
on Black Egypt. Now he does get into the DNA and stuff. I give him that. But he is still into the skin color. He's still into the race of it, the culture of it. Chief X is, Smash is.
Everybody should be into the culture of it.
White man science.
Culture,
I know, but
culture is the important aspect.
We still on that. The white man.
Nah,
science.
DNA don't talk culture, and that's the whole point.
Weird.
Like you should be into it for the culture and the genetics and the archaeology.
But so
like,
should DNA trump the skin color?
You mean DNA trump? No, I
I'm
mean it's
saying,
in the
should
game.
the DNA conversation trump the skin color aspect of the conversation?
Not the skin color. Should trump the race thing. But you don't think both sides. You don't think. You must think watch. You must not watch them.
No.
Okay,
hear what I'm saying.
Trust me, they're trying to make sense out of Dr. Black. I'm like,
what's the name of the conversation? Black Egypt. So
No,
y'all not having a skin color conversation?
No, that's just the whole thing that we do. Black Egypt is just some other shit from Smash them. So we're just colloquial shit that, you know what I'm saying, some shit that we say all the time.
Once y'all start using colloquial, I no longer trust y'all.
But we don't it's stupid. Like I said, we don't argue with that. Like,
we agree.
We ain't doing this Smash shit no more. I'd rather fight Sadiq on the goddamn grammar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's more challenging and fun to me than goddamn.
Yeah, I'm just saying it gets bogged down when it's just some of it is too WWE. So when I hear stuff like what Aston is saying, the Genesis and them is saying, to me it just seems like at least it has the ability to move. Now once again, motherfucker got his own channel. He could talk about whatever he wants to, Smash, all y'all can do whatever y'all want. I'm not telling nobody to change. I'm just telling you what I like, and I'm gonna just be the change that I want to see. So I want to highlight new voices and new content in and around that subject. That's what I like. I like when Aston and Reggie was talking yesterday. Hold on real quick. When Aston and Reggie was talking yesterday, I liked that conversation because at least there's a brick wall in the conversation. There's not a lot of ambiguity in the conversation. And somebody got to be quiet at the end of the conversation. Either somebody got to be quiet or somebody got to go make a show. Not just back and forth, because that's what leads to your mama this and talking about people's past histories and all that other.
No, but Reggie got into your mama bag yesterday. What you talking about? You must say here.
I didn't. No.
I don't want to comment on Reggie. Shout out to Reggie.
I didn't hear it.
Shout out Reggie.
I didn't hear it.
Who was he said your mama to? It was
I didn't hear
who was he said it to? Damn.
He said it to me the first 10
Yeah, it was
seconds.
Corey. It was Corey.
Yeah.
Well, it's clear that he hates Corey. There's something there. Corey did something to Reggie back in the day that none of us know.
Corey pissed him off. But that's what I'm saying though, Brass. The conversation wasn't around genetics yesterday. They was talking about material culture, namely the pastoralists and all that shit. And that shit just got just as back and forth and emotionally charged as the genetic shit.
But the guy that was talking to DNA, did he get ignorant or did he just lean on his facts?
On the show right now with 2 people
watching. You talking about Aston?
Yeah, he just leaned on his facts. He never got flustered.
He didn't have any facts. When we asked him for the facts, he said he doesn't have them. They're from 12 years ago.
So you're saying Aston was wrong in the conversation with Reggie yesterday?
Huh?
You saying Aston was wrong with an account when he was asking about accountability? You saying Aston lost that particular conversation yesterday?
Yeah, because he made a claim that he had information, and when we asked him to present it, he claimed he lost it, and so stop making that claim then. If you don't have the information,
are you talking about today or yesterday?
No, not yesterday. No, today. I'm talking about today.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about yesterday. Yeah, I'm talking about yesterday. He was pretty clear yesterday. I understood what he was saying yesterday.
I still want that.
I understood what he said today.
I was listening today, and so I see you keep trying to intimidate a all-out brawl.
I want that Cress Welsing smoke.
No one on y'all side wants to have the conversation. There are no Francis Cress Welsing defenders in here except for Haskell.
Me, Haskell.
Y'all ain't saying nothing. We've said what we said.
I want the video.
She's
I want to play that.
Francis Cress Welsing is a
I
pseudo.
want to play that. I want to play that video so you can get some content. You watch that video, you gonna see how that video tie into all this shit, bro.
After the whole Dr. Ben debacle,
so that video does that
like,
prove
listen,
that melanin gives you ESP? Is that what the video gonna say?
She gonna lose on that, but I promise you.
That's all I need. I don't need much more than that.
What I'm saying is that you gotta watch. If you watch the video, you will understand what I'm talking about, and you will see how that shit tie in. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, where's the video?
Hold on, let me drop it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the what's it?
Because you're gonna see how it ties in the conversation that we've been having, and you're gonna be like, cause I ain't watching in a while. So when I watched it, I'm like, yo, this is. And I started tripping. Like, but you gotta see it to understand what I'm talking about. I'm find it real quick. Find the right one.
You know, I probably am not always the perfect person to have these conversations, because y'all will hear somebody say something highly intelligent 500 times. Then all I need to hear them say is that melanin gives you ESP, and I pretty much throw out their whole career.
No, you can't do that. Like I said,
No, I'm not saying. I just said what I do. I said I'm probably not the person that had a conversation.
Isaac Newton.
I mean, that's a good can of spray paint to carry with you when you is listening to anything.
I keep telling you, Isaac Newton wrote more about alchemy.
Y'all bring up Isaac Newton every time I bring up pseudo, bro. It's hilarious.
I'm just trying to say, like, you know, when it comes to,
it's like when they bring up Francis Wilson, turn to page 20. You turn to page 20, there's a big ass picture of Isaac Newton.
The point that I'm making is that when it comes, just take it with somebody that when it comes to science, bro, you don't throw away something just because they made some crazy shit. Because we be throwing out a bunch of scientists, a bunch of important people. Sometimes they all say some wild shit, bro. You only know the shit that becomes public because you don't get into the other shit. But when you study history, you're like, man, I can't believe they thought that. That's my point.
No, that makes sense. Let me ask you a question. What did Isaac Newton discover?
Other shit in public, then.
What did Isaac Newton discover?
In public?
Laws of gravity.
Okay, so he discovered the laws of gravity. What the hell did she discover that even compares to make up for melanin theory?
Now you're making a straw man. The point is that
Corey, did that make sense to you?
The point is that my point still stands, Brad. The point still stands.
No, I'm not. But I'm not trying to defeat you.
You're not arguing against that point. It is what it is.
No, I'm not arguing against you, Sosa. You know, I got
ain't no
mad respect for you.
I ain't moving.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying y'all comparing it to the person with the law of gravity and Francis Cress Welsing. The conversation ain't the same.
See? Brass want to go camping. I ain't doing it, Corey. I said it. No. Still stand. You doing You want to go out in the woods?
Make sure you get a flashlight too, bro.
Not doing that.
You better have a flashlight too.
You know what?
I think you need the full package on this trip, right?
I like cookouts, Corey. I don't be in the cabin. I like a barbecue. I like a grill. I ain't gonna go out in the woods with nobody. Trust. My conversation with a cookout, brother.
Just cook it out on the day. I got a grill. Don't be trying to get me in the woods in the dark and all kind of crazy. Hell no. No, like I said, I can admit my fallacy.
I want you to all right, listen. Let me say this though. I want listen because the reason I said it right because I was watching it right, and a lot of arguments she's making is coherent. She's arguing against William Shockley. Okay. And William Shockley, he's doing the race, genetics, and IQ. And eugenics, right? This is 74. And everything he's saying is similar to what Charles Murray says in the bell curve.
That ain't my guy. That's
fair. You know what I'm saying? And you can see like and she's fighting against that too because there's explicit in one show when she's dealing with that and she's dealing with the bell curve. She's trying to go against the fact that IQ is not genetically determined. like she's arguing for more environmental things, right? And like social economics for IQ, when he's arguing the Charles Murray approach. So it's like to see that conversation, then it'd be like, God damn, we were just having this, you know what I'm saying? But it's, and she was like, in that conversation, she was like, well, you know, when it came to Charles Murray, she was like, okay, what they're doing with the Murray is now they're trying to justify the Shockley with the data now. You see what I'm saying? So she was like, they move from that. So like when you hear it, when you see it, it's coherent. It's coherent. You know what I'm saying? So
okay, but
like I said,
you
I
know,
would
a lot
watch
of
it.
people,
So the
a lot
fact
of
that
I
she
would
people.
was
watch it. Like
comparing
I
against
want.
some wild ass guy, like
No, that ain't the point. That ain't the point. Like I want Chef to watch it and then do it shorter because if he watch it, he'll see what I'm saying and be like,
That fucking thunder.
because you can peel that video,
No.
you can peel it apart. The video she's making in that debate, she's not making any wild claims in that debate with William Shockley. She ain't saying nothing wild.
I'll imagine I can find something where she making all the sense in the world. I'd imagine I could do that. I wouldn't think nothing else. Like
Yeah, but even in
I
that
would never
interview,
say
Corey,
that I
they
didn't
both were
find nothing
saying
that she was
weird. They both, you know how they classified
say
that interview when they was done. They said they both were pseudo, bro. They both at the end of that, they weren't even talking about science. They were talking about ideologies against each other. It wasn't like it was like one side had hard evidence in science and the other was ideology. They
And
both
that
was
tells
doing the same
level
thing
of
to
I
each
didn't
knowledge
get
other.
that.
that
I did not
science
get
had
that.
back then.
I didn't
Like
get
so,
that for the debate.
then
I
no
watched it
excuse
twice.
not to know.
I watched it
Better.
twice. I didn't get that for the
But
debate.
so she didn't counter him with the same race genetic theory and not empirical science. That didn't happen.
There was no genetic right there. She layered her arguments. It's a psychiatric and psychological position that she's doing. It's no
I
genetic. She ain't using
understand, but
genetic.
were they both debating their ideologies, not evidence? That's all I'm saying. Were they not? I mean, I'll watch it. Don't get me wrong, I'll watch it.
No,
But
it
somebody
wasn't.
put up a summary of this. I had to go back to it. So I
He
pulled up the
was
William Shockley
he
interview
was
yesterday
arguing.
when we was talking about it.
Yeah, she was arguing. He was arguing
Way more
for race, IQ, and genetics. Basically, he was
Right.
saying that
The
the
bell
black
curve stuff.
population, yeah, but a little worse because he was like, you know, now that we understand this, what we should do is have like we play African Americans for sterilization type shit. Like he was on that type shit. Yeah. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? So and then she was arguing against his position that genetic is the determinant factor in IQ and the problem that we're seeing with African Americans. She's arguing that what you're seeing and the results of this is socioeconomic, and then how can you even make a genetic assessment of what's going on when we're in the conditions that we're. No, I mean, so she's making that argument. Now she do lay out her argument as to why she thinks, you know, the whole thing of why she thinks the genetic annihilation. You know what I'm saying, but that's just a psychological
The
evaluation.
fact that she can say
That's
he
not far
wrong.
fetched. That's not far fetched. That's not a.
But she says whites hate themselves because of pigment in a result of a genetic inability to produce enough melanin, which drives white supremacy, interracial sex, and socio-political aggression. That's fact and evidence based, or that's ideology?
No, it's her position that that's her position as a psychiatrist. She's
So it's
giving her
ideology.
opinion. Yeah, a psychology. Yeah. That's she's a
I know you
psychiatrist.
want to change the word. There's nothing wrong with the word ideology.
What I'm saying is that you're not. She's in her bag to do that. Not us. She
Right,
can
but
do
I'm
that.
not. But okay, but I'm not trying to get around the
Yeah.
world.
And all
I'm
she
not
was
trying to get around the word. I'm just saying that's what she
what
was
I'm saying
doing.
is that I watched the video, right? I keep harping on that because I watched it.
Okay.
What she's saying is that okay, and she's saying that basically Europeans live in a world that's 85% full with colored people. 15% of the world. I mean, that's today, 2025. 15% of the world is white. The other 85% are people of color. Right. And she's thinking that her opinion is that this psychological driver, right, is a type of self-preservation, right? Because even today they predict that the white population in more time, even in America, will be a minority, right? Through mixing and right. and that has a psychological effect on them.
So
That's
what
what's
Brad's
driving
saying,
that.
Brad's is saying
Hold
that
on,
a lot of that stuff is largely ideological.
No,
That's all I'm
that's
saying. I'm not
call it
trying to
that,
be
but it's
negative.
still
I'm just saying that.
that's not. You can't. It's not an ideology if she's making a psychological assessment. You know what I'm saying that's not how ideology works. Now,
But what
if
is it
people
based on?
take that,
It ain't based on evidence. It's based on
it's
ideology.
based on her opinion and experience
What is
as a
her opinion?
psychiatrist.
Okay, so let's
Hold on.
break down 10
What we
words until
can't
we
do
get
is
to
like
ideology. What is her opinion?
every piece of sentence though you cut me and stop me.
You're right. You're right.
Let me get it out, right?
Good.
So let's take you for example, right?
No, don't do it.
One of your fears was that
no,
when
don't. We're
you talk
live.
about,
Don't do that. Don't. We're live. Don't do that.
you
We're
know what I'm
live.
talking about.
I know
You
exactly
know
what
what I'm
you're talking
talking
about.
about.
Let's assume I
You
know what you're
have
talking
the
about.
same
Okay.
fear though.
I do, and
You
that's my
expect,
ideology. It's not
that's what
based on anything though.
no,
You
but
taught
see,
me
it's
that,
not
right?
it's not a yeah,
Go
no,
ahead and
it's not
say
the
it. No, go ahead and say it so
no.
they know what we're talking about.
Oh, listen, yeah, the fact that you was like, you don't want your
So the great
son.
replacement theory has some type of
Hold on.
psychological
Yeah,
deal.
no, go ahead and let it out because I'm not even ashamed of that. I'm actually listening.
Listen, Corey, you got me on the meddling theory. I don't want to stay there, bro. That's a win, slam dunk. You can put the belt on. You got me. I don't fight where I go. I'm losing that. That's good. You got me. I'm saying like you had like when Brad's talking, he was like, yo, I don't want my son to marry a white person. Like, because in years down the line, I don't want my generation to look like Muhammad Ali. And he was like, so you can't tell me that shit don't bother you.
Be
right?
specific to my analogy though. When you're dead, and I'll put this to anybody in the chat really quickly, and take science out of it. If 100 years from now, based on your children and then their children having children with white people, how would you feel 150 years from now, dead, and you were able to look down and see your family reunion, and it was blonde, blue-eyed white people? So that in and of itself is the reason why. I don't even know if that's racist. That just makes me uncomfortable. But I know that that's my ideology. It's based in racism. It's not based in like, I know the
it's
color.
based in
I'm
whatever,
proud
but
of
yeah,
my
but
color and my children's color.
Yeah, it's based in racism, prejudice, all that. But
yeah,
what I'm saying is that shit is in your psyche. So that affects this is your subconscious. It affects
I agree.
your way of that's what she's saying. She's saying like when this population that's already a minority, she's making an analysis like they're seeing themselves as being erased. That's why they got these hardline stands with racism and superiority and not mixing. And that's what she's making that assessment. Now you can judge and say that that's wrong, but she has the right to do that as a psychiatrist. And that's what she was doing when she talked about genetic annihilation.
But when you keep leaning on psychiatrists, this is my only point. I don't think simply because you have some kind of expertise, the opinions that you express are anything more than ideology. It doesn't, just because she's a doctor, it doesn't make her opinion somehow scientific. It's still an ideology, it's still a bias, it's still a pseudoscience. Hold on. Specifically, if it's outside of whatever her doctorate's in. So this is not based on even if it's now this so happens. I'm not gonna go back to melanin. That's something else. That's biology. But in this, perhaps, even if you're saying the psychiatry and she's giving her opinion, which makes it somehow more qualified, I'm saying it's still her bias, it's still her ideology, and nothing of her theories are ever tested. They're just what she thinks. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? That's why when I say ideology, I'm not saying it like there's an ad hom. I'm meaning the very definition of the word. They were both up there debating their ideologies. So when they left that conversation, I'm gonna watch it, right? I'm gonna watch it. But I've read half of the transcript, but I'm gonna watch it because sometimes seeing it is a little different. But when they left, it wasn't Shockley going up against evidence, empirically tested stuff. It wasn't that. It was one person telling their ideology, another, that's a doctor, Frances Cress Welsing, giving her opinion, some of it may have been scientific to her, but it's still his ideology versus her ideology. And when they both left, that's all you had to do. What did you think about what she said? What did you think? Nobody could go back and test it, because if you went back and tested it, you wouldn't find nothing in that whole conversation. There was no hard evidence in it.
Right.
So it's
let
nothing.
me
It's a good
explain.
conversation for what I see. I
Right.
want to watch it though.
So let me explain right now. When she talk about genetic annihilation, it's not like an actual genetic conversation. It's based in psychological, right, interpretation, right? So like psychology is not something that you can test, right? 'Cause it's a soft science, right? It's not like physics, right? So it's not really something that a lot of ideas, a lot of concepts around psychology are poorly tested, because there's very few ways you can test it without there being a lot of noise that distort the data. You know what I'm saying? So that's just how psychology works. So, but as a psychologist, she's allowed to give that opinion based on experience, based on the environment that she lives in, right? She's making an assessment. But it's not like so it's really not pseudoscientific, because it ain't that type of science. It's just a psychological evaluation of the the zeitgeist, or the time that she's in and what she's seen. You feel me?
So you're
that's
saying
not
that
the
her
same.
opinion, I would agree in some cases that her opinion can be an assessment, but not in all cases. I think sometimes I'm gonna watch it. I'm hesitant to say some of the stuff because I haven't watched it. I agree she's allowed to make her opinion. I'm not saying that she can't. All I'm saying is I can critique that opinion if I know that it's that based on her history too. If she can make an opinion based on what she knows and call it an assessment or call it a critique, that's fine. She has every right to give her view. But it still don't mean what she's saying is scientific. It still don't mean that what she's saying is valid. And it still doesn't mean that what she's saying isn't her ideology, but I'm gonna watch it. And now here's the thing. She has the right to do what she does as a doctor, but I have I'm a member of my own soft sciences group, but it just happens to be political. And I know for a fact, not only do I have the right to assess what she's saying, I damn near got a civic duty to see what she's saying, right? Because I know me personally, I don't know if everybody can do it, but I know me and you and a lot of the people that we talk that are even listening to us. I know that you can respect her, right? And respect her own opinion and her qualifications, but I also can respect her without calling it science. That's why I want to be clear. When I'm saying ideology, I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm just trying to keep it in its place so that we don't confuse it with something else. That these were two people. This was his ideology going up against what's the name? Those bell curve. The stats are real. We can't get around the scores. The scores are real. The problem with the bell curve is the reasoning for the gaps. It's the reasons they put forth for the scores and why there's such a difference. So they'll say, but you can't get around the scores. I'm not trying to. But your ideology to fill those gaps is the issue with the bell curve. It's a simple thing. That's why I try not to have a conversation.
I'm just saying, yeah, but I think for me, you're using ideology out of context. Like the bell
You're talking
curve.
about the English word ideology?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Like melanin theory would be an ideology, right? Because it's something that builds up, and then a group of people latch on to this idea, and they become proponents of this idea mass as an ideology, right? White people are superior, right? Everybody locked on to white people are superior, and it becomes an ideology.
So where was I? Where are you saying I'm incorrect?
I don't think her giving her opinion like on that show at that time what she was doing is an ideology, because she's giving most of it was just giving a rebuttal to his position on genetic black people being inferior genetically in IQ scores. That's mainly was her argument. She was pushing back against. She was pushing back against that mostly doing the interview. Like she spoke about genetic annihilation, but that wasn't the crux of of the conversation. She touched on it, but that wasn't the crux of it.
But when you attribute white supremacy, I'm gonna say on, because I once again I'm gonna watch it. I've read like half the transcript, but I want to watch it. But I saw the part where she attributes when you attribute white supremacy, right, to some kind of biological insecurity, that's not history. That's not it's not nothing we could point to. It ain't economics. It ain't some kind of power system. She's making white supremacy biological. She's not qualified to do it.
She's not making it not necessarily biological.
Yeah, I don't think she's doing
She's
that.
making it a biological insecurity.
No,
it's more of a psychosocial type of thing.
Yeah. It's not the same thing. Yeah, it's not the same thing.
So tell me how it isn't. Tell me how she isn't using white supremacy as a biological insecurity. Go.
Psychological insecurity. She's talking about
meaning like
how it affects you subconsciously.
Yeah, entertainment, things like that. She's saying symbolism, all that. Like it gets nutty, but however, I don't think she was saying it was biological. I think she was saying it was like a psychosocial thing.
Yeah, she's saying that. So this is like
pathology.
What is genetic? Hold on. Is genetic extinction biological?
No,
or is it psychological?
That's why I keep telling you.
There was some stuff based in there. I know what Brad's saying, though.
Wait a second. Yeah, wait. Hold on. Let me say
listen.
Okay, I'll listen, and then let me get my point.
You asked the question. You
No,
said,
you're right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you hear her talk about genetic, extinction, right? She's making the connection that this psychology, right, that drives you, right, to want to the pure race concept right there is a psychological factor that's driving you to not the same effect to not want to see your color evaporated from the earth. But she's not making like a biological argument like this comes from here and then your chemicals come from your brain. But that's not what it is. It's not that type of shit. It's a social psychological subconscious effect.
Yeah,
overall, you know what I'm saying? That's making you do what you do.
She talked about whiteness being like a genetic deficiency as well, but she didn't make like a testable model behind that, because her shit was basically about the pathology of racism and how it has like a social effect on us. That was her shit overall.
Yeah, she believes whiteness is genetically recessive, and that racism is a subconscious it's born. It's an inborn fear, not like I lived through, like what I'm saying about losing color based on my history, the power, the economics of the time. She's saying that white people are inborn with a inborn fear of losing their skin color. That's biological. That's not.
But she's making that she's arriving at that from her psychoanalytical little theory that she got going on. She wasn't making like some lab testable method or nothing like that. She's talking about it from a pure social
It's not something you can look under a microscope. It's not something you can look under a microscope and make an assessment. That's
believing that whiteness is genetic. We know. Well, hold on. We know she's pseudo, and we know she's wrong. But what I'm saying is, she's making it's a biological thing. She's saying that whiteness is recessive. That is a recessive gene. That's a biological conversation. That's not psychological.
But she's arriving there from her.
I know how she got
psychiatric overview.
No, I get that.
That's the main thing.
So that's why it's never gonna make it into a biological framework ever, even though it's got a tidbit from it.
We know it can't be. Listen, I know it can't be there because you can't test it. I agree with what you said. But what I'm saying is the claim that whiteness is a genetically recessive, that's biological. That's not psychological. This conversation that she's making is about biological insecurity because she says they're born with it. Not that they develop it over time.
We're gonna have to
whether they develop it over time, she's still making that conclusion based on her observations of like behaviors and different things she see within the systemic side of it. So it's like it ain't never gonna make its way to a full
No,
biological
I
female.
agree. No, I would never say
because
it
it ain't
is.
that.
I'm just saying the claim
Yeah.
that you're
But
making
of course,
is
yeah, what you're saying
biological.
is what also made it pseudo even more, for sure.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah, of
agree.
course.
No, I agree.
That's
Yeah.
not. You're familiar with Jane? What's her name? Jane Woodall?
The ape lady.
Oh, Jane Elliott.
Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott. Jane
Yeah.
Woodall. Jane Elliott.
Yeah, she
And
on
how
that
she
same
talks
shit, but just
and how
backwards.
right. Remember how she talks about every white person is
No,
racist.
I don't. I'm outside of my
Yeah.
wheelhouse. So go ahead.
Oh well,
I
she
don't. You'd have to explain it. I
I'm
just
saying, well,
I know very surface level about her.
No, she makes a statement. She'll say things like you hear other white people say it. This could last PhD people. They'll say every white person is racist, inherently racist, right? Even if you're not born that way, the system that you're in the world that you bring in, right, subconsciously, systemically pushes you to be racist,
Right.
right? And in order to not be that way, as a white person, you have to actively work against all the society ills and subconscious things that are pushing you to be racist.
Right. But does she
That's
say,
her.
but there's a critical difference in what I'm saying. I want you to hear me though. Jane Elliott, see, I thought you was talking about
And she's using
the
Cress
ape
Welsing
lady.
work.
You're talking about the lady I see on memes and stuff. I looked at her. The ones
Yeah.
in the classroom be shaming white people and all of that. Okay, her. But she's talking about racism as a learned behavior.
Yes.
Cress Welsing is saying you're born racist. Now I've seen kids. Kids are
I don't
not
think
like
I don't
toddlers
know.
in daycare. And we've all taken our children to daycare. They don't know white or black until you teach it to them. So if I would say Jane Elliott, I don't know if y'all consider her pseudo or not, but if she's saying it's a learned thing and over time you got to fight it, I would agree with her. But I
You're gonna
also
find
would
people
not
that
agree
agree.
that a baby born in the hospital, white, black, brown, yellow, whatever otherwise, is not born as a racist. That's what Francis Cress Welsing is saying. You're born with an inborn fear. Like you're born with it, and you're not born with it. That's
It's
a
an
false
unconscious
claim.
fear, she's saying. Yeah, I mean that's like I
She's
said,
saying it like it's
that's
some kind
she's
of
saying that's from a
subconscious
behavioral
survival instinct that
observation.
babies are born with, and they're not. And then she's also said that somehow the reason her justifications for saying they're born with it is that it's rooted in their recessive genetic status. That's I don't like to keep bringing up the
Yeah, you're
melanin
not.
theory,
No, I
but
don't think she
I
made those
know.
two the same. She was
You're
saying
not. You're
that
not. That's because he's getting
meanwhile,
out like
yeah,
he's not getting. He's getting like you're reading it
I
from
don't
something.
even
You're
want to.
not really getting
I don't
full
want to
context
really
of how
like
it's laid out.
Okay,
dive into
all right. Well,
Francis
then
Quest
let me watch it, and then
race
I'll correct
theory.
myself.
Yeah,
Let me watch it
yeah.
because I'm not, like I said,
Alongside of
I'm not fully
the
abreast of it.
behavioral observations, she's also kind of coming to the conclusion like, oh, that her is a strong possibility. In her case, she damn near confirms it that they are also born with this due to this, whatever. So I don't think she's saying it's. I don't know, bro. It's
But
nutty
it's
all
all
over to even
it's pseudo.
discuss it.
That's the
Because I don't
problem.
even.
It's hard because
Yeah,
none of it's testable.
I hate that. I
I
actually
don't.
read this shit. That's one of my real introductions to
Because
some of this shit.
let's
I'll be real with you.
get it.
Desmond
Because I'm
Gamble,
not.
we're talking about
Because
Francis Cress Welsing. Hold on, the chat's
the way
asking
she
who we're
lays it
talking
out.
about. We're
So
talking
here's
about
it is.
Francis Cress Welsing. Go ahead.
So because I'll just do perplexity of it, just because I don't really hear framing like that. So it goes, I'm just going to read the conclusion or summary
Okay.
of it. She argues that racism is a learned, defensive behavioral response tied to fears of genetic and existential threat, rather than an innate or automatic trait present at birth. So Wellesley, he sees the white supremacy system as a psychological mechanism developed over time to manage existential fear, not as simply as a matter of being born racist. So like when she's breaking it down, she gives you the rundown. Yeah, white genes are that's just part of the spill. First, she
Right.
said, well, see, white genes are recessive. So, and black genes are dominant. And then you know what I'm saying? So when they spitting you out the information, it's kind of giving it to you like that. But you got to hear how she's laying it out, right? So
Saying this
she's
is what
saying,
causes that fear.
yeah. So now because you're white and then you live in a world that's full with 85% people of color and you're only 15% of the population, you see yourself as a people that can be annihilated in terms of right. Because those people started mating and right mixing with each other. The more it does, you're a minority. You're going to be absorbed into the population as a whole. So she's saying that concept, that skin, that environment drives you to this white superiority, so forth, so on, white supremacy, blah 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 blah. That's what she's saying.
So you're saying that
No,
inborn
that's not what
fear.
he's saying. It's what
You're saying
she's
you're
saying.
saying no. I know. Okay, well, so what you're saying that she's saying
He
is
trying to put that on you.
no. I
So
don't want to know. I know.
I'm
Yeah,
fucking
thank
with
you.
you. I'm
So,
fucking
no.
with
But that's actually I appreciate it because the chat will say that now social media versus Cress Welsing. You're saying that she's saying that it's not. They're not born with it. That it's learned.
It's a learned behavior.
So what does inborn fear mean to you when she says that?
You have to give me the context.
Okay, let me get the exact quote. Because I never heard the word inborn fear before today, so I know she's
inborn fear means like the fear of snakes. Some people live in environments where snakes don't exist, but once they see a snake, them automatically get frozen. That's an inborn fear.
Yeah, I mean like innate, but I got to see the context of how she's laying out. Because normally it's innate.
Thanks, thank you.
Inborn could be the same, but like I said, when you watch it, you see how she's laying it
Yeah,
out.
I'm
You
gonna
see how
watch
she's
it.
arguing.
That's all. We're just having a surface level, or I'm having a surface level conversation because I haven't watched it, and I don't like to really discuss stuff that we haven't watched, but nobody else is talking, and we're just
Yeah,
we shooting the shit.
Even at the time, because I had to, because I'm watching the video, right, and she made mistakes in terms of whiteness and albinism, right?
Exactly.
So I'm like, damn, she fucked that up. So I went back and looked. But listen, I went back and looked. What did people in 1974 understand about pale skin and whiteness? In scientific literature, that was being taught. Because even in an interview, she said, "This is not me. According to the so and so and so and so, whiteness and albinism." Because I was like, really? So that's why I was like, hold on, I stopped it. I'm like, for real? I looked it up, but she's already started with a faulty premise. But she's tying the albinism to white skin, because they ain't even got there yet. Darwin just coming through in the 1900s, early 1900s. They ain't got the, we got the skin map and the whole nine. They ain't there yet. You know what I'm saying? They got an idea of melanin and a general understanding of whiteness, but there's still a lot of social shit around white skin that they ain't quite worked out yet. You know what I'm saying? So I had to see, okay, she ain't quite, the science wasn't quite there yet. Like she could have easily got fucked up. You know what I'm saying? She ain't had the right tools to do what she was trying to do.
No, we're not talking about racism, Babylon Dunn. Babylon Dunn put racism is learned, not present at birth, Francis Cress Welsing. But I'm not talking about racism. That's not, racism is a good word, but
he's saying against your concept of her saying that she was born.
So I'm gonna say this.
He's saying that's a quote from Francis Welsing. That's what he's saying.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you.
Show us
from the ISIS. I'm going to the ISIS papers. So this is from the ISIS papers, as quoted. Welsing described white people as genetically recessive minority with an instinctual drive to survive. Historically, white males represent a mutant, genetically recessive minority population that can be genetically annihilated by all non-white people. She explicitly characterizes racism as systems put in place to ensure white genetic survival. Racism is a conspiracy to ensure white genetic survival. Conclusion, what it means. Welsing clearly frames white racist behavior not purely as learned or cultural, but also as a subconscious survival instinct tied to perceived genetic inferiority and extinction threat. This meets the criteria of innate or inborn fear. It's not just taught, it's deeply rooted in her psychosymbolic model. So she may not use the words born with fear, but she does say racism is partly subconscious biological behavior, not only social conditioning that falls under the standard of racism. She repeatedly labels it as a fear-based survival mechanism tied to white genetic extinction that's fundamentally different from saying racism is purely learned. So when she gets into it, that it's in the genes, that it's in your subconscious, this is not just a learned behavior. You already have it. It's like Stu Pease was saying, a fear of snakes. apparently we must already
You have
have
it, but
when we
it's
see
learned
snakes,
through the
we must already.
interactions.
But she's saying it's also, she's saying
Yeah,
it's
that's
learned
assumptive
also, but
too.
she's saying
But
it's
she's
not
saying
only learned.
she's saying interracial reproduction is what causes it. So it's like, you know, they would have to have learned that. What if they just never encountered nobody but
Not,
white
but
folk?
if
They
it's in
wouldn't
their
learn that.
genes, it's not. But if it's in their subconscious and in their genes already, it ain't learned. She's saying it's already there. I mean, this is all spooky shit.
It's
Don't get
driven
me
by
wrong.
something that's there.
No,
Not
you're saying it's driven by because we're trying to make science out of it. It's all pseudo. I'm
nah, I'm
just
talking about
saying it's pseudo.
her
I'm
whole
not
thing
looking
was
for the
about the
science in her pseudo.
psychoanalysis drivers
No,
or
can
whatever
I
the
ask,
fuck.
where is she pseudo? You read a statement a while ago. What
Where is
part
she?
of the statement was pseudo?
Wait. 2 P's before you go. Are you agreeing with Frances Cress Welsing and what she's saying?
Based on
Not
what you just
everything.
read? Yes, not everything.
Okay. All right. Well then, no.
No.
You don't got to come in hot. I'm about to call you pseudo. You don't have to come in hot, 2 P's. Just talk to us, bro. Just talk to us. Just talk.
You back on speakers, CPs.
Yeah, you back
really
on
hear you.
speaker because we can't really hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
Fetty wants you to play the video.
Man, we're not watching that
No,
chocolate
I'm not
debate.
watching that shit.
Fetty
I'm
might
gonna
like
watch
it.
it on my
Fetty might be
maybe, but
you
that's
might like
exactly
it.
That's up his alley.
Yeah. Before we start,
Fetty,
you
I
read that
think
statement.
Fetty,
A
We had
beautiful.
Fetty join the Discord.
and she was bagging on Charles Murray.
Come on.
Yeah.
To the big
Hey,
y'all
that's what we
notice
want to
that?
see. Hey, Fetty, come to the
Hey,
fit.
you
Okay.
notice
Yo,
that?
what's
So
the
she notice
call?
that? As soon as
Yo,
we
big
go on
nerve.
YouTube, he's a cricket. You don't
That's,
say none of this stuff.
that was a beautiful.
You don't
What
say nothing.
what you read? What you read was a beautiful thesis statement. No, let's get into it. Where was
Let's talk
she wrong?
about it.
Let's
Let's
talk
talk
about
about
it.
it.
I'm not.
Where was she pseudo?
I just don't.
Let's
Where
talk
was she?
about it.
No, you read it. You read it. Where was
I
she
don't
pseudo?
agree with it.
Where
I don't
wasn't
What
she
you don't agree
pseudo?
with?
With the
What you
the
don't agree with?
academia does. Hold on, 2 P's. Let me just say this.
Nah, we
Yesterday I
doing
said we
do
turn
AI.
these 95%
We
arguments
don't need to
right
do AI for this.
into the
I'm
5%.
in the middle of a game.
Listen to this. Academia and consensus agrees with me. So I don't have to prove to you where
Agrees
she
at
was
what?
wrong.
Agrees with you
The
what?
You have to
beautiful.
prove to me where
All right.
she's
Okay.
wrong.
Okay.
No,
Let
they
me
don't.
repeat what you just said. Let me say something, please. Let me rebut it. 95% of academic, qualified academic in the United States is white. So therefore, their opinion may be biased based upon their internal fear that
He never
Francis
brought this to
Cress will.
academia.
Possibly.
No. Hold on. I'm talking, right?
Finish.
The second thing is that you have two kinds of study. While you may have a qualitative study that you use more descriptive languages and a quantitative study where you use more numbers with, Frances Cress Welsing based her findings as it appear more on a qualitative study. So if you're going to do by the numbers, you might not get what she gets. But if you base it on observation and pursue and going through literature, you might find some similarities. Now, some people might tell us that there's no such thing as inherent fear, but we can identify that some people, some children, born with phobias that you say, oh, why are they afraid of that? Why are they afraid of the crocodile? Why are they afraid of snakes? This child never have any interaction with snakes. She have never seen a snake before. Sure, he has never, but there's a fear of predators. There's a fear of being harmed. So she didn't say anything wrong when she said in fear that you're born with. No, where is your dispute with her? Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you where my dispute is.
That's easy.
And I'm assuming this is where academia has their dispute. But I'm not a scientist. I'm just telling you my opinion.
We want Brass' opinion. I want your
I'm
opinion.
just giving you my opinion. I'm not a scientist, but I'll be breaking the same rules y'all do on Egypt, right? I think the reason, and this is why I know it's innate because I understand what she's trying to say. She doesn't mean that people are born racist, right? Like some kind of switch is flipped or something like that. She means people are born with a genetic disadvantage, and the fear that stems from that biology causes them to develop systems of racism. So it isn't so much. So in her view, it ain't something that you can consciously make the decision and choose. It's like that white people have inside of themselves, regardless of systems, regardless of influence, regardless of culture, anything, that inside of white people, there's a survival response because of that recessive gene that they already that a 1-year-old white child somewhere right now has a gene inside of them that is already thinking about white annihilation. So they're going to at some point influence systems, racism, red line, whatever happens to protect their race.
No, all right. Can I? That's not what she says.
Okay.
That's not what she said.
Then you tell me what she's saying. This is all pseudo. But you tell me.
Okay, this is all pseudo. Let's say it's all pseudo. We're operating on that permission.
But we gotta understand what she's saying.
Let me rephrase it. My interpretation of what she's saying, because she's not here to speak to me, so it has to be my interpretation.
Right.
That the fear of annihilation caused people to put protections in place to protect themselves. Right? If you live in a flooded area, you build your house on stilts. It's a natural response. If your protection is to have your children look like you, as on a whole, or to have children, some people prefer to have them children look like themselves. So they're going to protect that. How they protect that? They put systems in place. Right? Are they wrong or right?
But what if they start building? But hold on. But what if they're born with an innate fear of a flood, not knowing anything else? They're just born with the innate fear of a flood that's going to wipe everything out. So at some point, whether they get triggered by a flood, whether it starts raining or not, they just start protecting their house from a flood without any systemic, any kind of cultural, any kind of socioeconomic thing happen. They just start building for a flood.
You put systems in. Yes, people do it.
But if they don't know what the fuck, but what if they? How do they know that it'll flood? I'm saying with no trigger, nothing. Like no one called them a cracker. Nobody called them master, slave master. With no trigger at all, why would you start protecting your house for a flood? Where would the trigger come from? She's saying that there's a gene inside the person that will automatically, subconsciously be there.
Get that. Let me ask you this. Brad. You think?
Okay.
All right. Let me say this real quick. That's with Jossie.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm gonna get it real quick. If a group of white people, say 30, or let's say 50, that way we ain't got a whole bunch of cousins, move into an area surrounded by, let's say, 5,000 black people, right? It's not. It may not be as weird, right? That those 30 white people could say, you know what? It's only 30 of us. And seeing that their numbers are small and they could be wiped out, they could then say, you know what? Let's only marry white people. Let's only marry into people that are white in order to preserve their race. Like, it's right, because by looking around subconsciously, they're gonna realize we're in an area where we can easily be wiped out as a people, right? That's all I'm saying. So go ahead, I'm gonna let Josh get now.
So in them 50 people, hold on, let me speak to that point. But in them 50 people,
I didn't cut it short so you can get in there, Brad.
No. Yeah. Well, listen, I'm fighting for my life over here. I got an innate desire to protect my life. I'm fighting for my life. So wait, in them 50 people, she would be right if all 50 did it. But all 50 ain't gonna do it. All 50 don't have the subconscious protection of their race. Some of them girls, like about 10 of them girls, based on matter of fact, based on 2025, like half of them girls is still gonna go do with whoever, whatever, because that gene don't exist.
Because fear don't work that way. Fear don't work. Hold on, bitch. Fear don't work that way. We have to be honest. That fear don't work that way. While that gene may trigger a fear, we know that we can, as human beings, overcome fears.
We could act on it.
We can act on it. We cannot act on it.
Hold on, Brad. Let Johnson get in there.
I want y'all to know I'm fighting for people. I ain't gonna let y'all.
No, I'm saying we don't even know where he coming in at.
I've been in these conversations. I end up fighting 5 people.
You gonna get it, bro.
I talk 10 minutes and y'all think it's
Man,
good. Go
I'm
ahead,
for all
go
your.
ahead, go
Listen,
ahead.
the other day, the other day was
I had to put
the
that
other
out there.
day was me. Listen, the other day it was
I
me
had
and
to put
Yeah,
Haskell
that
against
out
the
Sosa
there.
had his
whole room,
back
bro.
to the wall.
I had
Yeah, the
to
other
put
day,
that in there.
Yeah.
Hey, you know how the fight said. I ain't about to let y'all beat me up. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
put your back against the wall. Put your back against the wall and put your
Yeah,
feet.
you're right.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
all make
we're
everybody
coming
gonna
in.
try
But
to everybody
guess what?
hold
Guess
on,
what?
let Mujasi go.
Guess
Let
what?
Mujasi go. Let Mujasi
We're
go.
giving
Go
it to
ahead.
you one at a time. We're not ganging up. One at a time. So
Go
Go ahead,
ahead, guys.
Mujasi.
That's hilarious. Okay, appreciate it, brother. Yesterday or the day before when y'all was having this conversation, man, it was brilliant because it forced me to have to reassess my thoughts and interpretation of Dr. Welsing as well too. And I like the position that Sosa was trying to, defend and establish because there's some pieces that Elder Francis, Ancestor Francis established that we can't just throw down the river. Um, at the same time, I can see, Brass, why this can be confusing. This is challenging. And when I had to assess what I understood about the elder and the ancestor, I'm like, dang, I know like these brothers are helping me understand that she got some core things wrong. But I didn't, again, by practice, I put people in the context. And I like how Sosa is elevating that. Like you have to understand some of the theories, some of the frameworks, the foundations, and some of the positions that she was arguing from in and why she elevated certain theories at that time. Now, if you look at her pivotal work that came out in the early 90s with ISIS paper, she was one of a few Black folks at that time that was bringing this psychosocial connection and biology to the conversation of race. She wasn't the only one. You had Marima Ani, who just dropped Urugu around the same time. You had Michael Bradley, like a few years earlier, who dropped what is it, Iceberg Inheritance or something like that. You had Dr. What's his name? Valandlo Wabogle. I never get his name right, but he dropped a piece that was also spitting psychobiological theories and thoughts with the conversation of race. And so these jokers, they were both moving and having these conversations and debates and how they was trying to flesh out some type of explanation of how white supremacy and racism was showing up. And so Dr. Welsing, she was trying to, like Sosa is trying to elevate, she was trying to use psychological, socio-psychological language to explain her theory around why this thing may be biological. Now, if we was to transfer her thought, and if she was alive today, she would be having conversations with some of the leading epigenetics today. And this is where I want to make sure that Brass has not been jumped on because epigenetics as a kind of a branch out of neuroscience, it's new. It's a recent kind of exploration into understanding how our genetic imprint and genomes influences our nervous system, and our nervous systems end up influencing our behaviors as we experience our environment. So some of the things like Stu Pease was saying, we're born and kind of have this ingrained phobia of something that we've never experienced, but we can't shake it. I've seen some big ass 7-foot men jumping on top of cars from a poodle that's just barking at them. And they can't explain why dogs just create this fear for them. And so when we're looking at these models like that and then try to transpose Frances Welsing's writing into it, she would have been she kind of was the progenitor, if you want to say, to the thinking of connecting this inborn fear to the behaviors that show up in white supremacy. Was it a stretch at that time? Absolutely. Did it come off as almost like a selling some snake oil? Absolutely. Because at the time we didn't have no scientific, no data, no empirical information to be able to draw any type of inferences that she was trying to make. And again, she was using the language of psychology. And so the reason why I had to look back on her stuff and really kind of put a different re-examination on it is because I read this book, and I mentioned this to y'all brothers a few months ago. There's a book by Resmaa Menakem. It's called My Grandmother's Hands. And it's a phenomenal book of how this brother chewed up some of the leading work around epigenetics and brought it into the conversations of how it shows up in our biology. And not only in our biology, but also our behavior. And he's one of those that helped to put forth the idea that nature, and when we're thinking about inborn pieces, is not separate from our environment, which is our natural piece. I'm sorry, natural nature. You get what I'm saying? And so through Resmond piece, and I'll close here, he opened up the door for me to look at some of these new epigenetic researchers like Wolf Reich and Stephanie Balin and Manuel Esteller. And I know if Fetty was here, he'll be like ready to jump in because these folks are the ones. These folks are the ones who are trying to really stretch the imagination scientifically to, are people born and having a certain disposition to certain fears that are showing up in social behaviors. Like, and some of this may explain why this replacement theory is so big amongst certain white people, you know, fanatical white people, and how this replacement theory, they believe this almost as an ingrained neurological imprint, the way they enact it in their life. Now, I'm not an expert in none of this stuff. So I stand also with my brother Brass that some of it is confusing to me. Some of it don't make sense. I cannot make the connection to it. But I know there's people having conversations around it. And I have to make sure I hold the ancestor Welsing up, and that she was speaking on something with a language at a time that people are now revisiting and saying maybe she was onto something. And sometimes our best scholars end up doing that. They sound crazy in the 90s and the 80s when they're debating people, and then 30 years later, you be like, God damn, they was onto something.
All right, stay right there. Stay right there. Let me ask you a question. Stay right there. And then Stu P's coming right after that. I just want to respond to what you said. One of the things that that I'm learning in these conversations, right, is that the first thing when we start talking about the elders in this community, or you know, the master teachers or babas or sabers, whatever they want to call them, right? A lot of times, I'm not saying you do this, but a lot of times I don't think when they compare them, they'll say like, well, what about Darwin? Or what about Newton or something like that? One of the things that I notice is that most of the mistake is the not that they add Afrocentrism to what they're doing, it's the level of Afrocentrism that they add to it that kind of takes them away from like a Sigmund Freud or like some of those people, because what she's doing is not scientific. So where I'm not going to call it a scientific theory, it falls right under theory, and there's nothing wrong with her giving a theory. But let me ask you just a quick point, because you said I wrote down some of the things you say. I can't believe I'm actually taking notes, but when you talk, I tend to take notes because I know you take them. So when you say she was connecting biology and sociology before her time, that's not 100% accurate, but I'll see to that point because I'm not clear on it. But I think what she actually did, and I looked up some of this stuff too. What came out was Welsing did was inject Afrocentric psychology and melanin theory into the conversation. Where she made a mistake is that it was not grounded in data, genetics, or testable biology. So she didn't. So she symbolically reframed racism through melanin metaphors. You also said that she would be working with epigeneticists today. Epigenetics is the study of how environmental factors affect gene expression, not about race-based subconscious fear or genetic annihilation. Epigenetics focuses on how stress, nutrition, trauma affect gene expression. It doesn't prove that racial behavior is rooted in melanin or pigment-based fear. Now, this is my last thing, and I'll land my point. So I even said, because then you said theory. So you meant theory, not scientific theory, correct?
Yeah, just theory. Just theory.
Okay. Part of the issue that I have is, and this is why I stick on the biological insecurity part that she discusses. Now, we can all interpret data, right? I'm doing the Egypt thing. The data is what the data is. It's just my interpretation is different than what Sosa or Stu P's are saying, right? Because based off how I see what she's saying and how they see what she's saying, based off my own history, my own economics, my own power, I get that. But if she's saying, and this is her proposal, this is why I know it's not scientific. It's not a scientific theory. It's not testable. It's not based on evidence. It's not replicable. It has no predictive power whatsoever. It's just a psychological, racial something she's doing with Afrocentrism. But if her color confrontation theory says that white people, due to genetic recessiveness, subconsciously fear genetic annihilation, this fear then drives them, not socials, just the genetic recessiveness, subconsciously fear genetic annihilation. This fear drives them to create and maintain white supremacy. Racism is a global behavioral survival system. What it does for me, and this is Majasi, now you'll probably understand where I'm coming from. It turns it into something other than just fucking hate.
Right.
Can I say something because I have to go? I have to go in and
Disagree since I'm done.
Let
For
it
me,
flame.
I don't need. I know I'm fighting 5 people though, but I'm done. I don't like to give excuses for the fact that white supremacy and the actions of those people at that time, over time, it's just hate. It's just evil. It's not some kind of gene. I don't want to credit it to some kind of gene, some kind of recessive master plan that's just going to kick in. It's just evil. I land my plane.
All right, let me just say something. After going, let me say something. You see, yeah, I have to go in. No, I have to go in and sign out and log out and all that bullshit.
Okay, good.
So, like, when you look at it, what you have disregarded is that observation is an important factor when it comes to scientific discovery. And from my opinion, and what I've read and what I've seen of Francis, I like all of Francis pretty, is that one, we have observed over time that white people, especially white people in the Americas, where they were cut off from their white people in Europe, white people in America was preserving themselves as early as they landed. The first thing they did was when mixed children, no matter how white or fair they appear to be, they were ostracized and the one drop rule was created. That's a form of separation. Why did they do that? Francis must have observed that and said, why the reason for the one drop rule? Although this child could pass for white, she was never white or he was never white. When Francis was to start looking into those observations and coming up with her theory, not a scientific one because it's not proven, but she came up with a theory. Now we're arguing, is that theory pseudo or is that theory grounded in some evidence that there must be more to these people than just behavior? It must be biological. It can't just be environmental. Why would people separate themselves from them own self based upon one drop?
But still, just because she don't understand why,
can I chime in
don't
after you?
mean that she. Okay, no, I cut Stu off. I'm gonna let him finish and you can go.
After you, Stu.
My thing is, I agree with what you're saying that she's a psychiatrist. She has the, that's what she should be thinking about, trying to figure those kinds of things out. But the danger is that when you don't understand and then you start doing that cross-domain violation of making it biological, she's not qualified. To get her doctorate, she took a college-level biology course, not nothing where she could just start talking about recessive
got an MD,
genes.
not a PhD.
Yeah, like
but that's
she doesn't.
not, but what she did is not cross domain.
When you go, no,
yeah,
but when you go to college,
that's not cross domain. That's not cross domain.
Okay, so let's say it's not. I know you want to correct every little thing. I'm not. Let's just assume that
we can't say she had a PhD though.
I didn't
language
say
is
a
important.
degree. I'm not saying
language is important.
Oh,
language is
okay,
important.
okay. Language is important. It's not cross domain. There's a reason why she should not be making biological statements about recessive genes. For reasons that if she don't understand something, it can't go into biology because she's not qualified to do it. And there's a reason why she never put this for any kind of peer review whatsoever, because it wouldn't stand. It doesn't even fall under epigenetics, what she's saying. She would not be talking to leading epigeneticists of today because they even they would say this doesn't make sense. They wouldn't even open the conversation.
I'm gonna let Mujasa
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know
a lot
if
of things you mess.
Oh no, let's do piece finish. Let's do piece finish.
Oh yeah, because a lot of things you mess up because AI. You can't. AI is giving you different shit.
This ain't all AI.
I could tell how it's formed. It's not pulling it right. It's not teasing out correctly. That shit it kind of irks my nerve. But go ahead, Stu, please. He said he had to go in. He's on mute.
Yeah, I think he had to
Go ahead,
go.
Mujosh.
So
Go ahead, Mujosh.
yeah, that's why I like I appreciate what Sosa was doing, putting her in context, and we have to read on some of the scholars at that time and some of the books that I threw out. But I tried to be clear, and I'm never clear, so I don't
No,
always
you're
get
clear.
all of
I
my
don't.
thoughts out
This
right.
is
That
outside of. I'm good. This is surface for
yeah, I'm
me. This is not
confused.
like
No,
a yeah.
yeah, I'm confused also with this. And y'all brothers, I took notes the other day and it made me go back and kind of revisit, like, what do I know about, but how much do I know about her Cress theory of racial confrontation? How much do I know about her melanin piece? There was another book, I can't remember who wrote the book. They expounded on her piece with melanization and created a little children's book called The Melanin Me. And it was real funny, but I realized that
Andrew
this
had
stuff
Shake had
wasn't.
this joke, two cradle theory somewhere
Yeah,
around
there
that
you
in
go.
that range.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I realized like this wasn't as empirical as I thought it was. But one of the things that I became concerned with as I had to internalize and really disagree with some of her theory is that when we're looking at people trying to find a biological cause to race, that's scary for me. I'm going to say for me, this is my fear. Now, while the science of epigenetics is just trying to explore how certain things that we fear may be ingrained in our nervous system, it doesn't necessarily transfer into the specific images of us experiencing or adopting the ideas of race. It's hard to sit up here and say that there's an encoded genome, something within our structure or something like that, that's designed around white supremacy or something like that. It's hard to make that argument. And there's no science to be even make that connection. But there's a relationship between certain expressions in our genes and how our environment may pull that out in terms of our interaction with certain people in our environment, like white people or certain speak. And that's still not grounded. There's nothing empirical enough that can say this can mean this. But my fear around this is that if folks start to medicalize white supremacy and say that this thing is biological and we could pinpoint it to a certain gene, the medical community is going to do what? Have a pill for that. And as soon as they sit up here and they create some substantial data that says, oh, we can pinpoint white supremacy to a certain gene expression, they're going to easily sit up here and create this hoax and now we can create this pill to try to resolve that. And so now you're going to have white folks running around here talking about, I have an anti-racism pill, and I can't have done this out of hate because I've been taking my anti-racist pill for years. This is my fear. And nothing reality, but this is my fear.
I'm
And this is the
listening to
reason
you.
why I push back against. This is why I say, I don't know if the relationship between white supremacy and its expressions and trying to find some inherent genetic cause is always going to be sound. Now, I push back against my brother Resma Menican only in that piece. This is the only questions that I kind of throw at him in his book and his research, because one of the things he elevates is the relationship between our nervous system, our environment, certain gene expressions, and how we interact with what he called white body supremacy. And he makes a good hellified argument. And he goes into different scholars, neuroscientists, to make that argument. But it's still difficult to ground in empirical data that this Black expression or my interaction with this white person may be coming from my grandparents' experience with lynching and sharecropping as well, too. Some of it makes a lot of sense. Some of it, it's like, the parallels and how they make the argument, you be like, damn, that does kind of seem a little, connected, because it's theory. It's all theoretical. Dr. Joy DeGrew's book, it's
Right.
theoretical. And she's more so looking at
post-traumatic slave syndrome, something like that.
exactly post-traumatic slave
Yeah.
syndrome. She's looking at it
Yeah.
more from a psychological point of view. And when you pull in Sean
Epigenetic.
epigenetic, yeah, she throws in a little bit of epigenetic, but most of it, she's looking at social behaviors. And when we look at Sean Gentwright's stuff, I think I can't remember what his data in his book is called, but he's also trying to place it in an environmental conversation and looking at Black folks' interactions with the world and the society around them. But it's still difficult to draw it down to a specific causation to say that this genetic expression produces this racial outcome.
Yeah, you
But
never.
there's some things that there's some phenomenons in this that they make the argument that it's hard to explain it any differently as well too. There's some theories there that it does deserve some more investigation, and that's all I can say with it. That's how I gotta land there, because
And it
I
was
don't know.
cross-domain violation. Y'all stop messing with me. You know, sometimes I back down, bro. I listen to y'all, and because I'm live, I try to catch myself. It was a cross-domain violation.
Explain
it
what.
most certainly was a cross-domain
Explain
violation.
what it
And the
told you.
fact that y'all, you
No, just explain it.
why
Explain
it
what
was.
it told you.
No, you were certain. I
No,
was
I want to
uncertain.
hear your
You were
response.
certain. No. You tell me how it was not a cross-domain violation. Because y'all were certain.
Because
I had to go look it up to make sure I wasn't messing up.
Because outside of using the word gene and genetic, you know what I'm saying? Her explanation about the whole white being a recessive gene, that there's no biological component really to her argument, right? She's not talking about the A21 gene switches and this switches on it and
that doesn't
this
fall
reduces
under that.
and this reduces.
I mean, she was saying albinism was
it
next
does.
to whiteness on that spectrum.
Hold on.
She was saying
You
that.
saying
Though.
specificity makes it cross a violation. She doesn't have to be
No.
She indirectly made connections.
Hold on, Sad, because I want to mix my words up. When I say cross-domain, what I'm saying is that she's not using biology, right? She's not. That's when I talk about the genes and stuff like that. She's not going into that bag. All her things are psychology driven. That's why that's why I was going to explain psychology and then explain neuroscience, so you can kind of get a grasp of how psychology works. Because psychology is a lot of ideas. You can't really get empirical evidence from psychology. You know what I'm saying? You only get ideas, right, and observations, right? And then neuroscience come behind it, and then check and see, well, what are there chemicals here? What is the amygdala doing? That's what I'm saying. So there's a level, but you're never going to get hard.
Yeah.
Stance on empirical data out of psychology is to solve science.
Yeah, you're never going to. Because it's like you're just having when you're just giving like a cultural psychoanalytical critique, like you're going to always fall outside the realm of scientific like peer reviews and shit like that, like for sure.
Well, my brothers, don't go so far as to say.
Hold on, is psychiatry and psychology the same thing?
No,
because her MD is in psychology.
No.
Her MD is in psychiatry.
Yes, there's overlap there. I get it.
No, you keep saying psychology and psychiatry. They're two different things. Her medical degree is in psychiatry.
What's the difference between psychiatry and psychiatry?
No.
I'm saying
you keep saying psychology. They're not the same thing. They both deal with mind, right? They do. But psychology is behavior, cognition, and emotions. Psychiatry is dealing with mental illness from a biological and medical angle. She has an MD in psychiatry saying right recessive genes. That's the biology. That's the genetics. She's in genetics. She's talking about some shit she shouldn't even be talking about. She's not qualified to talk about it. So when I say she made a cross-domain violation, her MD is not in psychology, bro. So if you're saying psychology somehow that makes sense, okay. But if she's using her like even with DeGroote, that wasn't even the same thing. But I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into that because we'll be here all day. And I actually like her, so I don't feel like I don't dislike Frances Cress Welsing. Y'all making me dislike her, but she earned a doctorate of medicine in specialization in psychiatry in 1962.
Wasn't a doctor.
She was never. Hold on. She never got a PhD. Y'all were right. But so she doesn't have formal academic training in genetics, sociology, anthropology, or evolutionary biology. So despite having an MD, Welsing made claims about genetic recessiveness, melanin's influence on global power, racial behavior rooted in biology, and systemic white supremacy driven by genetic survival instincts. These are not clinical psychiatric claims, but assertions tied to population genetics, behavioral biology, and social theory. That is cross-domain in the sense that she presented theories outside of her formal training and provided no measurable data or peer-reviewed studies to support them. Cross-domain violation.
No, my issue, Brass, is not that you
I know you
use
got an
AI.
issue.
It's not that you use it. It's just that you don't. You have to. You gotta. You don't push back against nothing. Whatever spits out, you get. That's not. You gotta push back to make sure it's giving you exactly what it wants. You feel me? That's all. That's all I'm saying.
No.
I'm not gonna.
You know
I
what's
just
funny?
leave right there
No,
because that
Sosa,
thing
stay right
will.
there. No, Sosa, stay right there. You know how much I push back? Because you literally whooped my ass on Herod the Great because of this dumbass ChatGPT. So do you know what I said to ChatGPT even after that? I let Mujasi speak, not let. I listened to Mujasi speak the entire time. Right after that, I didn't say anything. I put define cross-domain violation and give direct quotes or citations. Then they gave me the definition. So then I said, even after that, I didn't say anything. I said, give me the Oxford definition, because that's where you whoop my ass with that Britannica bullshit with Herod the Great. Then it said it doesn't have an Oxford definition, but they gave me blah, blah, blah. I then said, compare it to DeGroove's theory. Then I realized I was wrong, completely wrong. I am not even qualified to have that conversation. But then I asked a simple question. Is psychology and psychiatry different? And it says, yes, they both deal with the mind, behavior, and mental health. But the difference is psychiatry deals with mental illness from a biological, medical angle. So it shows. So then I said, what is her MD in? I asked it 10 questions before I said all of that. So I might have read that from one source, but you beating me the other day means I'm never going to ask ChatGPT one question. I tried to prove myself. I even said in one of these, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. And it still said the same thing, bro. So I asked it 10 questions. I'm not gonna I respect you enough
Yeah,
to not
she
just ask
included
a blanket
genetics in her
question.
theory for sure. Like we got
She did
that part.
not. Yeah, I think with like I said, I'm gonna just move on. I don't want to go through the whole thing.
Yeah,
It's
that's
too much.
fine. Well, and then we'll pick it up another
But
day.
I
We'll
don't
look up
think this
something
was
that'll
the
bug you later like it
conversation,
bugged me.
honestly, like the nooks and fucking crannies of her whole theory. I think our issue was like, was she using it for, to mislead? Like we get it, like, a lot of people back
Right.
then and now we're attempting to fucking, try to restore dignity and pride and to black identity for sure. But when she started assigning, power to the melanin and all that, like that's where she, like she would have stopped, prior to that we wouldn't be probably having this conversation, but she ain't stopped there. She kept going. She kept saying like, that shit was a genetic mutation. And I mean, she would also say not all white people are albinos. Like clearly she was,
Yeah,
making
but
some
like I said,
distinction
I
within
had
like
to
data
look
that
that
was
up.
available.
Yeah, I had to look that
Like,
up. Like I said, like that was the scientific
yeah, at the
understanding at the
time, for
time.
sure. I get
Like,
that, yeah.
so what she's spitting is, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, context matter.
What was
Like
the
for us, like
scientific of the time? What was the scientific understanding at the time?
So
about
Sosa
they did.
woke up this morning and said he getting Francis Cress Welsing off. He
Out
said
of
it
prison.
was Enrico, and now
Yeah.
he's
But
trying
when
to
she's
shut that
saying
down.
melanin like
Yeah.
influences like
No, it's the
Yeah.
intellect and
Enrico.
all that, that's
I
different.
object, Your Honor. I object.
Yeah, I know
Object.
that's
Melanin
You
right.
said you
influences
wanted
Lead the
intellect
witness.
all
and all that. Like
Lead the witness.
you kept going.
you said you wanted all the Francis smoke.
What a
You said
He
it
mistrial,
was
Your
getting
Honor.
all
right
he
on the
getting all of it
sofa.
too. But I
This is a
definitely
mistrial,
think it
Your
was
Honor. This is a
intentional though.
mistrial.
I
This
definitely
needed
think
to
it
be
was
thrown out.
intentional. I definitely think it was intentional. I
I
definitely think
don't
so.
care to read her
I
mind.
think and on top of that, I think the timing that after 30 years of her in 1991 is when she printed the ISIS papers for sale. That's
Yeah,
where the
but
skin.
here's,
That's where I'm gonna stay right there.
He
I
had
know we don't
20
but
agree.
here's the
years
thing.
to
Yeah, but here's the
No,
thing.
update.
That's where I disagree.
I
Even if
get it, but
you're
hold on.
right, I think you're wrong. Go ahead.
Now you also got to take into consideration that she dropped the Francis Cress Welsing color confrontation. She dropped that when she was at Howard.
1970.
She had in the 70s. She had an assistant professorship at Howard. When she dropped that was consequence. She lost her assistant
as she
professorship
should have.
at Howard because of that. No, but what I'm saying is that it ain't like she was cow-toeing. And, you know what I'm saying? Soft shoeing and cow-toeing, and then she waited. Nah, she got. Nah, I'm saying this so you get yeah. So she got kicked out. So she was with that block. But who can? But if you do that, right? But if you do that, you lose your job, right? I'm not knocking you for going back and getting to your career and writing essays and building up to where now you don't have to risk financial burden. Not shit.
Yeah, because she know black folks.
Because she knew better to a degree.
Because she know that. But that's no.
We're never gonna know the
degree.
Hold
she
on,
knew better. We gotta say
that. We're never gonna know the answer.
No, you over talking. Say it now. Say that one more time.
I just said to some degree she knew better, bro. Like, and I can't really not let that go. I ain't saying she had all the information that we got now, whatnot, but she also had time to update her theory.
And
I don't see a major change from 1974 to 1991. I mean, I read the ISIS paper. She was consistent. It's a collection of those 18 essays over 18 years.
Prove was intentional.
She's been in 1,000 of these conversations.
It can't be
having a conversation in the chat. You know what she's saying is controversial. She's had
y'all making
conversations, bro. She's had to have had high-level conversations.
I mean, yes, I'm not going to say that it's not an opinion. I'm not going to take that away.
Psychiatric field.
That's what I'm saying.
And I know we ain't the first people
that
told her that
here's what I'm saying, Brass. We can all agree and disagree on the right and understand. We agree on a lot, but it's like when we start talking about character, that's where we gotta okay, you feel that way, I feel this way. Okay, we gotta
ain't character.
Yeah, it is.
No,
you talk about
is her actions. No, intentional. No. Okay, remove the word scamming. I'll stay on intentional. If that protects the elder or the baba or the seba or the master teacher, whatever y'all want to call her, I'm just saying. Yeah, that was.
That's subconscious.
I did that on purpose.
It's subconscious.
On purpose. No, it wasn't subconscious. But I'm just saying that she intentionally did it because she didn't she used scientific terms. Like she was using it. See, like y'all know, everybody doesn't know the difference, right? Between MD and PhD. A lot of people don't know them differences. I think we was having a conversation in here one day about somebody having an MD and a PhD. And then somebody was talking about, well, they got their MD and something. You remember that conversation? It was about somebody else. They got their MD at Oxford or something like that. Who? Cater. Right. When y'all was having that conversation about Cater. Most people don't know the difference. Like most people don't know the difference between psychiatry and psychology. So when you saying psychology, like how you was cleaning up my words, that's why I was trying to clean it up. Because I was like, you keep saying psychology, but psychiatry can't be the same. I had to look it up myself because I didn't know.
No, I said what she was speaking to was the psychological, social fact. That's what she was speaking to.
It was a conventional.
Genetics.
It was a conventional scientific approach. It wasn't like a fundamental approach.
Yeah, we'll move. I don't want to go back.
If I was her, if she was to go write a paper,
like it probably didn't even meet the criteria of biological.
If she was listen, if she was to do a journal, right? What she would do is that it would. Yes, she would. That's what I'm trying to say. She wouldn't be there would be other scientists. Like when you see studies, you know that everybody's doing a study in a geneticist, right? So it's
I didn't say she wouldn't have. I said she couldn't have. I didn't say she wouldn't have.
No, you can. You can submit anything. No, everything in the just because it gets to the journal don't mean
it was rejected. But
don't just because it gets to the journal don't mean it's correct. She could have submitted it. Yeah, she would need a geneticist.
Well, let's deal with what she didn't do. She never did it. So
but anyway, with all of that, she still brought it to us though. Like we keep forgetting that part out.
And that's the problem.
Targeting.
So listen, that's what we ain't gonna we ain't gonna agree on that. That's why I ain't gonna fight you on
it. Okay.
I'm just gonna disagree on that.
Okay.
All the other stuff, we pretty much aligned, but I'm not gonna.
So if you disagree on that, can I just ask you, in your opinion, what would you think would be the reasoning behind her taking her collection of essays or whatnot and then putting it into a work that she promoted to what we know as the Black community? and not the scientific or the academic community? Like, what if you had to guess some sort of intent behind that? What would you say it would be?
Because
shout out to
from,
Babylon Dunn
like,
in the chat.
like
He is
for
killing
me, I feel like Frances Cress Welsing loved black people. Like when I see what she was doing, I feel like that she loved black people, right?
Storm
And
dignity. I got you.
if she's somebody that put something that was out controversial and it cost her a job, it cost her finances, right? It makes sense to me that she would just hunker down, take care of it, and then because a lot of people, a lot of scientists, when they put forth challenging ideas, they wait till everything is done. They wait till they're substantiated, and then they take a risk at the end because they figure, well, if you kill me, at least I've already made what I've
I got
done. You can do
something.
stuff,
Yeah.
but I'm at the, you know what I'm saying? You can't really hurt me. I'm done. If you know what I mean? If you castrate me or push me out, fine. I'm already done. So I can see that. I can see that being a thing.
Yeah, we see Nobel laureates do it. They go after they win that motherfucker. They go support all type of fringe ass shit.
Yeah, now they come with that heat, like So,
Can I also try to answer that as well too?
Bro, you
go
just said she loved black people. You know. Go ahead,
she did.
Mujasi.
I won't take it. I agree with her
in a
on
very
that.
deep bag now, bro.
She love the
She
money
love
too.
black people. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Sosa.
You know
bugging
what?
out.
One of the
Go ahead,
things that
Mujasi.
I mentioned this to you a while ago that I learned from one of the scholars, Naeem Akbar, that we have to measure people by their we can't measure people by their perfection, but by how they're excellent in something. We have to evaluate them based off of what did they do well, not so much if they were perfect.
Yeah,
And I've
I agree.
used that as a standard, as a measuring tool to assess all the elders, all the scholars, all the people before us who may have got some things wrong. And one of the things I do know about the generation above us is that sometimes they're so convinced on something that you can't change their mind on anything. And she may have been told, you may have to reconsider that, but she may have been intensively convinced that no, my theory on this, my theory on melanin is right. My theory on albinism is right. My theory on this was correct. And she may have had a little bit of reading and a little bit of educated guessing, if I can use that phrase, to back her position up. And she may have observed some things in the globe and around us that gave her some evidence to that truth, not necessarily facts, but truth. And she may have been willing to die on that sword with that. And so that keeps me from applying some ill intent, even when those collection of essays got put together in one binder and published. It keeps me from assuming that there was some scam going on, some scandalous intent behind it. Because again, she was one of a few people that had similar theories at that time, who was also pushing their proponent. And so I don't know if I can't throw her out, I can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I can't do that, like, because there's some other pieces that she contributed to the work of our people, for social cause, for battling white supremacy, that we can never dismiss her and just say she's a pseudo and that we need to lock her up and put her in prison. And that's just my opinion and perspective on her.
I disagree. But
it sounded Mujasi, boy. You got a gift, boy. You tug on that heartstring. You almost had me for a second. I had to reel myself back. Like, nah, hold on. Like,
I was about to try to cut you.
You got a gift, fam.
I swear I was gonna cut you, but I ain't gonna do it because it's Mujasi, and I understand what you're saying, right? Because Mujasi, I don't know exactly what it means, but it must mean balance because you bring balance to the server, you bring balance to the conversations. So I get it.
Very neutral.
But now, when we start, we do know that she was okay. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this as nice as possible, quickly. She was. Sosa said she did it out of love, so I'm not gonna say. Or I'm not gonna say what Sosa said because he hate when people do that. The theory that she meant well, right? Mm-hmm. When you get a MD, it's not like we're just holding another human being to a higher standard. She's a doctor. You hold her to a higher standard because that's what she went to school for. So when we're saying that this wasn't intentional, she knows what she has to, when she makes statements and when she makes theories, how to get it to fall under a scientific theory. And if it was never presented if she never altered her theory, never tested her theory, never peer reviewed the theory, never even took it to any kind of substantiation at all, the reason why I have to say it was intentional is because Mujasi, I'd even be having to say, because y'all hold her in a reverence. I think you just not you. I think the community holds her in a reverence because she spoke to something at the time that academia was probably ignoring. She was speaking against white
Social
supremacy.
norms,
She was
yeah.
speaking, for black pain. But here's the thing about speaking to power. You got to speak truth to power, though. Like, you can't just say any goddamn thing to power. So the fact that she's a doctor and she knew none of it was ever substantiated. None of it was peer reviewed. None of it. And she knows. Now, I might not know. You might not know. But when you get that MD, you know. So if you know none of this is substantiated and you're making biological claims, you know that what you're doing is even outside of psychiatry. So just because she meant well, or just because if that's the case, bro, if this is the case that we can do that because she meant well, then nobody in the community should be able to say pseudo no more. No one. Because how do I not know if Naphtali means well? How do I not know if Tazariak means well? Or somebody, how do I not know the Baptist preacher means well? If that's the case, that argument can't be used because I would assume they all mean well, or they all believe what it is. But you know why y'all call them pseudo? But they're not even doctors. They might not even have a third grade education. They might really believe some of the stuff they believe. But she was a doctor, bro. She graduated from Howard University. I don't want to hear about hoses and German shepherds and all of that. There were people at the time having the same conversation that did it a different way. Barbara Sizemore, John Henry Clark, W.E.B. Du Bois. These are people that fought white supremacy. They uplifted black people, but they used rigorous methods, peer-reviewed scholarship, and verifiable data. So you're supporting someone who had the opportunity to do those same things, but just because she believed there was a recessive gene and it was subconscious and all this good feeling stuff that was not substantiated. She wasn't the only person at the time. Why did
She could have
Amos
called
Wilson?
on people that were in the field. Like, she worked for a government facility for 24 years as a staff physician, meaning that they have a standard for her to meet at work, enough for her to keep it for 24 years. So she knew that standard. So we can't let her live below that standard if she knew how to keep that government job for 24 years. In those government offices, I'm sure she's in talks with biologists, other people in the field. She has the resources to go get this shit done. She's an academic. So we can't let her operate under outside the realms of academia. Like that, I don't see how she could get a pass for that. She
doesn't.
Was well.
I don't
Yeah,
think
so
she should get a pass for that. I don't think
Hold on,
I'm
Mujasi.
learning from
You brought
y'all.
up
Go ahead.
elders, right?
Uh-huh.
What about Amos Wilson?
Yeah.
Psychologist and author of Blueprint for Black Power.
Oh, yes.
He talked about systemic
Powerful.
oppression, self-determination, and education. He was a radical and Afrocentric. But all of his stuff was not all of it, but
not all of it, yeah.
But that particular was grounded in social science, behavioral observation, not untested
Psychology.
biology.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just
no, you're
saying,
right.
like,
you're right.
These arguments, right, that we get into. It happened with Dr. Ben. It happened with some of these things. I don't want to be seen as the person attacking it, but there's got to be some reality in the reverence too. That's why I'm not defending her. I would never use throwing her in the trash.
Yeah, because how is she really supposed to learn?
She made works.
If we don't, I get you. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater, like you said, Mujasi. But we have to also No,
Absolutely.
what to learn from these examples. Like we
Totally
got, you know what I'm
agree.
saying, if we're gonna keep a standard, or we're just gonna forever have a low bar for what it is we consider like as good work from the black community. It's like, nah, like all this shit can be attributed to good work because they were fighting something. We get it. There was pressures at the time, black dignity and all that shit was challenged. I get that. However, there was still enough people, enough contemporaries for her to be able to, rub elbows or put together some sort of something. Like somebody would have been willing to help her, but instead she gravitated towards the Neely Fullers and all the other people who had those, wild fringe ideas. So yeah, she was believing it because she was also in circles of people that kind of had similar fringe, wild
Absolutely.
ass ideas. So
Yes,
it's like,
sir.
when those people cluster together and they operate outside of, academia, and you do have other black scholars at that time that were doing real proper work, like
We're in
bring
an
those
echo
folks into the
chamber.
fold. Yeah, you were in an echo chamber. So, it could be due to that. However, she still understood what would need to be done if she did want to get this work substantiated. She knew that
Absolutely.
process.
With
Or
my
as
brothers, that's why. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
or
So
she
go
can,
ahead.
or she can just, right? Like she could just be in a position where she puts out the work, right? A lot of times, everybody has ideas and thoughts about certain things. Don't just go write scientific journals, right? That's not how,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Sometimes
For sure.
they pen it, they thoughts, they script, and then somebody sees it and goes,
Expound
there
on
might be
it and
something
work.
to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I can. You know what I'm saying? So that could have been part of it, because like I said,
For
like
sure.
the ISIS paper is a collection of essays over
Yeah, it
18 years.
wasn't just one sit down
So
session. Yeah.
Was it
so
for
she
what?
had just been writing
Was those
Yeah, I
articles
understand that.
free? Were
And
they
if you
free?
read it, you read it, you start to gather that from it. Like, okay, this
Yeah.
is, you
Yeah.
see
They
her
was
shit changing
disjointed.
over time a little bit. Like you can kind of see where she's kind of reforming some of these ideas over time.
And that's why I think
But they
that
keep the framework though. They don't really
they
move
keep the
far.
framework. Sometimes they don't move far from that framework. Absolutely.
But
And
the
that's why I
ISIS
Yeah.
think,
papers wasn't a what if though. It was an
no,
explanation.
it
I
was. It
get it, but
was.
It was her
nobody's
observation. It was her
nobody's.
psychosocial observations. Like
Yeah,
you
I'm
just
not
No, but
gotta.
stop
saying
saying it
it
like
Right.
it was
was.
just like an idea. She was trying to explain white supremacy.
What
Yeah,
I'm saying,
With
what I'm saying
pathology
is that
to it
it's
for
a,
ideas.
what I'm
sure.
Yeah.
saying is that it's
Yeah.
an idea
But that's in
because
her
it's
field
not a
though.
scientific theory. It's not been so it's only an idea. She's writing
But
down
when you
thoughts,
have a
observation, and she put it all
Yeah.
together in one piece. But
but
Now,
it's
so
not
what
so
she
I
like
went off
understand that. Hold
far
on, but
on
let's
is
get into
the
the reality social
pseudoscientific
like you
history
always
she
say.
also
man.
immersed
But so
into it.
you
Like,
always say you say this, Chef says this, and I agree with y'all on this. Let me see if I'm correct on this. Yes, but when you present it to the layman, not the people that understand, that don't know that when the doctors just like what y'all saying, it was just an idea, it was presented as this. But what about the people that don't understand that? And she's presenting it from a scientific point of view, and they can't tell the difference.
yeah, she's using her credentials to get
It's
her to
snake
trust us.
oil. She's using her
Get us to trust
credentials as
her.
that. Now, I'm not
That's
saying
just
she
a
intentionally
part of.
did that. Now, I'm not saying
That's
that's
just
intentional.
no.
I'm
I'm
just
saying it like
saying she should have the common sense to know if you just present this
uh,
to the public. She didn't say it was a possibility that there was a gene. She said white people are genetically recessive. If a person with a doctor on the front of their name says that, the average person is like, well, I read from a doctor. I read from this doctor, Francis Cress Welsing, that white people have a genetically recessive gene. They don't know she got an MD in psychiatry. They don't even know what an MD is. So it's dangerous. It's not love, it's harm. And you can't say it ain't harm because some of the pseudos that y'all argue against, I would assume, have quoted this in their white supremacy, whatever, not
Yeah, no,
knowing,
it's
not
in
even
the
knowing it.
fabric of our thinking
listen.
today. That melanin holds strong. Like we go to Instagram,
Y'all
bro.
know that's
All you
true
gotta do
though.
is see the
Y'all know
melanin
that's
is
Yeah.
true.
Yeah,
You
melanin
know
is
that's
like a
true,
is
right?
a
It
is a
is
is a is
recessive.
like
It is a
a
recessive gene, yo.
buzzword for us now.
Hold on. Let
Yeah.
It
me
is
get
a
this.
Yeah.
recessive
Absolutely.
gene, though. Y'all know
Melanin is
that,
a
though, right?
buzzword.
Not
Yeah,
quite,
Yeah.
but it doesn't
not quite
dictate
recessive. But I know what you
pigmentation.
mean.
What's up,
Let me
huh?
get this out. Let me say this. Then you get it in. Let me say
What
this.
up,
You did
huh?
it right, but we got we had Jane Elliott go on a whole run, right? Espousing a lot of the same similar concepts as Frances Cress Welsing, and she was a
Right. She says she
goddamn
gets it from
Okay,
there.
She was a national treasure everywhere.
okay.
Oprah. She was. I mean, passed around. Like That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, you can say
So
you
now,
can
so
make
is this
some.
now the is
Hold
this
on,
now the
Brad.
critique
Hold
See,
that
when
on,
Oprah
man.
said
We
out,
let the
said my
Brad.
come
grandmama
on, man,
was a
let that
black
shit
woman
go.
from
I'm saying
10,000
like
years
y'all
ago because
cut me
everybody was
every
black.
time I get like
My bad.
y'all
Wait,
cut
no,
me.
no,
Mute up.
you're right. I did cut you off. I apologize.
That's it. But I'm saying like she goes on this whole entire right, and we can do the same thing with Jane Elliott. You know what I'm saying? But when white people don't throw her away, you just value there. So I'm saying like,
I
why
don't
you
care
want to
what
do that
white
to
people
her?
do.
Like, what the? Why
Right.
you want to do her like that? Yeah, I'm
I
not
don't
saying like
care
her.
what
I'm
white
not
people
saying.
do,
Hold
so
on.
don't do that.
Hold, I'm
Yeah,
just
she
making.
do.
Hold on. Just
She's
let me
thrown
just
out by
like
her contemporaries though.
Go
Don't say
ahead,
that.
go
So
ahead, go
to
ahead,
she
go
get
some
ahead.
thrown
degree,
out
but
too.
I know a white guy do the same thing, the same kind of same thing. I forgot his name. I do the same thing. But what I'm saying is that you can say that her work is pseudo. We are agree. We agree. You know what I'm saying? My only issue is when y'all start talking about intent and shit like that, things that we can never
Yeah.
really know that y'all being definitive about. Like, was it wrong? But if she really believes it, she don't see it as being irresponsible. She thinks she's helping. You know what I'm
She's
saying?
a
She don't
Yeah.
view it
doctor,
that
My
way.
whole
Stacy.
point is, as an
So that's
academic,
I'm
she
a land. I'm
understood
a land
research
right.
methodology really well,
All right,
more
man.
than
I'm gonna
most,
leave it
and that's
right.
where I stand right there.
I'm gonna leave it right
I'm
there.
a,
I'm gonna leave. That's
yeah, me
mine. My
too.
final
I'm gonna
thought.
conclude with this is that one of
Oh,
the things that I
goddamn, I was in the
appreciate.
middle
Hold
saying
on.
something
Yeah,
for you jump.
let
Go
God
ahead,
speak.
Unc.
Let
Let
God
let
speak.
Okay,
We ain't got
Bujasi,
time
I'm
then
for
gonna
all
Unc.
hear
that.
from
You
you,
just gonna
brother
say,
Unc, and I should have. Yeah, let me land with this, and I'm gonna hear from you, brother Unc. One of the things that y'all
Is
was
that
able
how
to
you
do
did
was
that
to.
though? You
yeah,
worked it
yeah,
like
that was
that?
slick.
I was making
When
them
that
Is
understand.
it?
Come
nigga,
on, bro.
hey, slick,
Come on,
I
hey,
bro.
that
wanna.
was
Come
real
on, bro.
slick.
You
He
know
said,
I
I
ain't
want to
never
hear from
trying to hear
you,
none of that.
but let
That's
me finish.
fancy talk for me. I
Is
just
it?
want to
What you
hear
trying?
one statement.
All right, come on.
You
Let's get it
said
back.
you
Let's
So
get it
I'm
back.
you
just
figured
I
I
know
was
he
at the
ain't trying
all
to
the
cut
way
you
in
off.
that
Let
shit.
me finish.
You know I ain't never going for that, yo. Come on, bro. I'm saying that pale skin, light skin is recessive. So she wasn't wrong on that part. It's just not having the true understanding of what recessive is. But yes, it is recessive gene. That's a scientific fact. Now, the mischaracterization of it is something totally different. That's the point I want to make right there. That's it. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So pale skin is a recessive gene. Okay.
Yes, it is.
I'm not.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Okay.
I
You
just
six
thought it was
I
figures
not.
agree
is
with
too.
you.
I
So
just see it
that's
not as
what I was gonna
straightforward.
say.
But was she
But
attributed
also,
to recessiveness?
yeah. Also, that's what I'm saying. What she says, you have to go back and type in 74 and see if that was the sign. Like that albinism piece and whiteness. They ain't worked all that shit out. This is before goddamn
Yeah, that's another
the
class.
skin map and all that. They ain't there yet. So you got to see why
I can
she's
teach a
saying what
class
she's
on that.
saying. The
I
science
can
is
teach y'all a
there.
class
Mm,
on that.
yeah,
You know
she
what
had
the
a
argument
statement where she's
is?
like, "I
What
know
she was saying
albinism
was not
isn't
the science
whiteness,
at the
but it
time.
is
No,
Y'all
on
are
the
really
y'all,
it's
do
on
you
the
tripping.
know what the
spectrum of
argument is,
melanin."
That
right?
was not the
Hold
science
on,
at the
wait.
time.
Hold on, y'all. Do you know what the argument is? I'm gonna fix that shit tonight because I understand. I understand there are things that y'all just don't understand. Y'all think just because they
Set us
released the
right.
slaves on Sunday, that Monday everybody had the memo they was released. That's craziness. Just because they had a person who wrote a scientific paper, Charles Darwin on evolution, doesn't mean that the next day science and everybody accepted. That's the craziest thought process ever. And y'all are applying what y'all know to shit niggas wasn't knowing readily. It wasn't there yet. The consensus just occurred on quote unquote a race between 1974 and 1980. Right? They just developed it. Now you got the modern synthesis of it in the 90s, and motherfuckers still ain't there. The example is this. Right now, we know the human beings have evolved. But right now, go to one of your goddamn family members and ask them, did they evolve? They're gonna cuss you out. I ain't with the monkey shit and gonna swear they pop about the dirt in the Garden of Eden. So there you go, bro. It's more than just beating up motherfuckers. It's a serious conversation. I end my piece right there.
Okay,
Martin Luther
so
King knew
so
it in
hold on.
1958.
Yeah. You know,
He
every
wasn't
time we
He's a
start
tripping
talking
classic
about
on
these
nigga then.
elders, bro,
that
y'all
man
think we
like,
not having a serious conversation.
what the hell?
Mainstream science in her time, 1970s and the 90s,
Wasn't
genetics was
there.
already
It wasn't there,
all
Brass. That's what I'm
Martin
trying to
Luther
tell
King
you.
was
genetics.
there.
It
He was
wasn't
Hold
there,
on, hold
Brass.
researching.
on. Let me
So
finish,
Hold
we
on.
got
bro.
a
Let me
timeline
finish,
Hold
argument
on.
bro.
now.
Let him
When
do it.
she
Let
was
him do it. Let him
promoting,
do it so I can show him how to do it correctly. Go ahead.
okay,
Go ahead.
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I
No, I
see what
want you to
is. I
go ahead.
see. I
I
see
Go
what
want you
ahead,
to
is
do
Brass.
it.
loaded. I'm using my
No, let him
melanin
read it.
ESP. We about to be arguing, and I don't feel like arguing.
No,
Bro.
we
No,
Y'all
no.
got
I
it.
want you to read. I want you to read.
No,
No, we can all make
you're
our
not
points. Just
listening
everybody
to,
make
you're
their
not
point.
listening to converse. You're listening to fuel your point. So that's where the argument starts. You're not even listening to what I'm saying.
I heard y'all when y'all said, and because the mainstream science at the time, or the consensus at the time, we need to see what science was at the time. I'm not presenting my thoughts. I'm just gonna say that genetics was already well established as a field based on DNA, not race message. Melanin's role was understood biologically. It protects against UV radiation. No scientific studies at that time supported the idea that melanin affected intelligence, spirituality, or behavior. Psychiatry and psychology dealt with racism as a social and cognitive construct, not a biological reaction to genetic fear. So her color confrontation theory, her melanin theory, none of that stuff was going, not during that. It wasn't the consensus at the time. Now, hold on. What actual scientists and psychologists were doing, like Dr. Kenneth Clark, were doing the doll test, showing how racism is socially taught. Robert Guthrie showing even the rat was white, exposing racism in psychology without using pseudogenetics. So while she was publishing the ISIS papers, they were doing that. So if y'all want to tell
right, so let me read.
Do you get
All right,
do
so
you get it, Brad?
let me read this part. Let me read this, right? Because like I didn't even mention, that's not my point of what I'm saying. So in the interview, right, she talks about albinism, and she lays out whiteness as a absolute she calls it absolute lack of pigment, right? That's not really what it is. But so I had to look up to see in the time why she's speaking like that. This is my point, right? So I asked, what did they misunderstand about skin of whiteness in 1974? So this is how it goes. It says there was still a strong social and cultural conflation of skin whiteness with racial and moral superiority, reflected entrenched racial hierarchies rather than pure biological distinction. So they said this conflation led to colorism and social discrimination being justified under misunderstood or oversimplified biological premises, right? So it said the role of other pigments in hemoglobin and carotone and that acknowledgement was complex, and they didn't understand it. But this is the key part. This is what, when you watch the interview, this is what she talks about, right? Now it said the distinction between genetic conditions like albinism. You watch the interview, she talks about this. She said the complete or near complete lack of melanin and normal light skin due to low melanin production was not always clear in public or even in scientific discourse. Sometimes lead to oversimplified or inaccurate ideas about whiteness as an absolute lack of pigment. So my point is that if you watch that interview, she's speaking like this. So I had to go and look to see why is she talking like that. And that was some of the errors that was going on in the time. That was my point.
Okay, so she's an MD.
Whoa, Brad, hold on, Brad. Let me say this, Brad. You gonna get this when I make this point. There's a way to buy and sell stocks. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Point blank. So there's a way that science is transmitted. It's not on Monday we got the comparative theory, and on Tuesday we all get it. All science. That's not how that actually works, bro. I wish it did. I'm trying to tell you from 1974, even prior to 1974, people were saying Egyptians was Africans. But the first time we see it in a museum, yo, is when I read that shit to y'all niggas. That don't even make no sense, do it, yo. You don't see it. Go to a museum right now, you're not gonna see it. Go to the British Museum. They don't use the term yet because it's not there. People have to die. Old niggas gotta die. They gotta die first. My phone went out.
No, I heard you.
No,
Yo, I'm saying
slipped the Egypt in there. Come on, bring it back.
No, I'm not trying to. No, I'm trying to show you how when they come up with a consensus, that doesn't mean that the museums change out all their fucking shit, yo. Even when you go to the one of the largest museums in New York of natural history, nigga, I went there and I beat up the fucking anthropologists in that motherfucker, yo, because they ain't there yet. Like I had shit, they was like, what? I was seeing the video, they was like, what is you talking about? I said, it's right here, and I quoted the study and all that, and they was like, oh shit, that's a good one. They didn't even know that in 160,000 years, they have now found that people in Africa, some of the early cognitive thinking, bro, they were still on the 50,000 years in Europe, bro. So I am telling you, bro, that's not how it really works. I wish you did, dude. It's not that. So she's well within her right. She's just wrong at this point. But things move very, very slow in science, and some scientists keep these old ideas, point blank. Simple as that, bro. Until they die, when the new anthropologists that grasp on the new ideas, right? Then that'll come through, and then you got to deal with the public who's ignorant motherfucker. Now you got to get them to get the ideas. That's actually how it works, dog. So the lady was wrong, yo. That's it. That's all I'm saying, Brad. You get my point, though.
No. I get your point, and I'm glad that y'all brought up more of the social times and museums and stuff like that. I get that. So now I want to clarify what I'm saying, just so I'm clear. I'm not saying, even at the time, she can most certainly critique white supremacy. She can most certainly speak up when academia ain't protecting Black people against the consensus. She can most certainly do that. But if you're using it as an MD, if you're using it with biology that don't make sense, bro, and then when you start saying that racial behavior is driven by genetics, and when you're using your medical title, now I'm not talking about to you and us because we understand the difference. But when an average person reads what she's saying, and she's saying it as a fact, she knows better. She knows better.
Well, that's
So
why
in
we teach
actuality,
scientific literacy.
I'm not. That's why I just kept saying, I'm not saying throw her in the trash because she was speaking to power. She just wasn't speaking truth to power. And I would give her the credit of her time. I know I would give her the credit of her
Gotta give her
time.
credit.
But there were people during her
credit.
time that were speaking the truth to power with actual biology.
Yeah, but you don't gotta give her credit though, Brash. You don't gotta give her credit. Once you got scientific literacy, you already know the lady wasn't a damn biologist. She wasn't an evolutionary scientist. You know, just hold on. You listen. That means you know way more than her in that subject. She's a psychologist, yo. She's not.
No, she wasn't a psychologist.
She was.
No, she was not. She was a psychiatrist.
Psychiatry. Well, you know, okay, you know what
no, they're two different things. We was
of course,
different things.
No, you're right. You're right.
Hold on. There are two different things, but there's overlap. My sister has a psychiatry practice, right? But she'd also have knowledge of psychology. She's not a psychologist because she don't do that in practice, but it doesn't mean that she's void of the knowledge of psychology.
And I never said that. I just said she
I'm
was
just saying it for people that
the same way you corrected me. I'm just saying it. I just didn't want them to say it on a show that she was a psychologist and some idiot from the try to
you know what?
I correct them.
Well, you know my wife, she got a master's degree in that shit. I always mix up the two. I do know one can prescribe medicine and one can't. So I wouldn't give a fuck. The point I really want to make here is,
she's not an evolutionary.
She's not an evolutionary. Yeah, she's not that. So none of them. As a matter of fact, it's not you niggas heard a motherfucker start talking about Gina Dabrowski in 2017 that they even had a comprehensive theory on skin. Think about that, bro. We are the generation privy to that. I'm gonna say it again. They did not have a comprehensive theory on why niggas have skin, why the skin color thing. They did not. Until we brought in Gina Dabrowski and Leblonsky.
Like they had ideas, but they couldn't
Dabrowski and Hoffman. Good. What'd you say?
They had some idea, but they couldn't prove it. But they proved it like with the map, the UV rate. They laid it out and they're like, boom, got it. I'm saying. So
and she laid it out with we used the NASA Chaplin. Her husband used the NASA satellites. They did all that, and Reggie fucked it up when we was trying to give it to niggas, and Reggie fucked it up with the dumb shit on some wild ass shit. Right? So the point is, yo, like this shit wasn't there. We can never look at them motherfuckers through our lenses, yo. We right now, yo, if we was to go back in time, yo, we be the gods, yo. Take me back right now, nigga, to 1970. Everybody right here, take us back to the 1970. We be running circles around all them niggas, yo, laughing. Running backwards. You know, you're talking about beating them at the death, writing books. We be millionaires, bro. So you should never judge them on what we got, yo. That's crazy.
I'm just saying, I understand why she did it. It's just the way she did it was actually harmful and counterproductive. Making you feel good through facts and things that you can research is what y'all do, huh? Right now, if she was on if Frances Cress Welsing was on Sinetta, you would kill her the next day. You would put her on the big screen on Community of Skeptics and call her a pseudo, and she would tell you, I mean well, I got an MD, da 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 da. You would destroy her.
2025. I interviewed her, yo. I ain't destroy that lady when I interviewed her, yo.
No, I said if she no, I'm talking about under the parameters. I'm saying if she went on Sinetta, started talking about melanin theory,
yeah,
color kind. If she started putting out all her theories in the ISIS papers, the pseudo killers would be in the chat destroying her. If she came on your panel after that show, y'all would kill her.
Yeah, she would be on my panel. Anyway, they do it now. James Smalls and all them do the same thing, yo. So you know what I mean? What we gonna do, bro? It's our turn,
No,
yo. Like,
I get it, and that's all I'm doing. I understand the reverence, but reverence can't not have. She was harmful. That's harmful.
No, she had a career. She had a successful career in psychology.
ISIS paper in 1991.
Yeah, that's actually retired.
No, she lived till she's 56, wrote the paper around 56, dropped the book 56, 57. She lived and died. Like, how, what is she, like, come on, like, goddamn, like,
it was harmful. What do you mean?
Quantify it for me.
You don't gotta, because you don't gotta lie. Listen, you don't
She
died like 20-some years after her work that came out. She could have revised it.
Bro, we don't need it. It wasn't needed. You don't need to lie. You don't need to just be like, white people.
Like, where was the revision?
You don't gotta do that.
All right, let's move past that.
Whoa, wait a minute now. Hold on. White people aren't doing nothing but lying, though. Hold on. I think we get that straight.
We gotta hold her to that same
standard.
But
listen. When we have these conversations, we've already agreed 1,000 times that the work was pseudo, right? We're not going to agree on
because it wasn't supported,
right?
And we got that.
We're not going to agree on intent.
Y'all go see conversation.
We're not. I ain't gonna keep fighting that shit because it's silly. At some point, because you can't pull up a source that's gonna end it, and we can be doing this shit. We can be doing this shit forever. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is,
it is a source to end it, though, Sosa.
Hold on. Let me ask you, hold on, but listen, people aren't born evil, right? There's no black people aren't born evil, right? Even psychopaths aren't necessarily born, right? There's a certain environmental pressures, but there's a biology to it, some type of genetic. They don't know exactly what it is, right? Some type of the amygdala, the no remorse. So they see that there. So what I'm saying is, like, what do you think drove white supremacy? That type of brutality that you see.
A recessive gene.
Nah.
Hold on.
They ain't know.
See, you gonna fuck it up. I don't want to do that.
But you know, some African cultures, white is the evil thing, though. They were drawn from two different things.
I'm trying to get an actual concept of, like, how you perceive it, right? Because some people might be like, oh, they were just evil, but that's not, like, what do you think drove it?
That
type of brutality.
Wait a minute, yo. No. What drove people to say pale skin was evil, yo? You got African cosmology, yo, before the age of science, where they was talking about motherfuckers.
No, I'm talking about here.
No, listen. I'm trying to give you, because they was using Cress Welsing and them, remember Annie, right?
Before that. I'm talking about what started like 1619. What drove that type of racial hatred? Chopping people's penis off, lynching. Like, what drove that?
I'm trying to give you the response to what you trying to get the answer to. Cress Welsing, remember, and he gave y'all a response, and it came from studying indigenous African cultures that had no fucking idea on what albinoism was. Even in the Bible, they thought this shit was evil, dog. So it was evil right there for them. You're albino. They didn't know about the CLSQ4, my niggas. So what drove white people was pseudoscience, right? And thinking, having a misunderstanding, right? Thinking that all humans came from the Garden of Eden and that there was a hierarchy. Remember the Hamitic hypothesis or whatever the fuck that was saying that the people in that was less. Shem, Ham, and Jeffrey. It starts right there, yo. That's where the evil starts. And the nigga looked at Noah. The nigga's son looked at Noah. That was evil. So it starts right there. It's right there, yo. Look at that little kernel right there. And that's how they made the black people ham, the cursed ones. The Church of Latter-day Saints, they do the same thing. Black skin is evil. It starts in the biblical text, bro. That's where it starts. And then they tried to add the science to it to confirm it. And it was really pseudoscience. And you get the whole age of the fucking what's it called? Sosa. What we say is the what we call this shit? Huh?
Age of reason.
No, when they just was
Age
what?
of
It's
enlightenment.
scientific racism. Scientific racism. Right. It comes out of the age of enlightenment. These niggas think they enlightened by that shit. Because now they're trying to explain the biblical shit and they mix it all together, yo. So it comes out of pseudoscience and that Bible shit, yo. This is where I trace it at. African cultures, Bible, you know what I'm saying? With white skin is evil, and in the Bible, dark skin is evil. It's right there for y'all to see, yo.
But
and Frances Cress Welsing lived in the 20th century. She had a she had an MD and had access. She had access to modern genetics. She had access to psychiatry, and she had access to biology, and she ignored all of them.
And
created a symbolic racial recessive gene.
I'm trying to move past Cress Welsing to just
I'm
understanding
responding.
it.
I wasn't even talking about what you were saying, but go ahead.
Unc was trying to tie the whole shit, like which we talked about the shit in 1619. Religion to scientific racism, because first it was based on religious, you know what I'm saying, ham, so forth, so on. So I get that part of it, right? But do you also see, like, or do you also feel like, right? Because you see situation where they intentionally bring in more, the idea is to bring in more white people, right? They're looking, right, because at first
they're trying to get you, they're trying to fuck you out of existence. That's it.
Yes, right. Because at first, the majority of people we had more black people here, right? The black population was large. They start bringing them in by the hundreds of thousands. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, like, I think
there's
that
inferiority there. You're right. She was right. There is a sense of
some part of that was there. Like there was an intent there when you look at Brazil to whiten society. Like that was there. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. When you look at I'm talking history. Like we could just
I ain't say you.
History. But when you go back, hold on, let me get this up. Let me finish. When you get to when you look at South America,
I was laughing at what Unc said. I was laughing at what Unc said.
Hold on. I'm gonna let y'all get it. Who circumnavigated the globe? Do y'all know? Was it black people or white people? I'm gonna get y'all on this. It was white people, right? So if you circumnavigate the globe, everywhere you go is gonna be brown people, yo. I mean, everywhere you're going to be the minority, bro. I want y'all to know that white or pale-skinned people are the minority on planet Earth because of the temperate zones. So these white people during the age of fucking discovery, everywhere they went, it was people that was darker than them, bro. So they developed an inferiority complex, so they attacked it, yo. It's right there for y'all to see, bro. They was like,
was it a recessive gene, Unc?
No, they ain't understand genes yet. They understand genes yet.
Ain't there yet.
No, we
ain't there yet, nigga. They just know everybody is brown.
So now you're saying that. So y'all, wait, are y'all? I'm asking the question: are y'all subscribing that white people have some kind of inferiority?
No, I'm saying, but it is a recessive gene to have light skin.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
That's not what we're talking about.
I'm not saying that. I hope we can come to agreement on the French part of it.
Well, y'all are having two different conversations because you keep killing us. We're talking to Unc like
here's what I'm
saying. We're not talking.
I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying the same thing Unc is saying. I'm saying what I'm saying is what Unc just said is that I'm gonna repeat what he just said. He just said that everywhere around to go, white people saw people darker than them, so there was some intent. That's what he just said. Yeah. I'm saying like that you can't necessarily leave that out. And because like I said, we know that 15% white, 85% people of color. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at South America, what they did in Brazil, there was actually a hierarchy to how you can get back to whiteness. There was levels like in rank, octagon, quadroon, and you can fuck yourself back up to whiteness, right? And they made a concert effort to import like 500,600,000 white people, right, in hopes of whitening the race. They did it in South America. They did it in America.
Right.
I'm
On
saying
purpose.
so.
On purpose.
Yeah, like so
Don't
that was
forget
there
that,
now.
Byron.
Yeah, don't tie it like you don't gotta be. We don't gotta do the France Fest. Was it MD? We get it. We already passed that. I'm just. I mean, I'm
No,
just trying to get
y'all
y'all
already
opinion on
passed that
shit.
to change the conversation. I'm trying to
No, that
keep
is
it.
the conversation, Brad.
What do y'all normally say? Because I don't even agree with the inferior part, but that's a different conversation.
Brad,
See
hold on.
how it works? Now we talking about something
You
different.
don't have
We
to
was talking
agree.
about
Nah,
Francis
Brad.
Cress Welsing.
Oh,
You don't have to
wow.
agree. I'm asking for your opinion. Like everything ain't. You don't gotta agree with me.
No, when
I'm
you
giving
said
you
no,
my
I said I
opinion.
don't agree. I don't think that
You don't
I didn't
agree
say
with
that.
European. Hold on. I don't think that Europeans felt inferior when they were circumnavigating the world. No, I don't agree with that.
Bro,
I just don't
they
agree.
actually thought, if you hold on, man. If we don't, man, come on. We talking about look at the psyche. We saying for the first time in history, somebody did something. For the first time in the history of humanity, a person got a larger picture of the world, yo. To that point, it was all their area. So now you stepping back off the thing, right? And you can see the whole world. That's a little frightening there, bro.
But I don't
Everywhere
think
you go, you go across the oceans. You go across the oceans, you end up with motherfucking black people or brown, whatever the fuck. You go to Adamese Island, these niggas darker than people in Africa. You go to Asia, niggas dark. They was like, what the fuck is going? We got to get this thing right. I swear they was pseudoscience with that too. Come on, bro. I don't know why you can't see that. And then the Bible, they very belief tell you that Bible that Ham was evil. So they said we came from the seed of Ham. Remember, Ham is the Egyptians and all that. That's in Africa. These niggas is cursed. And it also says in the Bible that they will be a slave to Shem and Japheth. Y'all ain't never read that? Come on now. Tell me you ain't read where it say you supposed to be a slave, yo.
No, I read it, but I don't. No, I read it, but I don't think the Portuguese and the Spanish.
They was religious.
No. I'm saying when they were circumnavigating the world, I think
they
they
the evil
Africans. I think they
y'all just got hit with the whole pseudo package.
Yeah.
I threw the kitchen
they
sink
saw
at us.
Africans as slaves, protected soldiers, traders. They didn't look at Africans as
why did they see
superior
him as
beings.
slaves? No, why did they see him as slaves, Brad?
Hold on. Let me say. I didn't say why I said Portuguese and Spanish. Now I'll go to the British. When British colonizers colonizing people, they would describe them as children and primitive. That's not inferior. That's to justify dominance.
No, they trying to. Right. That's part of it. That's definitely part of it. And they said they was primitive. Now they was the evil. That's why they was primitive, because they was evil. God cursed them. The Bible says, God, and you will be a slave. I want you to know they drew a line down the map. This is real history. It's called the demarcation line. Anybody that you find that is not a Christian and does not have a Christian monarch, you can enslave them and bring them to Christ. And include them motherfucking Sausagians, which are Muslims. Get all them bitches. That is a sense of inferiority when you got to start killing everything. That means you're not comfortable.
I don't agree with that though. I don't agree with that. I hear you. It's just our opinion. Yeah, I'm not. Because I think
it is what it is. I don't have a problem with that.
Right. I think they use the Bible to justify. I don't think they used Bible and it made them feel inferior. They was using the Bible to make a moral authority. They was using it to create civilizations and take over empires, and that's what they used to justify colonization and slavery. Here's my thing with the inferior part. If it made them, how could it have made them feel inferior if they then used it to build these vast trades and systems and empire? They never felt inferior. That's just my opinion. I don't want to say it like it was fact.
No, I'm talking about the sheer amount of people that didn't look like them. You know you outnumbered, dog. So that make you say, yo, we really got to make sure our shit is it. You don't see that?
Yeah, but the Bible wasn't European either, huh?
Yes, it
the
was.
Bible was Middle Eastern.
It was. It was European.
The Bible.
They had it. They had it in their hands. It don't matter.
No. But the Bible was Middle Eastern. We had this conversation last week.
It's not Middle
European.
East.
Hold on. But Christians, they Europeanized the Bible. They made it European. They painted Jesus white. They made the history their own lineage and all of that. It wasn't even
It's called the Catholic Church, yo. The Catholic Church financed It's called canonized. You have to know what that word is. It's official. Books that will be read in the church. White people did that, not Middle Eastern people.
No, but you're okay. Go ahead. Finish. I cut you.
Middle Eastern people been beat the fuck up at that point. They was done. Get out of here, nigga. Fuck out of here. All y'all gotta go. Now we got the new shit, new regime, Constantine, Roman Empire, who got the best science going, and they stomping everybody out. And oh, by the way, they're backed by the motherfucking Catholic Church. And yeah, we're gonna make a book now. Now you get a Bible, and you get a printing press. Now we got intercontinental ships. Now we spreading the gospel and we saying God has ordained us. The Crusades, all that shit is ridiculous, but it's based off of a people, right, who are feeling very, very inferior based off the sheer amount of everybody that don't look like them. Just because you feel inferior, you can study mental shit, bro. Just because a nigga is big and bad and beat up everybody don't mean he not feeling real inferior. That's why he attack it. Because he's feeling like, yo, you got something I don't got. You be like, wait a minute, nigga, you got everything. You got all the money. If your dad is rich, why are you fucking around like this? Because for real, his thinking is inferior. I gotta attack it. Because if I don't, they gonna grow up. I'm telling you, bro. So this is the environment that this lady came in. So I get it. It's a mental wild ass human beings is wild, bro. Dunning-Kruger, all kind of shit. So you're not wrong in your assessment at all. Because right. Why would you feel inferior with the biggest army? Why? I don't know. We like the YouTube shit. We all on YouTube. Why a motherfucker think another nigga better than them? Nigga, because you think you fucking inferior. That's why. I don't know why you would think that. We got the same access to tools. Why do one group of niggas swear one nigga's better than them? How, nigga? We on the same thing. Can you read, nigga? Can you look? What are you talking about? So I don't know why people do that. It's just got maybe Sosa could answer that question. He does very good in psychology. I don't know.
Let me speak to something you're saying. I don't. The reason why, because I've heard you say that conversation before. I'm just saying when you was talking about that story, the curse on Ham, right?
Said he'd be a slave.
Right. I was always taught that the curse on Ham was purely about justifying slavery. That's what I was taught, justifying servitude. That's just, I mean, I could probably talk to my grandmother about it, but that's what she always taught me about that. Then don't make it nothing else. Don't turn it, don't do nothing like that because because what it does is it made them like they're like God's chosen and they spreading Christianity to heathens. So that it kind of justified, like, all right, if you can
enslave them, yo. The Bible clearly says you will make them a slave.
Right, but if anything, I think it would make them feel empowered by divine whatever versus inferior. They didn't dominate us because they was ashamed. They dominated us because they was powerful. Now, let me make this one point. This is the point I was trying to make with Frances Cress Welsing as to why what she was saying was actually more harmful than people think. Because white supremacy is driven, in my opinion, based on hate, power, domination, control.
And ignorance. Don't leave out ignorance.
Okay, and ignorance. But if you then try to make it some kind of recessive gene, you're making excuses for it. So when you say, I'm not saying you, that idea that white people inferior is the reason why they're doing what they're doing. I'm reading the chat also, I shouldn't even be in there. But the reason why they're doing what they're doing, I don't like that the inferiority complex idea takes us away from the power, the ignorance, the capitalism, the domination, all of that. I don't like, so I'd like to stay with white supremacy on this fact rather than give them the excuse of inferiority, the excuse of a recessive gene. Let's just talk about what it is.
No, right? No. That means I got to tone down that part. I wasn't saying that. I'm saying in conjunction with all the things that you said. That's what
okay. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah, I never meant that's ridiculous. I don't even talk like that in absolutes. So let me reassess that. I'm saying in accordance with all the things you just mentioned, it's all in the picture. There's a certain mentality that comes with it. That all these things, right? And so we don't even got to argue that. We touched on all the things. I just want to make sure that we understand that this is the environment them people was in. And I say it like y'all don't even have like y'all have no conceptual idea of what it feel like to have to cross the street when a person with light or white skin is walking on that side. You gotta your life depended on it, bro. Don't be in a fucking elevator with a white woman, because if she scream rape, they may burn your whole town down.
Right.
You know, it's a wild. I don't like, hey man, my child got to go to the bathroom right now. No, you're gonna pee on yourself because it's a white bathroom sign, so you can't pee on itself. Or you sneak in the bathroom under fear that I might get in prison, bro. It's a different world, right? Like, we understand if you walk outside in the wrong neighborhood, the YGs might be shooting and kill you. Okay, we live under that fear. You know, my kids might grow up and get strung out on drugs. That's the fear we live in. But we don't live under the fear of a white person, yo, that can just come in your house and rape your wife, and they might not even go to court for it. That's a different type of fear, bro. So I'm not asking them, right? I'm not asking them to be perfect in the science. They don't even trust science at this point. Do you know niggas right now don't trust science? And it's based off of that type of shit. So I get it. I'm saying I don't want to give no passes, bro. But I want to say I understand why. That's all I'm saying, bro. So y'all don't gotta get a pass. I'm saying at least I understand why. It makes sense to me that way. But go ahead.
I agree that it was a time, and I agree that I don't understand it. No matter how many movies I've seen, how many books I read on Jim Crow, the assassination of Malcolm X, I get it. But what about Du Bois, James Baldwin, Kenneth Clark, Angela Davis, Mary Baraka, John Henry Clark? All these same people did not. They might have been somewhat pseudo, but these are people that also, these are people that are somewhat pseudo. I can't say they was perfect, but she never had anything substantiated, peer-reviewed, or published. That Kenneth Clark, I stay on Kenneth Clark because I remember that doll test. That's something I learned at school. He grew up under the same circumstances, but he actually went and did something that was at least somewhat testable. Somewhat of a theory sheet. He didn't. There were people that grew up during that same time that didn't have to go to the lengths that she went to. That's all.
Well, she was in that. You're right. She was in that. And I won't
pick out the fact that she was a female. I gotta give respect to that. It might be a little different, but I look at it.
She in that space, right? She in that Black Power type of space. Maybe the other guy you mentioned wasn't. Maybe that guy was in the space we in. Like, we're going to push literacy and science, right? So, I mean, humans are very fickle, bro. So, both of these ideas are not incorrect, right? There's a space for people who are going to think pseudo and going against fight. They think they fight against racist white supremacy. Then there's a side that's going to use a scientific approach. Like you said, it's all part of the dynamic on why this shit is wild. Because we can't phantom, yo. We sitting here saying, yo, it was right there for her to get. Why didn't she do that? But we sitting here right now, ask your family. They think we popped up out the ground, my nigga. This is 2025. Way more tools. Why the fuck right now, if you ask a Hebrew Israelite, did they pop up out the ground? Why right now do a Christian think you walked on water? How, nigga? Why do you think that a Christian who know that they wasn't Christian before white people enslaved them think that the white people brought them a savior that would save the world? And they know it's in the Middle East, and they know motherfuckers ain't seen the whole world when they came up with this shit. What the fuck is really going on, bro? Right. Yeah, it's the study of the mind that will give you these answers, bro. Cognitive dissonance. Fucking, did I say that right? You know what I'm saying?
Cognitive dissonance. You said it cool. You're supposed to know.
Oh my God, yo, that's crazy right there, right? Dunning-Kruger. Bias. We all got biases, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's good to be in a group of people who prod you, fight you. It's good because it helped melt down some of that shit. Like Sosa know what the argument is in the pseudo killers, yo. Is they really scamming? I know I threw out the word scamming so I wanted to throw red paint on motherfuckers. I wasn't saying that you was scamming in a traditional way where you was taking niggas' money. I was saying you was scamming the intellectual property, and if you continue, you will be taking niggas' money. So I'm gonna throw the red paint on you, and then we'll figure out whether we should give you some turpentine or not. But that conversation on whether they scamming is a deep one, because do they really know? You know what I'm saying? Do they really? Is they cognitive bias cause them to misread shit? This happens. We've all read something and thought it said something, right? And we're like, oh shit, ready to give them. Like, don't mean that. So we've all done that. So there's a line somewhere, and it's not a straight line. So it's a great conversation, bro. I think the fact that you can tease out all this shit, which make this shit dope.
Yeah, facts.
Yep, that's what's dope. We ain't mad at each other. We ain't tripping. We can agree that everybody said something that made some sense. You know, Chef gonna throw his little why. He gonna throw that shit in there, you know, because that's part of what, that's the fun. And when he want to get down with a good, he gonna get down with the intelligent conversation. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, ain't it good debate to talk about the different factors of why she would write that in a world where there was science around her, bro?
Yeah, I completely that's what I'm saying. I never said my main goal is not. That's why I don't agree with people saying throw her away. I don't agree with people saying throw her in jail. Right? Take everything in perspective. I'm saying just purely. You know, we got like, you know, I stay out the chat, but there are people, and this is what I was trying to tell Sosa before, right? There's people that actually think what she said was true. And it's because she's a today, indigenous black man just said, I kid you not, indigenous black man just said brass is slow. Yeah, but let me tell you what he said before that, because I know I listen, no one in here knows me, but if I'm slow to you, that's cool. But his thing is, Dr. Welsing is wrong now. These niggas is slow. So this is a human being in 2025 that thinks that what she was saying was correct, and everybody else was wrong. And there's danger.
The chat think we all slow, man. Stop reading that shit.
Yeah, I know. But I was using it as a point against
but they listen for 3-4 hours.
Because he was saying, like, people don't really believe this and the other. If she was given the what ifs, or she was using it as a hypothesis, but she was making declarations to people that don't know don't know that she has an MD in psychiatry only. That when she crosses domains over into biology and genetics, they don't know the difference. They just see doctor. And when she makes this declaration, they ran with it. And this is proof right there. So it has to, we can hold someone in reverence with a clean critique.
That's all. Yeah, but guess what you missed? Let me tell you the number one thing that everybody missed, that I don't miss. I ain't miss it because I had to experience it. The hell wrong with y'all niggas, man? Y'all the first niggas to ask that type of question, nigga. Y'all at the fucking frontier, my nigga. Yo, we sitting at the frontier. First of all, not believing in shit is a thing, right? And maybe not with you. Second point is y'all niggas is questioning the sacred cows, yo. Do you know questioning Jesus Christ, the sacred cow, will get you in trouble in your household, bro?
Oh yeah,
So we are questioning. We're that generation now that's questioning the sacred cows. What do you expect? You're just asking a question, Brass, and it's going to be made to believe or made to seem like you trying to throw somebody away. No, you're asking the question. Well, wasn't this available? That's all you're doing. That's all any of us are actually doing. And we may be mean with it sometimes, but we're actually doing what should have been done. Ask the fucking question, nigga. Now they're learning more than they ever would learn by asking the question. Well, what was available? What about the human brain? How does it operate? How does it work? You know what I'm saying? Why would she go this way? Well, what's the history of that? Well, this, that. Dude, I'm keep saying it, yo. We the first generation jump like that, yo. Y'all, man, listen, man. I ain't had no motherfucking friends. Nobody talking like this, nigga. Y'all tripping right now. We got some channels with people talking like this. Come on, man. I remember sitting back, yo, getting attacked by 100,000 crazy motherfuckers, yo. Now I'm glad y'all can get attacked now. I ain't by myself getting attacked, nigga. Appreciate y'all help. Ask the fucking question, nigga. You feel me? Come on, bro.
It's the Cowboys and Indians theory I use all the time. I ain't make it up. There's the cowboy that runs over the hill first. They don't send all the cowboys over. And he runs over the hill and he sees all the Indians, catches all them arrows, and then he runs back and tells the other cowboys, yes, a lot of them. We need to bring this many guns, this many horses. We need to bring this many people. And then they just go conquer the whole thing. This is not new. Yeah, I don't mind it. I want to have fresh conversations in and around it. But I don't want to disrespect it. That's why I'm not into the name calling, this, that, and the other. I'm talking about her ideas of pseudo. I'm not saying she was. And then on top of that, the one thing none of us has ever discussed, because it's usually too many men involved. I don't understand what it was like for even a female at that time. Yet a black female. So I understand that piece too.
Yeah, well, there you go.
But she was still guided into the world of academia, so she had something that was, was beneficial to her at the time as well.
And the fact that she took,
but she dedicated her work to giving us something that wasn't problematic, fully vetted scientifically, which it wasn't really a testable theory for anyone to even do. It didn't really fit into the criteria of like a biological model to test anyway.
You think that's true? You think she dedicated her life? She had a whole career before she dove into the black algae, yo. You know that, right?
No, she did it simultaneously. She had a private practice as well.
I think she wrote. Hey, so what's the timeline?
Her first color essays or whatever, it was in 1970. She debated Buddy in 74, William Shockley. Okay. And while simultaneously working at the Department of Human Services for 24 years. So she knew the standard when she scanned that government badge every day to walk in that building. She knew the standard.
She knew the standard.
She was a physician, bro. She was writing prescriptions to fucking kids. She was slow. She was using the academic body of work, right, to make clinical decisions to write prescriptions to these children that she would observe and diagnose. She also tried to go diagnose racism, which is kind of where she fell off a little, and went down that path.
Well, that's where your pseudos come from, right? They come from having degrees and doctorates in other fields, and then try to cross over, yo. That's where your biggest pseudos come from. For that right there.
Wait, so you're saying she committed cross-domain violation?
That's exactly what she did, yo. She left that shit alone. Yep.
Yeah, it was a psychoanalytical. Her main framework was a psychoanalytical critique. However, she wove it in. She weaved in like some genetics and some biological things, just enough that it couldn't really fit into a criteria to be tested in like lab or whatnot, but enough to be like, hey, homegirl, this is you know what I mean. So and it's like there were other.
No, go
ahead. My bad. I was done.
You sure? Because he was cooking. I ain't gonna knock the pan off the damn stove. Go ahead.
I mean, we kind of been beating this up for a couple of days. It's I'm kind of regurgitating the same shit I've been saying. So, but that's pretty much how I stand on it. I ain't saying that the woman was overall a bad person. I'm just saying I think she had enough knowledge of academia and rubbing elbows with those folks for 20 plus something years that she knew what rigor it needed to stand up against for this to be substantiated. And because she still kept peddling it and turned it into a book collection of essays, whatnot, I think she had some understanding of what she was doing.
Oh, now, see, I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
They actually, the chat actually thinks Chef. I think Chef protecting his brand right now because they're all saying that we're new and Chef needs to get us in correction because Chef knows.
Yeah, but they don't want to hit the link. We done. We just all up here pseudo. But they watch. But they stay watching us. They stay watching us like we the fucking Kardashians. We the fucking Kardashians up here.
They just told us that we're new. Who are these new people discussing, for instance, Cress Welsing? Chef, you need to get them in order. That is hilarious.
I got a question. If it's okay.
Right. Chef is in full agreement with Cress Welsing.
Yeah, it's time to shut up. Let my man take over. Go ahead, bro. Do you think? You got a quick question.
Damage control in the chat.
No.
You got to let what you call it.
You got to keep his customers, bro. Let keep his customers.
I was trying to interact with the chat, but they be screaming at me. Buddy talking about,
Yeah,
can you buy
yeah,
me?
can
That nigga said, can I buy me or some shit yesterday? Some wild ass nigga in the chat. I don't
yeah, nah,
even
just
know.
let it go. Just let
Niggas
it
be
go.
Googling me and shit like
No, but
that and
Unc
trying
is
to
right.
talk
Unc
about
is
my
right
life
though.
and shit.
As soon as you start bringing any kind of
Any
critique,
question?
now I understand it if you
But I
start
can't
beating
Google
them
none of
up,
them.
right? I understand when you start calling them liars and all this other stuff. I get that. But my thing is, some things,
Let Bujasi get it out, man.
Yeah,
I
let
ain't
him
even
get
know
it.
you.
He
I
gonna
can't
bring a
even hear
nice
him.
little. He gonna save us, yo. I swear.
Y'all
Yo,
can hear me, Jackson. I
No,
can't hear him. Let me go out and come back.
Yeah, you
I'm
is,
not
yo.
saving nothing. Actually, I wanted to throw a
Go ahead.
question on the table to my brother Unc, because just listening and learning from Brad, said Sosa, Chef, and everybody talk about Francis, it got to me curious a little bit, and I've been wanting to hear from you, brother Unc. What's the threshold that we will push or evaluate some of these previous scholars to the extent where we can actually dismiss them, label them pseudo, and just completely eradicate anything they've contributed to thought? Like, what's the threshold, brother Unc, where you say, you know what, I can't even put them in context. They were just wrong, and we have to dismiss them from history. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, white people ain't dismissed them. That's your first goddamn clue. Diops is up in the damn fucking museum. Dr. Ben's book is in the fucking museum. You don't see white people calling Francis Cress Welsing a damn pseudo. They will call your man the fake doctor. They call that nigga a charlatan. They got the things for you, yo. They not letting that shit slip through the cracks on y'all, man. They not giving y'all no breaks, bro. So I'm saying is my standard and threshold is, let me see what academia is saying about these people. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. That's my threshold. And I'm gonna make sure that the next generation ain't promote the shit that they got wrong. That's the difference between communities there. Right? Did we promote the wrong shit? We did a whole 1974 Cairo symposium. They was fucking lying, bro. Nobody even knew it was a scientific conference. So I had to bring it out. Yo, you know it was a scientific conference. Did you know the international scientific, the international scientific community? Y'all know that, right? You know you don't win and lose at an international scientific conference, right? So how can we promote that the nigga lost at a place where there's no winners or losers? It's just information. Right? And then 7 years later, they write the book come out where his shit is thoroughly critiqued. So for me, academia is the threshold. That's what I'm saying. It's these new niggas that's pseudo though. It's the niggas still saying it. It's pseudo. They the pseudos, not the people that was in the middle of getting their head busted though. See, I don't want to hear that shit. If you back in the 50s, yo, I'm not critiquing your shit. Cause I'm thinking you well within your fuck. If you lied on your resume, nigga, you supposed to. If you lied and say you had a degree, you supposed to. What y'all like? What y'all talking about? What y'all talking? Just because a couple people got through, man. For the majority of people, yo, you couldn't drink out of a fucking water fountain, yo. So you think I'm worried about you lying to white people, yo? I ain't even built like that, yo. That's my threshold. If you got a white and black water fountain, then that is all fair. That's what I mean. That's how I think, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what. If you got a white and black water fountain, nigga, then it's all fair.
What do we do in cases like for instance in Dr. Wilson case, right? Like most of her shit was rejected by these institutions. So it's like, you know, we don't even get to see, you know, what was even said or anything by their contemporaries. You know what I mean? So it's like, how do we even, you know, we it's gotta be something that we it's gotta be a standard or a bar that it has to still sit above, because that should mean something. If these institutions rejected it and wouldn't even look at it because it didn't, you know, it didn't fit inside the realm of academic scientific peer
So there
review.
you go. So Sim really did think about it right now. Think about what you just said. And I'm glad, man. See, Breeze, think about that, bro. If it was rejected by academics, right? Then we shouldn't still be pushing it, right? But it was a level that we don't trust the white man. That was like, I see the white and black bathrooms, yo. I definitely don't trust this motherfucker, yo. So you couldn't even expect them to read saying she's one of our heroes. They rejecting her work because they racist, yo. When niggas try to pull it off now, it's crazy. Now it's crazy. Right? When you say,
yeah, but she did enough to work in the government and they trusted that, you know, her expertise in those fields.
That's right.
Yeah, it wasn't for that. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so you
but
thinking,
I'm
nigga.
just saying she had the resources that, you know, if she wanted to make this stand and be like, you know, I think I got something here. Let me pull some people. Let me pull some resources together.
Yeah.
Instead, she sold it to us, and I think that's where a lot of us kind
think
of
I
see like,
saw
okay,
it?
what was the intent behind that?
Got
You know what I
nearly
mean?
full
It's
of
like, well, yeah, Neely Fuller was somebody she came along in the process while being in those echo chambers and whatnot. Because she even talks about how she met Neely Fuller. She was at some type of conference, charity thing, whatever. Overheard them talking at like over like dinner table or something like that, and that's when she gravitated to that whole thing. But you know,
Right, but
nonetheless,
that's my
she
thing with
still
it
was
though.
aware of like, yo, if I want to put something forth in the field of science, a new something. She knew the proper channels, you know what I mean? And that's all I'm saying.
But I
But
think
she
when
still
Mujasi, to answer your
published it
question,
to
to answer
us.
your question for me, is you recognize her. She spoke to Black people's pain. She put a voice at the time, so we could recognize it as her as a historical fiction, historical figure. We could recognize the ISIS papers as a historical cultural document. My only pushback is that it cannot be regarded as a scientific one. And she cannot be held up in some kind of clinical, biological, anything like that. And she cannot be treated as a scientific authority because that excuse for white supremacy of some kind of recessive gene is dangerous. It takes away from the actual white supremacy. Because if you can I cannot fight a recessive gene in a white person. We're gonna just go around committing surgery and doing or even put money towards a study of a recessive gene. I can understand the power. I can go after how they take the culture. I can go after the redlining. I can go after the scientific racism, on and on and on. I can go after that stuff. So that's why I'm saying don't throw her away because she spoke to power. Right?
Yeah.
That's right.
So, and she's historical, right? And she's definitely culture. That's why, I mean, I don't know about her.
Yeah, I don't
intent,
throw
this,
her
that, and
out.
the other. I won't get into that.
Me neither. Yeah.
But
I
my whole
respect
thing
what she
is
actually
just not
did do.
clinical,
You know what I mean?
not scientific, not that. Because that
she had a
is
government
dangerous.
job
That's really dangerous.
from 64 to 91 or something like that, bro. Like that, or like that's incredible. You know, a Black woman in that time holding a government clearance, working at the Department of Human Services in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Bro, that's amazing. And I would never throw that away.
See, Breeze, but she helping Black people.
I don't know. I mean, I know there was I read one portion of it where she was she oversaw the clinical.
Hey, yo, she ain't
like
seeing no white people, nigga.
She was part of like clinical oversight at like 2 DC like public schools. So it's like I'm saying like when she did that shit, she operated within the principles of academia though. She didn't bring none of her melanin stuff into that shit, and it's like maybe I'm saying that. So did she fully believe her whole thing? Because it's like why didn't it even get incorporated to her practice to some degree? Like we would see.
She was a Christian, right?
I believe so.
Of it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, she believe that, and you liable to believe anything. So watch this,
yeah,
though.
I agree.
Watch this. The real truth is we tell history wrong. That's not how you tell history. You tell history the lady at how many years at a job helping Black people? Yo?
24.
She spent 24 solid years, yo, of holding down the Black community in DC, yo. Right? That's 24 years of that, right? And then as she wound her career down, she got in a conversation with some wild ass pseudo. Well, I don't even want to say that, but she got turned right to some bad information, misinformation, and that we know it's misinformation, right? Clearly, and that's how you tell a history. You don't say I was a motherfucker pseudo. So really, you don't get rid of the 24 years of helping Black.
I don't throw that out at all for sure.
Not you, but I'm saying I think we need. I've never heard. Watch this.
There's nuance in that. Yeah.
To this day, right here. Listen.
Throw it out.
I've never into Sosa and y'all until we started talking about the fucking late nigga. Let me be the first to tell you, I forgot the lady had a real career, my nigga. So this is me telling y'all that. So nobody talked about that like that, bro.
No, but I factor that in, is what I'm saying. It's like I give her that reverence, like, yo, she was smart enough. Like she held these jobs. Like I'm actually propping her up. Like, no, this woman was intelligent, so intelligent that she knew that.
Yeah, you shoot her with it, man. You shoot.
Yeah, but
I ain't trying to shoot her with it. I'm saying it's like I gotta give her something. Like
that's like saying an MD too smart to be X virus. I'm saying, like an MD
Yeah, no,
still
I know. Yeah,
anti-vaxxer.
SNPs out there
Yeah, you
subscribing
yeah,
fucking
you
ivermectin,
never.
to motherfuckers. I get it.
I'm saying, exactly. You're never too smart to subscribe to bad ideas. You know.
Yeah, trust me, my homegirl mom just got the hospital from that shit, bro. She full on Trumper, taking ivermectin, not even sick, bro. Literally 2 weeks ago, shit crazy. She almost died, nigga. Like hell yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
See?
whole different shit. Yeah.
So,
So,
I want to
One of
but
the
needless
reasons.
to
from the
say,
chat, if y'all don't mind.
what you say, Cress?
I want to take a question from the chat, if y'all don't mind, because we're about to close up in a second. So it says, can anyone on the panel state one clear, non-subjective fact that disproves Dr. Francis Cress Welsing's work? I have the answer, but I want to hear what y'all think.
It disproves the work.
Yeah, I can. I got an answer for that.
A non-subjective fact.
It was rejected. Her personal theories, melanin theories, whatnot, was rejected during the time by her peers, black, white, temporary, whatnot, and whether the work was substantiated or not over time, it's nobody cites it. It's not cited in any type of work, academic fields, no nothing. So that's enough for me. That's a fact. She's not cited. So if you can pull up her being cited, I'll change my position.
Okay.
In a
Recessive genes do
world.
not determine behavior. There's no genetic basis for white supremacy. White supremacy operates even if black people are absent in the situation. So it doesn't, there's no melanin, and also the most important, melanin does not grant spiritual or psychological superiority. So those are
no
five
intellectual
non-subjective
advantages, emotional advantages.
And by the way, why? And this
Protection
is what I
from
mean,
UV.
You know, it's crazy.
Left out, but
This is what, when y'all, now I understand why, because you're not really faced with a lot of people that actually believe it. But remember what I was saying earlier, how sometimes in these conversations, the science is there, academia is there, and the consensus is there. And then we're trying to put that against somebody in the chat who we don't even know got out of third grade. So if you think like if there's no
come on now, we don't got to diss the chat,
credible,
man.
maybe somebody, but I'm gonna use these words specifically. There are no credible studies that support her theory. So much so we can't even call it a scientific theory because it
it's
can't
not
be
a theory.
tested.
No, it's not a theory.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis, a psychoanalytical hypothesis.
It's called a theory.
Yeah, she got a right to do that.
Just
She
not
had
a
a right.
science.
Yeah, and she's well within her right to put that forth. Now, us in 2025, looking back at all the information
Can't
we're
treat
about
it
to
as
like, hey, it doesn't hold up.
Yeah.
So we got to put
Can't
it where
treat
it
it as-
is. Respect to the woman for what she attempted to do or
That's
whatnot. However you feel on
and she
this
spoke
side of
to
that
power.
spectrum. It is what it
She
is.
was
You know, she
addressing
was
white
just trying to
supremacy.
restore black
Okay.
dignity and whatnot. She just went too far, trying to, put power with melanin and all that. That's it. We got, she wasn't the only one, bro.
They
That was
all
a common
did, yo.
thing.
But can you blame them
Today, bro? I got
But can
friends
you
that
blame
put
'em?
melanin all
Can
in
you-
they fucking social media handles and shit because they think it's something powerful behind the shit still. Like it worked. What she did worked. Motherfuckers still hold that to be true, whether they go look at scientific data that shows none of that has nothing to do with the fuck they thinking. It don't matter. It's feel good and it worked.
Yeah, and
it make you feel good about your skin.
Yeah, it make you feel good.
It definitely
being
reverse.
Yeah.
It definitely reverse something. It reverse the little girls and little boys looking in the mirror saying, "Yo, my skin make me feel
dark."
Feel dirty."
There you go.
Evil.
There you go. Right
So
there.
that definitely works for that, bro.
And Mujasi, guess what? This is also coming from a person who I've said on numerous occasions and said it today. I'm flawed in that way too. If 150 years from now, I look at the family reunion picture of my kids, grandkids, great grandkids, and so on and so forth, and those are white people staring back at me like Muhammad Ali got to deal with, I'd want to come back to this planet and fix it. Like that would, like, for real. So
that's right.
like, I'm not speaking to this from some perfect place. I believe color is our color is very important. But what I don't have to do, I can say that comfortably,
And 100
and
years
then
later,
also
everybody gonna
not
be
take the
brown and
next step and
tan.
say my color is spiritual. It
You
just
ain't
means
lying.
something to me.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that Muhammad
That
Ali's grandson, when he won that championship, was pretty much, you couldn't tell the difference of a white man. That bothered me. But that's just my, that's my learned behavior or how I grew up, or whatever.
Even white American will be a thing of the past.
I don't think.
Go ahead, Chef.
I don't think we need pseudoisms to build self-esteem.
Come on.
You feel
Agreed.
me?
Agreed.
There you go.
So I'm not gonna look at that, because that's the same thing that white people use misinformation that led to the racism, right? That we was under. Being pseudo, telling people they're superior because of physical traits that they have no control over. You dig what I'm saying? It built their self-esteem, but it also created monsters, and we was the motherfucking victims of that type of shit. So
yeah.
it's the recipients of that. So if Francis Cress Welsing and Dr. Ben, anybody who make crazy apodactic statements about biology, you know what I mean, that's unsubstantiated, you know what I mean? Yeah, you setting the human race back. You dig what I'm saying? So
yeah,
my grandmother told my mother and my sister and all her grandchildren that they were beautiful women, dark, light, whatever. You know what I mean? And they ain't tell them that they was beautiful, their skin was beautiful because the melanin was special and it set them apart. No, they told you, because your skin is just as beautiful as anybody else's. I believe you be. Why do you need to be? My grandmother ain't read Francis Cress Welsing, and her children that came out her ass was still beautiful, right? And so I ain't buying that. I don't buy that. Like, because it leads. No, because what it leads to. You always talk about what pseudoism.
Yeah, that's your mission today, it's to correct a lot of that, though.
Yeah, but y'all messing up on purpose.
About what pseudoisms lead to. You feel me? So if it can lead to something fucked up, we don't need it at all.
Yeah. I was gonna say something, but Uncle, what?
Go ahead, Smalls. We ain't heard from you yet.
Well, no. I want Uncle to actually. Where is he wrong and what he's saying?
Because his grandmother couldn't understand a scientific concept, so she gave it to her on a basic level, and it was people like Francis Cress Welsing that leaked that type of stuff, and it dribbled down to your grandmother and them, yo. Your grandmother picked the part that was easy to explain, bro. See, I understand this, yo, because people definitely thought they was inferior based off their skin color. The Bible reinforced it, and the fake pseudoscience is reinforced. So your grandmother just heard something from people who was actually trying to fix that, bro. So she might not have understood the melanin part, so she stayed away from it. She just went with, yo, you beautiful and black. But that come out the Black Power movement. It did.
My grandmother was raising her kids in the 40s and the 50s. This was way before some Francis Cress and some melanin nonsense.
No, not Francis.
Black people, hold on. Black people was instilling pride and beauty in their children. You dig what I'm saying? Without the pseudoism.
Yeah, but it's pseudo to say that because you beautiful because your skin is black. That's not true neither. See, we can get technical. How is that true?
Hold on. You think your grandparents didn't tell your mother and them that they were beautiful? You think that okay,
we had to almost reinforce that shit.
No, you had to. So why would you have to reinforce the chef who wasn't chef? Why would you have to reinforce? No. Why would you have to reinforce anything if that was the standard, yo? What are we talking about?
No, it's the standard for us.
No, it wasn't. Obviously not.
My only thing about this conversation is
let me get this one out.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Small.
Do you think most black people know anything about Francis Cress Welsing and some crazy melanin shit?
No, I'm getting off the melanin.
We don't know about that, yo.
No, we getting off. They still telling you you're beautiful. No, we're getting off the melanin thing, so we don't got to mention that.
But can we agree black is
what we
beautiful
do need
became a response
No.
to our conditions that we might have felt like over?
Right. That's all I'm trying to say. He's saying no. He's saying we always knew that. And I'm
But saying
that
chef folks responded without the science aspect of it.
No, but they responded to somebody that was fighting against that supremacy idea, yo. It didn't have to be the melanin, it's just the next innovation of the shit. That's all. Come on, bro. It's all in the same vein, because just because you black don't make you beautiful. Shit. Come on, bro. I can say that to be pseudoscientific. Just because you white don't make you beautiful. So your skin color don't make you nothing. It make you protected from the sun, from the damn sun. Come on, bro. What we talking about here, man? Come on, yo. So there's levels to this thing right here, bro. Like, come on, man. We were socialized to think that we was demon type people, bro. The Bible reinforced it that we supposed to been enslaved. Yo, it's right there. And it's because of the color of our skin. So we thought that if you're a believing Christian, why you gonna stop believing that? Why you gonna believe the Bible? If you believe the Bible, why you ain't gonna believe the Bible? Everybody quiet.
I'm over here ordering glizzies for dinner. I get it. I'm not fighting that.
I agree to that to some degree. Cress was like an extension of that fight, and she tried to take it into another realm. But I think to Chef's point, people were already kind of on that, and to your point, like she kind of elevated it, but made it, incorrect and pseudoscientific in the process.
But Sosa told you there was people promoting science that said differently. And so that was the counter to that. He told y'all there was people running around saying we are inferior based off of this, that, and that. Right.
Yeah, eugenics, all that shit.
We get it.
Yeah, because she argued against, debated against the dude who promoted eugenics. We got that. He was a Nobel laureate. We understand that.
She didn't have to go for psychiatry to get an MD. She could have got a biological MD and did the studies and did the work and said the same thing.
Not only that, it was people back then. It was people back then already smart enough to tell them both of them was pseudo.
When they did that debate, the academic community laughed at them.
Biologists and did that, but that's the reason why I will
either one of their shit.
Yeah, I'm just revering her with a critique, and the reason being is because there are people in 2025. This is what y'all do. There are people in 2025 that believe their melanin gives them spiritual authority in ESP. We gotta clean that up to get her to get what her actual fight out was, to get out whatever her actual message.
People don't even know what pheomelanin is, and that white got it. They think they don't got it at all.
They think the Rice Papers was a scientific
They think white folks don't even got melanin at all. Like they just go wither away.
And like I said a bunch of times, one second. Like I said a bunch of times, Joe. How are you gonna clean that up while holding them in reverence? Right at the same time. I don't see how you do it. Some gonna have to
hold them work in reverence.
If you truly believe, you can't look at it as anything but this.
I'm gonna tell you how, bro. I'm gonna tell you how, and this is where I will somewhat agree with Unc on. She was definitely a historical figure. She was definitely a cultural figure, and the ISIS Papers was definitely a cultural document.
Yeah, she was a celebrity pretty much in the 90s.
When you start presenting it as clinical work or science is my correction. I'm not throwing a black lady from the 60s in the trash just because I don't agree with some crazy shit she said.
No, but what, hold on. So what if it's a white person, right? Let's go look up the white people that espouse the racist ideas.
Oh, hey, what's
right?
up, man? How you doing, man?
So if it is no way that we can make a connection with that, right? There's no way that we can say that, well, let's revere them for what? Because the moment we revere them, we got to start talking about what they say and the shit that they put forth. You dig what I'm saying? And then since we revere them, somebody is going to say, well, it got to be some truth to that. You dig what I'm saying? It all leads to bad. You know what I mean? You gotta, I'm sorry.
Wow.
She might have thought
So
she
you're
did
saying, so
something
you're
good for
saying
black
less
people, but we
revere.
gotta get rid of her. Gotta
So
go.
you're saying respect the story, but don't revere her.
I'm saying don't even mention her. What are
Well,
we doing?
here's another thing too, Brad. Can I add something
I ain't willing
on?
to go there. I'm not willing to go
Brad,
there. But I respect it. I'm just not willing to go there.
Yeah,
How do you
crazy.
teach your
Less than a
children
few
Cress
seconds.
Welsing without teaching them racism? How do you do that?
I'm with Chef on this.
And less
Hold
than
on,
a few
Small's trying to get
seconds.
in there.
Just
Let's Small see what he's saying.
just
Y'all
one
tripping.
thing I want to add. When it comes to the conversation about the Jim Crow and the racism and this, that, and the other, I just want to say, like, we keep speaking in absolutes. I think, or people are speaking in absolutes. Well, I don't want to mention any names. I'm just saying in general because I don't
Put
think.
your name on it.
Okay, all right. Goddamn, that's what we got. All right. Look, I'm gonna single you out because you laugh.
Oh,
I'm
that's
gonna
why
single
you
you
ain't
out because you laugh. No.
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
even think
single
of
you out
Ugg
because you
either.
laugh. No, because Unc is laughing, so I'm gonna
No,
single
you
him
either
out.
uncle
Yeah,
or
So
elder.
I'm just saying. I'm just
You
saying.
want your head on a steak, huh?
You put your head on the pike and get you a pie.
You
Nah,
want your
I'm just
Go ahead,
saying it.
Small.
head on a steak in this
He
community.
Go ahead,
did
Small.
the fee fi fo
Go ahead,
fum
Smalls. Go
laugh,
ahead.
so
Go
I
ahead.
know he's ready for him.
Get your
Anyway,
point across.
Yeah, I'm ready.
my thing is
Go ahead.
that
Go ahead, bro.
I respect what you're saying, but I wouldn't say that would be everybody's experience. You know, there were a lot of I think because if that was the case, then we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. You know, so you know, there were a lot of people. Yeah, there were a lot of people. You know, without getting personal, I could speak to my family's experience, and you know, maybe some of them had issues with that, but I have a lot of college professors in my family, and so they would tell you that they. And when I say my family, I'm talking about my grandmother's generation. So that particular time frame, and you know, they wouldn't probably say it as 100% absolute. If it was like that, they probably wouldn't be where they were. So that's the only thing I'm gonna do to add on. Go ahead.
I was trying to say, you was
my
saying, I
grandmother
didn't
was,
think everybody.
my grandmother was a nurse, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was born in like 19, I think 25 or some shit like that, right? Old lady, right? Running up on at least 100 years old here, close, right? It's never been a time in her life. Now she don't have a PhD or nothing like that. You know, all she got her nursing degree. That's it. And then, you know, back in the 50s when she got her nursing degree, they probably didn't know half the shit that they know now, right? But if there ever been one day my grandmama would have told me anything like the shit Frances Cress Welsing told me. You see what I'm saying? Like she would have immediately, like my grandmother, not that she even never heard of Frances Cress Welsing, right? But immediately when my grandmother would have heard what that lady was saying, oh, she would have went into all kind of reasons why that shit is dangerous, the shit she's saying.
Right.
Like she can tell you that, she can listen, you can play it for right now today as a 90-something-year-old lady, right? You can play it for her today and she'll tell you it's bullshit today as a 90-something-year-old lady. So all the excuses in the world about how they couldn't go to a library and all this old wild ass shit. My grandma was able to go get her nursing degree. Right?
Well, yeah, Corey, that's kind of what I was
able to go to the
because
public life, but nobody.
Go
It's
ahead.
all these excuses about how nobody was able to even go to the goddamn public library. Shit, I be hearing Brother Unc say. They wouldn't let us go to the library. All this shit, bro. That
Anybody
shit
ever heard the story of
is
Ron
fucked
McNair?
to me. It's
No.
crazy.
No.
Ramen there, the astronaut.
Yeah, when he said the cook
No,
on the
no,
library reminded me of that story. Nah, my bad. I just throw it off. I was just when he said that.
That's one of my heroes.
Hey,
let Corey go.
Corey, if you finish, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Corey? Can I ask you a question, Corey?
I'm afraid. Go ahead. Go.
So is your mother Christian? Is your grandmother Christian?
You're right to be afraid.
She loved the good Lord.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do she think humans pop? So do she think
Been a
humans
member
popped
of
about
all Bethel Baptist just as longer than she been a member of the nursing board. Go ahead.
So hold on. Okay, so I find it weird that she would think that humans popped about the dirt with all this material and going to the library. So it's the same. It's on the same vein, brother. Think about that.
Yeah, what?
I'll leave you with that. There you
Say
have
it again.
Your
The last
grandmother
part.
thinks that I said your grandmother believes that humans popped up out the dirt in the Garden of Eden.
She don't
So
believe
I can't fathom why. So she don't believe it. So she's not a Christian. She's not a believer. She don't believe that Jesus died for sins.
She's a follower of Jesus, but the shit that don't make sense to her, she don't fuck with that.
So
she's smart enough.
She don't think
She's smart enough to cipher through the shit that she don't fuck
Corey.
with. Go ahead.
Corey, so she don't think he's a salvation. She don't think he's a savior.
She thinks
She does. Okay,
he's her
so she
Lord and Savior. But the Garden of Eden,
okay, let me finish. I know. Let me finish. So she can go to any library of work and realize that Jesus is just the savior of the Christians, not the whole world, bro. So it's in the believing mind, bro.
Yeah, you have to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. In order, you have to.
You're making excuses.
No,
I know
this is what my grandmama taught me, bro. Is you a fool? She taught me that you have to accept.
I'm a fool if I'm listening to you.
Yeah, you know, bro. That's on this internet. All you niggas is listening to me on this internet. Believe me. Motherfuckers in my real life listen to me and prosper. They prosper in their real life when they listen to me, right? They put millions of dollars in my hand. They listen with millions of dollars of their material in my motherfucking hand, right? But on this internet, you got to be a crazy motherfucker to listen to me. That's what I was explaining to y'all the other day. You got to be one of the craziest motherfuckers on the planet to listen to me on this internet. But in real life, it's everything but that.
So why don't you give us some of your real life? I know. So why don't you talk about your real life stuff? You just talk about your real life stuff.
So I just got through telling you about my real life. I just got through telling you about my grandmama who went to nursing school.
Yeah, but you didn't equate her believing that Jesus saved the world when she could go to any library of work and realize that's fundamentally not true. It's just part of religion. She could do that too. So I'm saying as humans, you believe whether it's
she chose to. That's her belief. You gonna talk about my grandma's belief versus what Cress Welsing is spitting to the.
It's a belief.
No, she don't believe that bullshit. Cress Welsing don't believe a word.
Okay, but I'm saying what people believe.
Cress Welsing never believed a word of that bullshit. She ain't never believed one
we're not
word.
talking about. We talking about the other people. So you saying nobody believes that Jesus saved the world, and nobody believes.
I'm talking about the shit Cress Welsing was spitting. That's the shit I'm talking about here.
It's coming from this. I'm saying it's coming from the same portion of the brain, brother. That's all I am saying.
Listen,
I know you hear.
I don't give a damn.
I know you get what I'm saying.
Is coming from. What I'm telling you is that lady ain't never believed none of that shit. You hear me? And she brought that shit to the black community. Is what I'm saying.
But more likely than one human white saving the world.
Arguing over something you will never settle.
Am I wrong?
Agree to disagree or walk away from.
Am I wrong, though? Am I wrong?
We need something other than Black Egypt, man. This is good.
Like we back. I'm saying we back at trying to figure out intent.
I use my grandmama's Christianity.
I gotta say I agree with you.
Wow.
I gotta say I agree.
I cannot believe it.
Right back here again.
I cannot believe that, bro.
Are y'all hearing this conversation that he's trying to compare?
Yeah.
He's trying to compare my grandmother's belief in Jesus to her telling the black community that they melanin is. Y'all hear this?
So what's worse, though?
Sort it out, y'all.
What's worse, Corey?
The rationality.
What's worse?
What you mean is worse?
Peace to brother.
My grandmama believing in my grandmama being a Christian, or her or Cress Welsing telling the black community that they melanin is worse. I'm gonna go with the latter.
Okay, well,
That's
let
what.
me give you the numbers. 12 million people was enslaved under the banner of Jesus. 12 million Africans was enslaved under the banner of Jesus Christ. Millions of Africans were murdered under the banner of Jesus Christ. Man taking all that. Melanin didn't kill nobody. So I rest my case. Bro. I just disagree with you. I disagree. I think the Christian was more dangerous than the Melanin, based off the numbers, the sheer numbers. So there you have it. And I'm tapping out because your grandmother. I feel like I'm infringing, so I'm gonna get off that.
Boy, I swear, this is the worst. You niggas is probably the worst niggas in the world. Niggas the worst niggas in the fucking world, bro.
Yeah, you say we talk.
Why are you
in the world on the internet?
Even I'm not even gonna with shit no more, bro. Like, cause it's dangerous for me to sit up and argue about some foolish ass shit like that. That's wild as fuck.
Yeah.
Saying.
Yeah. I thought you understood psychology. I guess you don't.
No, I'm not.
You just run your mouth. Like you said, you're the dumbest nigga on the internet.
You an internet.
No, you said you're the dumbest nigga on the internet.
Nah, but real shit though. Real shit. Like somewhere in there, what you saying? Like ain't nobody.
Get out the way. Get out the way.
No.
Get out the way. If you find yourself,
now you get out the way.
If you find yourself at
I know how to gear it.
No, hell no.
Don't let it run off the track.
Everybody step in before I start ad homing, right? I think that's what it is.
No, nobody ad homing. Nobody.
No,
ad
he
homing,
repeated.
Nobody did that. You said.
Which you said? Nothing about nobody being no dumb motherfucker.
No, you said I'm out of it.
Yeah, come on, Corey. Yo, all right, I'm done. I ain't gonna do this.
Yeah, well, listen.
He said he was.
What'd you say, Chef?
He said he was the wildest nigga on the internet.
And the dumbest. Yeah.
And the dumbest.
Yeah. He did say the
nigga. You
dumbest
say
too.
all that.
Yeah.
That's what you was just saying to me earlier.
I didn't say that, Corey. You forget. You started that whole smear.
Bro, listen.
I'm not trying to mess up the conversation with throwing shots at you, bro.
A nigga like you, right? And then I said, I forgot. Right, because listening to a nigga like me in real life is one thing, but listening to a nigga like me on the internet is another thing, is what I said. Right?
Oh, yo, yesterday, this whole week you've been saying you the craziest nigga on the internet. You don't know that?
Absolutely.
You still that. Right.
No, I'm saying to you niggas. Bro, listen, fuck it. Don't worry about it. I ain't mad about it. Go ahead. Ad high.
Yeah, I ain't trying to. No, I'm not. That's an ad. All right, I'm out. I'm gonna let y'all have a conversation. I'm listening now. I do not want to be
good.
It doesn't make sense.
Most of
y'all might as well let it go.
No. Let him say it. No. Don't jump in. Let him say that.
Yeah, small. If you about to get punched, jumping in.
What you say?
No, I'm just saying. Let's move on.
I'm saying.
No, but what he say?
Let
the nigga go. You said what?
Don't make sense because most of the shit you say don't make sense.
Right, and so we're in the same boat. We're in the don't make sense boat. Join the fucking club, nigga. Good. There we go.
That's what I'm saying. Niggas on the internet.
Yeah, Brandon in the building.
What I'm saying is us on the internet study talking shit about psychology. You said, oh, it ain't my fault you don't know nothing. I thought you knew about psychology. No, nigga, don't none of you niggas know nothing about fucking psychology, including me.
I at least wrote a book on the believing brain.
Man,
so I have a basic understanding of that.
Are y'all hearing this?
Yeah, you shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, nigga. I said they ready book, bro. Why you drinking and why you high, nigga, talking?
Bro, he just said he wrote a book.
Nigga, what's wrong with you? I didn't write a book. I said it's the book called The Believing Brain, bro.
I knew you misspoke. Like you need to clean that up. You ain't wrote a
I don't gotta clean it up, nigga. You pour concrete, nigga. It's obvious. So
that's all I do. That's my expertise.
Right.
I don't.
So stop trying to have. So then stop trying to have
psychology. I don't get on the internet talking about Well, I know about. So I read the Bleeding Brain, so I know about.
Well,
no, we done took a conversation about information.
Hey, brother, can you
Now we're here with the bullshit.
Hold on, so
I know you finna tell me about.
Hold on for a minute. No, I'm not holding.
Killing my vibe with bullshit, man.
I'm not holding on. Hold on. I got one.
Look it up.
I got one statement to make. All I'm saying is, hold on. I got one statement. I got one good statement. I got one good statement to make. You're right here with me. You're right here with me on the internet, and I rest my case.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm a concrete.
Can get in.
My expertise is in concrete. I'd be goddamn if I get on here talking about something, telling motherfuckers something else about something else. Like wild shit, bro, to me.
That's all you do, Corey? That's all you do, Corey? Can somebody
That's all I do.
This nigga talk about the cosmos, you talk about everything, Corey. You talk about everything we talk about.
I talk about what I've learned. I talk about what people with expertise talk about. I ain't told no motherfucker to learn a motherfucking thing from me.
Hey man, get out of here, man. Now you double talk. I don't appreciate that. You smarter than that. You double talk.
I ain't double talking a motherfucking thing, bro.
Double talk.
Ever since I done stepped my foot on this internet, I've been telling niggas, don't listen to a motherfucking thing I talk about.
So why you keep talking? You need
because I can.
It don't make
I can
sense.
run my motherfucking mouth because I'm on this motherfucking battling against motherfuckers like you promoting Francis Cress Welsing and Dr. Bean.
Okay. And let me get it out first. Hey Corey, guess what? Fuck you, sir.
I know. See, look.
See, I said it with a gentleman. It was a gentleman thing. I wanted to get it first. I just
Hey, niggas told me to step out of the way.
I want to get it first.
Y'all knew this shit was coming. Y'all knew this shit was coming.
No, it's smart.
You go
chef. Fuck you, chef.
If you ain't
fuck you, chef.
Going on
See the way it goes.
And you
matter.
Listen, if you ain't 60,
I said, sir.
Going on 60.
Sir.
I don't about the sir part.
I said, sir, man.
You going on 60.
You
need to stop that good shit, huh? That shit don't look good.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr.
I'm Fancy, go down there
internet with me,
bro.
No problem. But why are you on here talking when you say you shouldn't even be talking? It's double talk. I agree with you. You should shut the fuck up. I
can run my mouth on Nick because it's Nick.
All right, listen.
No, listen. Hold on. Why when I start talking, everybody say, all right, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
We're trying to move past.
I say fuck your mama and all the rest of it. Nobody interrupt. Y'all start giggling. When I start talking,
you got it.
Hold on.
You got it. You're right.
Somebody said fuck your mama. Somebody said fuck your grandpa.
Listen.
You said that.
You said it before. You've said it before.
And I meant it.
Anyway.
And I meant it. But I meant it.
It's fine,
right.
bro.
I have not taken that back.
I'm trying to say something to you. I'm trying to say something to you.
Why? When you say you don't do no talking, I don't talk in that. Nobody should listen to me.
I didn't say that.
You did. You said nobody should listen to you. You said that.
No. Yeah.
Yet we're listening
to
about
shit I don't know nothing about, right? But I
you
do
don't
know
nothing about nothing. What do you know about? Okay,
so
let's hear about what you do.
What I do know.
Go. What do you know?
Why? I do know the reason why I be on this internet talking, right?
Why, Corey?
Niggas like you promoting this and misinformation. And that's what I come on here to combat. Yo, bullshit.
Appreciate you, brother. You're doing a great job, man.
Bullshit.
Doing a great job. Just to let you know you're doing a great job. Yo. Stay there. Appreciate you. No problem. Y'all can move the conversation. I'm good. That's the final statement.
This where Black Egypt let us all, man. We're insulting each other, personal lives.
Nah.
Black fucking Egypt.
No, he can say that. He ain't insult me. He didn't insult me. That's his job to combat me.
Right. Absolutely.
Overall.
I hope you get a check for it, yo. I know they got a check for you somewhere in the mail, yo. It's called a debunk check.
Bro, you think I need a check?
I think you need something at this point. Because you made the point.
Good.
You know what made it so bad?
Hey, these the part of our
you know what make it so bad? You know what make it so bad, Corey? You ain't never beat me in a normal conversation your whole life.
but he still go down the fucked up road, right? And
yeah, that's when I go down the fucked up road.
As a 60-year-old,
I said. So I don't know.
I'm leaving it alone, bro, because it ain't going nowhere.
Wait a minute.
So
I just said leave it alone. I just said you made the
Right.
What are you talking about,
Y'all
Corey?
agree. Y'all just leave it alone.
We agree, Corey. Leave it alone, Corey. I'm gonna make sure you get that check in the mail though for recruiting me, my dangerous ideas. Sound like you smoking or something or drinking or something with that. That's crazy. That's bananas.
Recovering dope head. Telling me what I sound like, bro.
But you still a dope head. So how about that? I like the word recovery. It's better than where you're at. It's better than where you're at. You're drunk and you're smoking. So you're not recovering. So we're two separate places in our lives. You're lying. Now you're lying. You do drink. You drink. And I can tell when you drink.
I'm a grown. If I am drinking, bro, I'm a grown.
Okay, so
man
why you call me?
Who ain't never been programmed for drinking? Who can control it?
Well, you probably need to be in a program.
You can control yours, so you worrying about whether I'm drinking or not. You a grown ass nigga who can't control yours. You drink a beer, you drink a Modelo, you gonna run off and go smoke a rock. I drink a Modelo, I'm just gonna eat my dinner.
Says you.
That's what you
drinking.
told me.
No, I tell you that. I'm saying you drinking.
You're recovering.
I'm saying I'm not recovering from anything.
Crack addict.
Right? I'm saying you're drinking though. You still doing drugs. You're still doing drugs.
Down this road with you.
We know, but you said it.
I said leave it alone.
No, you didn't, nigga, because you said it. So now we here. So make sure you get the same. I said make sure you get the same recovery. Make sure you get the same recovery.
Wow.
Make sure you get the same recovery. Listen, make sure you get the same recovery. Make sure you get the same recovery that you claim I got.
Recovery.
Okay, well there you have it. That's what they all say. So I'm gonna leave it right there.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, you're welcome, sir.
$60 years old, bro.
Nah, you brought that nigga. I ain't 60, nigga. Now what? Shut the fuck up and get your shit right.
60 years old.
What you talking about, nigga? You know what you talking about, nigga?
You're about.
Yeah, okay, nigga. How old are you?
Taking a dope.
How do you, young buck? How you, young buck? How you, young buck? How you, young buck? Hold on. How you, young buck? Nigga, I ain't said nothing about your mother on here, nigga. But I can. But I absolutely can. I'm not old enough to do it. But I haven't. I didn't say nothing about none of them people, nigga. You brought your grandmother up in the conversation, not me. I didn't disrespect your grandmother. The problem arose when you could distinguish what a belief was and what it wasn't. That's when the problem started between me and you. That you couldn't recognize a belief as a belief.
I ain't never had a problem with you, bro. You ain't on my level to have a problem with, man. Is you kidding me?
I said the problem.
I don't got no problem with you. Move on.
I said the problem in the conversation.
I'm gonna leave and come back.